Ya. Halo. Bang, kenapa Daril? Iya, watch party ini buset dah. Sabar. Lo bikin WP. Kenapa itu? Maksudnya apa tuh? Kalau boleh tahu tuh. Ngecap gitu lagi makan kah? Ngecap apaan anjing? Ngecap lu mau minta cap ini ngurus surat di kantor. Kabar kita story dulu coy. Supaya orang tahu aja kita watch party. Cavaler, welcome back. Mandi dulu bang. Udah mandi kocak. Kerja jago nggak? Harusnya ngebantu lah. Pasti nggak puasa. Sotoy banget ya. Tapi RRQ harusnya kuat sih. Kayak gue punya feeling mereka bisa lolos dah. Toronto. Tapi tiga yang diambil ya. Kalau 3 yang diambil, feeling gue Perex bisa ini lagi deh. Perex bisa lolos nih tahun ini next master. Tadi nge-vape vape gue aja gue matiin, gue bongkar pasang, RDA gue cabut, baterai gue iniin. Gak mungkin bisa gue kalau refleks pun gak akan bisa. Takut hilang, tapi harusnya udah enggak sih, karena udah bukan hari pertama. Kalau hari pertama iya, hari pertama gue suka hilaf gitu tuh. Live watch party. Kita sebagai apa namanya? Aduh, udah gue copy lagi. Suka lupa kalau puasa, kagak, itu hari pertama doang kentut. Tadi linknya ya. Follow aja masih ada nggak sih? Masih lah. Kita udah mau tanding soalnya. Rena belum balik, nggak tahu nih. Gue juga nggak tahu tuh rumor yang apa namanya. Rumor yang itu kenapa? Rena mau dihapus selamanya kah? Live watch. Lah bukannya udah bubar? Parah banget. Kalau udah bubar, gue menghasilkan duit dari mana, kocak? RRQ nggak lolos playoff keterlaluan sih, keterlaluan menurut gue. Katanya overheal, tapi overhealnya nggak keregis, ngebug. Mau dihapus kah itunya, agentnya? Agent yang nggak kepake cok. Dari sejak ada dia free, sejak dia free dari awal pertama kali, jarang banget dipakai di kompetitif. Ini lagi ada banyak ini lah, sabar ya. Kita nggak, jangan sampai kayak media share kita matiin dulu dah. Copyright cok. Nah. Ayo yang mau ngebet tuh guys.
And who knows what surprise matches and new records we're gonna get to witness.
Mahal nih Miss Victoria Cheng.
Will stage 1 be a time for duelists to shine with Valorant's latest agent, Waylay? I am so excited for stage 1, but that's
Siapakah? Kemarin belum ada yang pakai Waylay ya? Apa udah ada? Kayak belum ada ya? Belum ada kan GE? Lah. Oh. Iya, belum ada kan? Siapa? Apakah DRX sudah pakai Waylay, guys? Belum ada. Ini masuk berita ini. Mau pakai Waylay pertama kali di official turnamen. Kita tunggu aja. Tapi kayak PRX nggak pakai juga dah. DRX mungkin. Talon mungkin. TS mungkin Jeremy. Tapi TS kenapa ya turun banget ya? Tapi ya tim secret tuh turun. Kalau dia turun si tim secret bukan karena JC Fast, tapi JC Fastnya tetap oke. Emang yang player yang lainnya tuh Kangkang udah pakai, maksud gue kan di Pasifik. Di Pasifik, bukan di China. China mah pertama kali bukan Kangkang, siapa ya waktu itu ya? Wailai, duelisnya JDG ya, apa sih, siapa? Adalah masuk berita itu. Gitu aja berita, Cok. Padahal tinggal make, menang mah nggak tahu. Wets, saha ya. Matanya ya, fokus ya. Yang puasa. Derex nih.
Oh, hi, babe. What's up? What are you doing here? What is this?
TRX merch shop.
You want to tell it to the camera again?
Yeah, TRX merch shop.
Alright, so we have so many items here.
Langsung aja mengejar, rata kiri menang. Serius, ingat puasa. Iya ini.
Oh, guys, this is the big
Naikin gak sih itu hoodie-nya nggak kelihatan apa tuh?
sick. I love this. The
Un-
TRX bundle?
Yes, this is TRX bundle. Buy it.
Alright, and come follow me over here.
DRX bundle dapat merch segini anjing.
Hello. Oh, hi, Amin. What are you doing here? This is your first time facing PRX in Pacific. So, what do you want to say to that?
They're a fun team to play, I think, because watching their games is like really like confusing, like their plays, and I think it will be fun to play against them.
All right, then you two, Bane, can you join me over here? You two, without using your words, can you describe what today's match is going to be like?
Jadi Inggris semua gini.
Okay. Enough of us from here, and good luck today, guys.
Jadi Inggris gini, coy, udah nggak ada Korea. Menghargai kah? Gila. Boljuk tuh hoodie.
Hello, now we're on a different floor. Welcome to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. It is stage 1, it is day 2. I'm your host,
Day
Victoria, and with
2.
me
Gelap,
on
kah?
the desk, of
Kayaknya
course,
ada
we
lampu
got
dulu ya.
Pilski, we've got Big Time, and gentlemen, are you ready for the greatest desk of your life?
I am. I'm ready for the greatest matchup of my life. I'm ready for the PRX Redemption arc. That's the first game I'm looking forward to. And I'm waiting to see some bloody
Kopi nggak sih kok
Icebox
Super
and
Idol
somebody
nanti
fancy
buat
some Waylay.
buka.
Can we get some spice, please?
It's time for Waylay.
Kedip
Too
BG
long,
itu kita
one
harus
day is too
melihat
many,
dengan
today
fokus
is the
ya.
day we're getting Waylay. I'm
Hope
feeling
so.
it.
I hope so.
Feeling it come from the
There-
stars.
Bila official ya,
It's happening.
akhirnya diterima kita
I
menjadi
do
official watch party
appreciate
ya.
your impatience.
Yang
I do
biasanya
want to
berarti
see a bit of
ilegal.
it, but if there is anything, I know
Mulai jam berapa
Southeast
bentar
Asian
lagi?
teams, especially the
Jam
ones playing
3 pas.
today, including PaperX, Talon,
Yeah.
and Team Secret at
Ini
times
ngobrol-ngobrol
like to
dulu
do
nih.
things a little differently. So maybe we will get it
Ilegal kayak Lamka
today. But
makanya.
yesterday we
Biasanya
started
ilegal
seeing
ya.
points being accumulated.
official ada
the
namanya
championship
kita nih.
points, the
Yeah.
start of all of it. We saw a set from Group
Tuh,
Alpha
Master
and-
Toronto tuh.
Were you
Grup
guys surprised
Alpha,
with the
Omega,
Oh, I
top
predicted
4
that.
dari
It was,
masing-masing
uh,
grup lanjut ke
exactly as
playoff.
scripted.
I think
Yeah,
DFM.
BTW welcomein gua dulu dong. Welcome Rangga Maulana. Gelo. Bang Kico, baru tahu gue lu puasa. Sebelum-sebelumnya lu kirain lu Kristen. Serius lu Vanguard? Emang muka gue begitu?
Yeah, also
Gila,
props to
GE
them,
menang
I have
loh.
to
GE
say.
dari
They
DFM
didn't
loh.
get that win yesterday,
Iwan
but
Zeta,
they did
Zeta
take
udah
back.
nggak sih?
Their round difference isn't astronomical, and round
Zeta
difference
busuk
can
banget,
be the
anjing.
decider when it
Yeah.
comes down to this kind of,
Muka
round
kau
robin
TS
format.
sotoy
So
banget.
every
Muka
round
lu
is
kayak
very important. So even if it wasn't a
Astagfirullah.
win, say,
Doge.
Oh,
DFM yang
100%. I
notabene
think Zeta fans are
bantai
really happy
PRX
with that.
makanya.
Just general Pacific
Apakah
is-
Boom bisa survive guys di grup Alpha? Apalagi GE udah menang loh. Udah mencuri 1 poin. Apakah Boom bisa survive di grup itu? Hari ketiga Boom Genji. Wah, Boom Genji RRQ Red Force nih. Wah, ini mah RRQ NS sih keterlaluan kalau nggak menang RRQ ya. Investasi bodong lah kalau nggak menang. Besok kita nonton, coy.
Alpha and Group Omega. Do you
Bisa
guys
gila,
feel there's a
serius.
Group of Death or not? They're both pretty heavy.
I mean, the good thing about Pacific is it's quite stacked across
Iya,
the
soalnya
board, so it's
teman-teman
hard
lu
to have a
rata-rata
super group of
gitu.
death. But I think if I had to pick one, I'd have to say
Oh,
Group
gue udah
Alpha,
tahu
you know.
sih.
You got DRX in there,
Pasti arahnya ke
PRX in
apa
there,
mikirnya
Gen
ke arah
G in
sana
there,
juga.
you know,
Gue juga itu
it's
udah
just-
sering
it's a
dikira
tough
kayak
group
gitu
to
udah
make it
sering.
out of, for sure.
In fact, you know, let's have a little recap, a little rewind of what happened in kickoff, so that we can anticipate these groups a little bit more. Starting
Gua
with
bersin pilek
DRX.
gitu.
Now,
Itu diomongin
DRX
dah.
are our champions from kickoff. The very first time they've won.
Sabar.
a
Gue pengen
final
nanya nih,
since
ini
joining
serius
the
nih.
franchise.
Yeah,
Seharusnya
they've
enggak
done
sih.
very well for themselves,
Apakah
beating
menyedot
Pacific, and I know that was a
pulsa
big milestone, especially for such
batal
a young
puasa,
roster,
Jay?
for a roster that had a
Harusnya
couple
enggak,
of
kan?
players that came in as rookies into that Pacific season. That was a massive achievement for them.
Katanya
Going into
kalau
Masters,
dulu
I'm sure they would have wanted to do better,
nggak
but
DRK
at the end of the
sebenarnya
day, I
dukung.
mean, you were talking about the
Apaan
fact
tuh
that
maksudnya?
you are happy that they beat Sentinels,
Kalau
and
ketelen,
you thought that they would
maksudnya
beat Sentinels. That was a big game for them. They played Vitality pretty close. They had
Mau jadi
one close
ATS
map and one
setan.
blowout versus T1, so not the worst run at an international event, especially like I said with a couple.
DRS
of
ada
rookies,
ombak
and,
besar,
you know,
harusnya
it's not
enggak.
like they got
DRS
banged
masih
down in
strong.
last place or anything like that.
Yeah,
Nongsim
was
siapa
still
yang
a
keras?
good event for them despite not
Kalau
winning.
AIM ya.
It's worth noting that, you know, they're now back on home turf. They're
Yep.
back home in Korea. That's a really nice
AIM
boost to this
siapa
squad,
ya?
and they've shown a really high
Kayaknya
ceiling. They didn't
lebih ke
fully manage to grasp it at Bastard
IV
Bangkok,
deh.
but we saw it in kickoff. So now they're back on that
Ramadan
same
game
stage
masih mabuk,
they
siapa
won
yang
on
mabuk
previously.
kocak.
So
Game
now
tentukan
is the
aja
time
berarti ya
for them
bang
to
ya.
recreate.
Boleh.
Definitely.
Makruh,
And like you guys
serius.
mentioned, they had 2 rookies and they ended up winning the grand
Ini
finals
itu
through
jadinya apa
Royal
ya?
Roaders,
Kayak
a very rare
rescare.
occurrence here, I think, across VCT and across esports in general.
Tidak,
So I think
menghirup
that's fantastic.
inhaler
What a
tidak
really
membuat
good
kepuasan.
coverage.
Inhaler hanya
That's
memberikan
not
efek
any
segar dan
sort of
melegakan pernapasan
surprise.
tanpa ada kandungan
I think
zat
that
yang
they
masuk ke
were
dalam sistem
doing
pencernaan
so
dari
far
Google
and
BG.
ended up winning
Dengar
in the
tuh,
end.
itu
Yeah,
dari
I think when it
Google.
comes to the coaching
Siapa
staff and
tadi
the
yang
general
bilang
approach, they were one of the early
makruh
adopters of
sotoy
Takeover.
wat?
Maybe they'll play something else today. Maybe.
Maybe.
We'll see.
I hope not. I hope not. I'm gonna be annoyed. if
Apa
he
iya
picks something
katanya
else.
kalau
He's
dukung
my
DRS?
guy.
Kenapa
He
ke
is
arah
the
sana?
Teo,
Berarti
but
aman
if
ya.
there's a team who will play
Kan
something a
kali.
little bit different,
Nggak
it's gonna
harusnya.
be Paper Rex. Now,
Karena
this
efeknya
was
hanya
underwhelming,
memberikan efek
surprisingly
segar ya,
underwhelming kickoff
sama melegakan
performance, placing
pernapasan.
the lowest they've ever placed since franchise started.
Yeah, the worst placement that they've ever had in
Daripada kita
Pacific.
bersin-bersin,
They
Cok.
have gone from really being a championship contending team.
Apakah
to,
iya kita
being
melihat
underwhelming, going out in,
for second
very
back to
underwhelming
duelist,
fashion.
guys?
But, look,
Di
to
match
play devil's
ini.
advocate a little bit, they still won an event in the
Apakah
off-season. They
sekarang
still showed some
komposisi
promise in the
agentnya
off-season. They played T1
PRX
very
duelistnya
close.
solo
It's
for
the
second?
off-season.
I know.
Look,
Kalau
I
itu kata
understand.
Ustadz gimana?
This is a legacy
Mana?
team that's been around for a long time. You know, they're head-to-head against DRX. They're 7-3.
Makruh nggak
They've
batalin
been
BG?
winning
Oh
this
ya udah
matchup
nggak jadi deh.
consistently.
Yeah.
But where was that at kickoff? Where was it? Because I didn't see it. I was disappointed by them in kickoff. They need to change my mind today.
You know what, though? I do want to point out, in 2023, Lock-in, they were crap. They bombed out.
WP sama siapa?
immediately.
Solo
Then they had a new
Gimang.
player come in, something, and
Kita
then they
sebagai
ended up
official
rocking
harus
all of the rest
nonton
of
dari
that
awal
season.
ya.
So maybe we can have something
Emang
like
fix
that here.
fix
As you can
Patman
see,
yang
we
main
have an
kagak.
additional
Patman nggak
player
main
captain
kayaknya deh.
joining their squad, so maybe we can have another situation.
Kayak dia memberi
It's not gonna
ketakutan
solve,
kepada
like, the inherent role
orang-orang
crisis,
yang
though. That's
batu
another
deh
player that plays a
mungkin.
little bit of everything. He doesn't really have a strong identity
Jadi
about
adanya
what
dia cuma
agents he's playing. So,
cuma
like, we're just
bikin
adding
5
another
player
flexible
ini,
guy to
lu
Paper
harus
X. How is he
jago,
gonna
lu
fit
harus
into the
jago.
system? Is he even gonna play?
Sekarang
I'm not
gua
sure.
mau
It's
lu
gonna be
ganti
the honeymoon
main
phase.
role
We see this
lain.
all the time of, like,
Kalau
somebody
lu
comes into a roster,
nggak
things
bisa
make them
adaptasi,
change, or
Batman
it's very
main
easy
lu
for it
udah
to just be
cabut kali
a boost
gitu.
of life, a different energy that can come into
Okay.
the team and
Ajak
really
Lamka,
invigorate them.
kenapa
'Cause
Lamka?
PRX, I've had a
Lamka
system that's
acara
worked for
dia,
them for a long
sibuk.
time. Do they need mass changes? I don't think so, but they need to find that spark again.
Okay, I know we definitely want to talk about that, but before that, we also have to talk about another team who's made massive changes. We said goodbye to Ben and Governor. Welcome
Sedih nggak ya
now
TTA?
to
Wah
full
nggak ada
time
yang di
squad.
head dong.
That said, this team performed very well going through kickoff.
Yeah,
Clicking forward.
I
Eh,
think that talent
nih
for
Ban
me
kemana
has
ya,
always
Ban
just
ya?
been a team that's greater than the sum of its parts, that's dealing
Ini kan
with all kinds
governor
of
ke
issues,
APEC
whether it be,
EMEA. Ban nggak ada ini nih.
communication issues, getting on the same
Nggak ada
page,
Kabra nih.
you know, having a clash of cultures at times. They definitely always performed well and placed better than you would expect from their roster, and I think
Emang
partially
Patman
that's down
keras,
to
biasa aja sih.
some good coaching staff,
Gua aja
some
main lawan
flexibility, some
timnya Patman
unpredictability. To some
Gua
extent,
bantai.
I'm very glad that they've gone for a
Ban
two
nge-stream
full-time
ya.
squad
Kalau
that they
Bani,
honestly was
Bani
really been rooting for that
suruh
for quite
tidur
a
aja, Cok.
while. I think
Puasa
Killer was a great
enggak.
pickup. I haven't seen too much from Clyde
Kerja
personally.
marah-marah.
I know that he might
Main
be
rank
similar
kalah
to Genji,
mulu.
maybe a
Gimana
little
mau
bit
dapat
easier to
tim?
pick up just from an academy system or something like that.
Ah, ini loh. Ada Kilua dan THYY nih. THYY tembakannya sakit, Cok. Menurut gua ini Talon upgrade dari segi tembakan. Terus dia bisa bikin komposisi agent player-playernya dengan adanya THY sama si Kilua lebih better. Komunikasinya lebih better juga pasti. Primi solo duelist enak. CRWS-nya jadi inisiatornya fleksibel. Karena udah ada smoker. Jitboy bisa main sentinel dengan nyaman. Wah, seru sih ini. Talon harusnya strong sih.
It's hit or miss for me. That's
Governor di kick. Governor nggak tahu dah di kick ya. Dia udah ketemu, udah nemu di akademi, Cok.
And we were talking about how good they looked after map 1, then they bomb out the rest of the series. So this isn't a team without potential, but it's just not clicking.
Si Ten sebagai interview bilang Primi best aimer, serius.
They've had a lot of time to work now. They're changing things internally. So
TS menurut gua masih kurang dah, TS. Nggak tahu kenapa ya.
Yeah, I mean they're a team without roster changes. I think in the coaching video, that the content that Chopra was doing with various different coaches.
Menurut kalian TS strong nggak? Kecuali gamenya benar ya. Kalau misalnya mereka lagi dapat tembakan ya. Tapi kalau maksain rosternya masih ini juga menurut gua B aja sih. Jeremy-nya yang pas kemarin apa kick off.
I mean, even one of them going into PRX, right? There's so many great
kagak perform
in tier 2, so their talent is definitely there.
Sore tahu kusuk.
If they can't find results soon, they've definitely got to start looking at some of those players.
Definitely, and with them facing against
Masih
talent
10
today, this is
menit,
going to be a really
anjay.
tall order of full
Iya deh.
Filipino squad versus a full Thai squad.
Exactly. I'm so excited about that because I feel like we've had so many mixed nationality teams, but I love the idea of full nationality rosters and organizations going head to head.
Oh, katanya dia suka, guys, kalau misalnya ide-ide yang full sama negara kata dia. Wen ya Indonesia sama negara benar-benar 5-5 ya Indonesia semua wen ya. Apa rank dulu 10 menit kocak. Oh, airport boy. Ada bang, siapa tuh yang Indonesia 5-5-nya? Wen ya. AE kan nggak di franchise kocak.
Look, the rookies have been integrated fantastically. They've had some great pickups. Both Hyunmin and Freeing have shown to be amazing.
Wah, mau minum aku. Haus cina.
IGLing duties. I mean, I know that initially they had Freeing eyed as the IGL, but they've stuck with Marco. Flashback is this player that he can have some really big maps, and I think the thing that I really took away from Masters for me is that
ya nah itu loh. Harusnya pede dong. Next season ada 5 Indo masuk. Ah, gimana gua. Katanya mau main freak mau ke boom jadi 5 Indo. Serius. Jadi kalau main freak ke boom,
Flashback had a big map on Haven I remember early on in the tournament, so you definitely see some big peaks for these players.
enggak lah, kayaknya nggak mungkin nggak sih.
I'm a little bit less worried though.
Kecuali PRX-nya rombak.
I think that this should be very, very comfortable territory for them, and they're going to be very, very comfortable against PRX in particular, who have not shown great form so far this year.
Bukan
I
downgrade.
think they're actually going to be feeling good heading into today. You know, they had a great kickoff.
Nurun.
PRX didn't necessarily have that good of a kickoff, so they know they can do it. They know they can play at this international level. But as you say, it's about consistency. But it's a young team, you know, 2 rookies. It can take a little bit.
Nah ini loh duelis baru kita. Kira-kira Jing main apa ya? Sumting main apa ya? Kira-kira yang muka-muka terancam digantiin siapa ya? Coba kita lihat. Anjir, Davoy dengan stylean rambutnya itu loh. Seruput dulu Ron. Seruput dulu Son. Biar fokus. Oke, yuk. Fokus yuk. Anjir, gokil juga like. Yuk, season kemarin oke lah. Kita nggak lolos, nggak apa-apa. Masternya juga di Bangkok. Nah ini Toronto kita harus ke Kanada ya. Dengan flight berapa puluh jam. Ngopi dulu dong. Nanti buka puasa baru ngopi kocak.
My personal opinion on this team is do not play it safe. They've had a style that worked for them for a long time. That was about being different. It was about having their own identity in Valorant.
Mana nih Batman? Batman nggak main, udah gue bilang. Dia tuh hanya ancaman buat orang yang kayak mainnya nggak konsisten kayaknya dah.
None of this, you know, oh, I'm gonna
Itu
flash
ancaman
for
buat
you, you know, gentle
beberapa
assist
player doang
thing.
ini.
Go run at them. Go run at them and shoot them in the face.
Kemarin
That's
kan
what I
udah
wanna
ya
see.
ngopi di ngopi WP. Ngopi WP. Kapan?
Like all of them together.
Contohnya, kalau something mainnya busuk jadi inisiator. Nah ya, 4 man in. Ninja tapi kan udah dibeli kocak buat stream malamnya. Oh kemarin banget emang iya. Emang siapa misalnya yang mau di kick?
Again, these two teams, they've become sort of a loving, like a, you
The
know, a couple
part is
here, or
our-
brothers, the RX brothers. They face off what 10 times
Anjir,
now.
lihat perubahannya
It
coy.
feels even more than that. We
2023
were discussing that before we came onto the desk here, and honestly, most of the wins were
2023
up top. And it's weird to think
1
that today that's
2024
not the case.
2
We're in a different era though.
stat
At the end of
satunya
the day, this is
1
such a different
78
DRX roster than historically the has played.
penurunan
Against
anjing.
PRX. And
78-nya
PRX
juga
although
dibantai
it's the same
DFM
roster,
cok
they're almost a
13-1.
shell of themselves in kickoff at the end of the day. So, you know, looking at the historical data, the org rivalry is obviously always going to be there, and you love to see
Oh
it,
iya
but
kondangan ya.
this is going to be a very different
Nah,
interaction. It's gonna
Derex
have to be PRX
2,
rediscovering
3,
themselves and
4
being
masih
able to
top
take
4
on,
lah.
a team that's been on the cutting edge of the meta and that has these rookies that have come in here with so much fire.
Yeah, I think that's such an important point. You know, I think Mako might have maybe these ghosts of the old school.
Ini game
PRX
cepat
in
apa
his
enggak?
head,
Kayaknya
because
3 map
he's
deh.
been in all those matches.
Yeah.
But you know, the new kids on the block, Freeing and
Kayak
Hyunmin,
3 map.
they don't care. They're just playing against the best players in the world. They just rock.
What?
So Freeing, you know, it's Freeing's
Aja
world. and we're
sama,
all living in it,
KDA
as far
sama.
as I'm concerned, you know.
You're such a
Headset
freak, man.
beda.
I really am.
Main Sky,
One big reason we
Teho,
want to
Teho
highlight this head-to-head
13
is
kali
the
Teho.
differences in agent pool. You know, we see across these two. Freeing
Nggak paling enak karena main lihat-lihat ikan ya. Main lihat-lihat ikan tuh apa tuh?
He's a lot more flexible.
Freeing lama-lama mukanya dikasih kumis sama biar mirip Teho kan?
He has not played another agent. He
Wait.
hasn't played anything else. He's just playing Teo.
It's-
Forsaken has played Teo.
Wait,
He's played a little
wait
bit
a
of everything, you
minute.
know? He's just the flexible guy.
I think it's so interesting as well how evenly matched they
Teho
are. playing
only,
kind of
Cok.
the same kind of flex role. You know, we look at their stats, the same ACS, the same KDA, but with wildly different strategic approaches to the position.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic point here. Freeing, I mean, don't be the Jing of DRX, you know?
Jing kira-kira main apa ya guys? Ada yang bisa nebak?
You just want to
Only
be Teho
Teo.
forever.
He's cracked it.
Kira-kira
The best
Jing
Teo.
main
It is.
agent
He's not
apa
broke,
ya?
don't fix it. He is Teo.
I
in my
mean,
mind.
even at Masters, he got his. He still got his.
Serius
He did.
deadlock.
He definitely did.
Oh,
and,
man.
They definitely pioneered on the best of it. And off the rip, DRX is banning Pearl. And
Yeah.
I think we talk about the DFM paper.
Heaven ya. Oh, pantesan dia ngajakin scrim Heaven mulu.
I think DRX are just not great on Pearl, and I think
Icebox PRX is back, double duelist. Feeling gua ISO, ISO Raje oke, ISO Jet oke. Kalau ISO Jet, Jetnya something, ISO-nya Jason, Sentinelnya,
I don't mind
Jingnya
it for
pakai
DRX, but-
Viper
Oh, we're
atau
less sure of
pakai
this map,
Killjoy.
right? They played it one time in kickoff, they played
Jangan
it one time
jangan
in
Sage
Masters.
lagi
So,
nggak sih?
they don't have that kind of wide-
Jangan
it's not
Sage
one
lagi,
map
udah
that
nggak
they go
meta
to for them
kentut.
before, so I think they'll have been cooking some
Masih
moves
main
above
Sage
that.
sih
So I'm
kacau sih
excited
menurut
to
gua.
see what's changed for them.
I mean, PRX last time they played Haven, they were playing like Raze Neon, and that was in
Emang
the
lu
off-season. I think Radiant
Sage
made sure
lagi?
that they were playing
Enggak lah.
that map a couple of
Masih
times,
better
but they haven't
kalau
played
double
it
duelist
early,
jangan
but
Sage,
to
cok.
be fair, they didn't play many maps at kickoff. Sorry.
Kan biasanya udah nggak mungkin.
Say that.
Kalau Alex masih mengiyakan Sage sih gua bingung
They
sih.
were playing Zova Teo, but I think over at Champs they actually swapped it on over.
Ya kita
to
lihat lah.
Yolo
Aneh sih
Teo
kalau
in the
masih main
breach.
Sage ya.
So
Nah
they
Sage
are
tuh oke,
actually have been a
cuma
team that
jangan
changes
dia
their
yang
comp map to
solo
map quite a lot. They're not
Sentinel
afraid to
gitu.
change. Of course they'll have Teo in there.
Tapi
no
kalau
matter
misalnya
what,
nih
but the
contoh,
other agents
Sage-
actually are quite flexible
Sage
on a lot of
doang,
different maps.
I do
Sentinelnya
really like how DRX has
banyak
evolved,
bolong sih, harus diisi sama orang.
23, and it was so needed. They struggled so much last year, but by the end of last year, we saw them coming into their full form. And it's
DRX,
so different today.
DRX
This is actually
4
crazy
orang.
because there was a time when it would be
Kenapa
almost all
Cabe
paper
Ninja
routes.
ini pilih
And
Perex?
that's,
Kayaknya dia
just a
tahu
big
dalamnya
numbers
Perex
out of it.
lagi
Now, we
lagi udah melewati masa-masa downfall ini ya. Gua percaya PRX menang, guys. Siapa yang setuju? PRX menang. Kalau Jason beneran season ini dia
I picked DRX because I'm a
full
free
duelist.
I picked DRX because it's a
Gue percaya Jason Jason PRX
It's gonna
menang.
be surgical in my mind. DRX showed so
Kalau
much
beneran
strength.
ya.
I mean,
Dia full duelist.
The at-home poll was
Unpopular opinion.
Yeah.
Unpopular opinion.
no, I
Big
don't care.
time.
I don't
What'd you
care
say?
about that.
DRX
PRX have a lot of
menang,
fans. They're very vocal, and you know,
Ini
I
tembakan balik
appreciate you
lagi
getting
nih.
behind your team.
Kalau
but
Jason duelist
just,
menang ini
I
PRX.
just think from what we saw from these two teams, PRX have a huge mountain to climb compared to DRX. They just got that international experience and are coming back home feeling confident.
Apakah kita melihat 13-1?
But they
PRX
do have
dibantai
such a
13-1.
lead on DRX. You guys are forgetting history here, so that is why I'm going
Care
with
about
PaperX.
history. We live in the now. We live in the present.
Terus masalah
That
IGL
is
belum
a very
selesai
fair
dong,
assessment, and I know
belum.
that's why we are all very excited to see the first matchup of today of Stage 1. We've got DRX facing PaperX for Stage 1, so let's send it down and see how they're feeling.
Mahal ini dia. Kalau Jason duelist lu percaya ya, Anjir, yang Giku keren banget tuh warnanya. Logo Riotnya. Kalau Jason gak duelist kasih DRX aja pialanya. Kagak, DRX yang juara tapi jangan lupain ini, Cok. Ada King RRQ. Aduh, kena copy kanan kan. Oh, kita kan official ya, nggak mungkin copyright nggak sih? Kalau masih kena copyright sih, udah official sih kacau. Game predict nggak, sabep. Terus Bridal. T1 yang juara enggak sih? Kita ada King RRQ, guys. Cubi Ninja sih cantik banget sih. Buset. Top assist ya. Top assistnya per map ini, per map atau gimana? Top assist paling tinggi per map, top assist ya.
2025 VCT Pacific Stage 1.
Tadi map apa? Heaven ya.
Rise Pacific.
Kopinya mana nih? Tahi, kenapa kopi, Cok? Harbor gini. Keren aja yang kasket harbor. Sabar, Bang Superdel ya. Top assist ya. Kalau inisiatornya PRX kayaknya Mako. Gelo ini coy, entry-nya. Ada wall harbor gini. Ditembusin slow kah?
DRX.
The scales of the Pacific region have always tipped between PaperX and DRX.
Anjir, pakai
One
jaket.
team ascending as the
Pakai
other
zipper
weighs
dia.
heavy with
Kirain
expectations.
jas loh.
But no matter the shift, they always meet here on the same stage where today PaperX must prove they can rise again.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing if they can do that. I think DRX are right on the cutting edge of the meta right now. They are a very strong team and they're going to be difficult for PaperX to topple. They've got to turn their form
Kira-kira
around.
WL dipakai nggak, Bang
180 from what
Gico?
we saw in kickoff, and they're going to be keeping the same
Kayaknya
roster going into the game today.
DRX mungkin, tapi kalau PRX kayaknya belum deh.
For DRX at least.
Emang iya ada muka Patman-nya masuk main. Oke, kita melihat.
Core squad, we're so familiar.
Wah,
Since 2023,
ini loh.
basically after lock-in,
Masih
just
wah,
talking about,
anjir
they
dengan
brought out
cool
lock-in,
boy-nya ini loh.
you
Dove
know,
sih gokil loh.
They switched Benkai, they brought in
Dengan
something,
model
and then they
rambut
looked
barunya itu.
phenomenal. Made it really far
Wele
through
boleh
the
glitch
LA
yang terbang
champs,
tuh.
making to that grand
Nggak
finals,
tahu.
but
Kayaknya
ever
nggak
since
boleh deh
then,
itu.
they've always made it to international events. And last
Masih dengan
last year,
roster
but now
yang
they
sama
finally
dengan
got them to make their first
muletnya itu yang
international event,
berwarna
and
blonde
surely
itu ya.
looking for their comeback.
Yeah, I mean, I think it can go
Mahal
one of
nih
two
Dava
ways,
ini.
right? If you don't make that international event, the first way is, you know, it's
Ente
going
dah
to
ini
be a big
PRX menang ini
boost to them
PRX.
going, we need to get
Duelisnya
it
first
fixed, or it
second
can be a
soalnya. Lu lihat nih,
grumbling,
Alex senyum nggak nih?
sort of
Kalau dia
sensation where it's like,
cemberut
oh no,
baru
it's all
kalah.
falling
Tuh
apart.
senyum.
So
Lu
we'll
lihat,
have to
dia
see
udah
how it
feeling
ends
it
up
ini.
today.
Wah, ini yang juara
I was hoping
kemarin.
they were gonna fight. I don't know if you guys saw that. The AI situation.
Ini yang
But
juara
sorry, go
kemarin.
ahead,
Lu
Phil.
lihat.
I think, you know, I'm hoping
Bayangin
that
Alex
Paper X
senyum.
going out in kickoff, like who've already had some kind of rumblings of like some inconsistency for a long time before that. I'm hoping that.
Oh ya,
them
kemarin
going
ada
out in
update. Kayaknya
kickoff
Super
like
Glad
that
itu
is
udah
gonna be the
dihapus
crisis
dah.
moment that actually
Maksudnya udah
lights a
nggak bisa.
fire under them and is gonna push them to do a whole
Mungkin nggak
lot
WP,
better.
nggak
And like
passion
I
dia.
said, I mean, especially looking at this map pool, I'm not really sure what to expect.
Lu
because
kapan
for
mulet?
Hayden,
Pengen
I
coba
mean,
gua
it's not
mulet.
something PRX has played
Nggak
since
bisa
the
tapi rambut gua nggak panjang-panjang,
they
Cok.
hadn't had a lot of reps on it.
Baru potong
Icebox is
soalnya.
coming out of left field back into the
Buru
map
bang,
pool.
2 orang.
Becomes
Oke, 2
equally
orang ya,
easy to play that
Heaven.
champs last
Satu.
year, many months now. And then Lotus getting
Aduh,
some reps for both of these
dari-
teams in kickoff. I mean, a promising one for PRX as well,
Makin
although that was
dapat.
over Zeta.
I think this is gonna be a really interesting
Smokernya Paris gue
review
bingung
of
nih siapa nih.
all three of these maps. Now that we know
Kayaknya Mako
York's
satu.
great with the Tejo, but Waylay is in, and we're already seeing the map that you guys wanted to see. At least one.
Di
of the two.
DRX satu lagi nih Satonya
Are we
bakal
gonna see
main Teho,
the agent that we
Teho
wanna see?
I
Bridge.
think today's a Waylay day.
Atau enggak kalau
Waylay
double
day?
duel
I think so.
Sofa.
Like three
Dari
of the
PRX
four
gue
teams
bingung nih
playing
siapa
today,
nih
I
yang
could
mau
see
kita
winning away.
pilih
I could
nih.
see Talon doing it.
Cek
I could
agent
see
dulu,
both of
nah,
these teams
boleh.
doing it. We
Di
know
PRX nih.
PRX try and push the meta, but
Yoru.
not today, not
Woo.
in this game at least.
Yoru
Okay.
4 second,
This is
lihat
the
nih.
opposite of what
Jing
I expected. PRX
Oman.
almost kind of
Yang
playing what
Jing
DRX
Oman
were playing
smoke-nya
over in Masters. Very
dihabisin,
similar looking comp,
apa
but
nggak dipakai nih?
DRX a double duelisting with flashback on the neon.
Ini
Wait,
dia
this is
loh,
right.
double duelist DRX
Brings up
ya.
Cypher
Gua
instead of
Mako
Teo.
sama
Flashbacks on a duelist,
something.
and Yeoman's on
Mako
Jet.
something.
They're double
Something bridge-nya
duelisting
oke menurut
against
gua.
PRX, who
Mako
used to
something.
play
Oke,
double
lock.
duelist on
Honestly,
this map.
it looks like it's wrong. It looks like these two compositions.
Ini
Wrong
emang
way
komposisi agent
Also,
mereka sekarang.
Jing and Mindfreak have swapped
Jing
roles.
disuruh main smoker.
Is
Gua udah
the
bilang,
Sentinel.
Alex
Jing
udah
was on Omen.
senyum.
I don't-
Dia
okay,
menemukan
this is absolutely insane, and
metode
we are
baru
gonna
nih,
have to toss
variasi
their
baru
counters,
nih.
and this is very exciting also because we have a
Roster
new
boleh
voice
nggak
here in
ganti,
VCT
tapi
Pacific. More
komposisi
representation
agentnya
from
berbeda ini.
Oceania.
Gimana
We've
caranya
got
Jason harus
Komodo.
duelist? Nah
Welcome,
ini nih.
he's casting together
Dia
with
menemukan
Clem.
ini. Lu bilang Peres menang ini, Cok.
Right.
Kalian jangan
Thank you
macam-macam
very much,
dengan
Victoria. Yes, we do have
dengan
a new
role
voice on the
Paris
desk
sekarang
this
ya.
time. Komodo, how are you
Kita udah
feeling?
merasakan
I'm feeling
tuh.
good, and
Jason
I think
duelist.
coming in towards this is not what I expected. I don't think this timeline is what anybody
Mending main Freak
expected.
Sentinel.
This agent
Menurut gua
composition that we
masuk
have been
akal.
delivered for this series.
Jing
It's
dipaksain
just
jadi
so
controller
strange, right?
karena
I mean, it is a little bit
walaupun
familiar
si
just
Aaron
having these
lebih
two teams, but the fact that
ngerti
they've kind of
main
swapped
controller
roles
kayak
now,
gimana
it's
karena dia
Paper
udah
X with something
bertahun-tahun.
slightly more meta,
Cuma
but there is a
si Aaron
Yuri in
lebih
the
ngerti
mix.
cara
Yeah,
kalau
I mean,
jadi
I look
attacker
towards these comps
sebagai
and I'm a little
sentinel
bit
tuh.
sad that we're not going to
Kalau
be
Jing
seeing freeing back on the
kadang
Taper.
nggak
I think he
masang
was really
ini,
good on that.
kadang
But going back
ngeflanknya
towards
timingnya nggak
Cypher
pas.
is something that
Mendingan
he's been so
si
proficient on as well
Jing
before.
yang ikut
I think more
bareng
interestingly,
duelist, Cok.
for
Jadi
me,
duelist,
flashback
second
on
duelist
a
tapi
neon,
pakai itu.
that raises a lot of question marks.
Yeah, I mean, it
Beneran
still kind of is
borongan.
going along that theme of like putting your previous Sentinel, the
Menang,
one
guys.
with better
Menang ini,
aims,
menang ini PRX
onto
nih.
the duelist roles. But how that's all
Waktunya
going
kita
to play
mendukung
out?
PRX ya.
How is this match out going to turn out?
Aaron
It's a
kan
very
manusia
interesting thing
slow
to think
dia.
about, but I feel regardless of the
Ini baru
outcome,
benar nih,
we
PRX
can
banget nih.
definitely expect a very exciting match coming up soon.
I hope so. I mean, I wouldn't be
Setelah
surprised if
Jason
this
back
does
to duelist
deliver
bisa nih.
towards 3 maps in this
Makanya.
series. We've got reigning
Gua
champs
kenapa
DRX.
dukung PRX
Don't
karena
forget
udah
that,
tahu.
you know, you
Back
got to
to
mention that
duelist
when we're getting
ini.
in towards
Beliau,
this series as
oke,
well.
oke,
And for
oke,
PRX,
kita
who bowed
close.
out decently
Kita
early
fokus
over in
gamenya
kickoff,
ya.
this is a bit of a resurgence time for them.
You know, the fans have been
Coba
wondering,
ya, kita lihat
when will
jurunya
Paper
ya.
X play? Will Paper X possibly even win again? All those questions will be answered starting right now as they move on out straight in towards a lobby.
Well, it's good to see they're not scared, already taking space
Okay,
over towards
take-
A lobby.
ambil balik.
You've got to be a little bit careful you don't take it too
Wah,
carefully,
gila kamu ya.
but, yeah, look, that's
Cek
not
angle,
right.
Quickly
bo.
flooding through, right? Break off the smokes, and it's Jing in with the classics
Fake,
as well.
fake ambil
They're
B,
able to
makanya dia
dev
maju.
ball
Bah.
all the way through now,
Lihat
and that
tuh.
is a very
Balik lagi
open
nih.
A site.
Tembakan,
A little
main
bit of it's
berlima,
finest, a
yang
little bit
penting
delayed from the
thread
beginning, but you do
kill.
like to see that they're all
Ketahuan
holding
trap
hands.
belakang satu,
Get that spike
flank.
plant down.
Tenang ada
Let's
Jing
see
yang
what
udah
Marco
jagain.
Freeing gonna be able to do just in a retake. I mean, it's going to be difficult. Jing, Mind Freak a little bit low.
Well,
Ambil
Paranoia
CT.
still in his pocket
Mantap.
though for Jing, so
Jing di
has
BT
a bit
sama
of an
Aaron.
opportunity, but not
Jing
quite
di BT
the info,
sama
so
Aaron.
just tucked away inside the pocket. Mind Freak possibly holding
Yep.
the angle for information. Right there it is, Jing. Does he swap to
Nggak
the
nggak
utility?
mungkin
Not
Mako
quite
nggak
just
sadar
yet.
nggak sih?
Mako's
Nggak
still
mungkin nggak sih?
trying to get a little bit more space, but dies to the right click.
Davai
close range freeing now. Lost in alone, it's going to be the entire swarm. Divide to finish it off. PaperX starting off clean.
Yeah, absolutely flawless to come out from them. You do like to see that one, especially just able to kind of squander the very beginning attempts of DRX. I don't mind the idea, right? You want to go for a little bit of A-level control.
Aaron sering last minute dikasih sentinel. Kayaknya paling cocok buat dia pasti ngeliat dari segi di attack-nya juga sih. Kalau Jing kayaknya belum biasa dia jadi flank karena dia hobi ikut bareng. Tapi kalau Aaron main sendiri gitu dia lebih tahu kayak gimana karena emang dia orang lama juga kan lurker. Jadi masuk akal. Apakah Tejo akan menjadi most pick lagi? Pastinya iya. Selagi belum ada update yang gimana banget. Jason duelis ini.
DRX take space over at C.
Langsung eksekusi nggak sih setnya masa nggak? Masa nggak di-able ini deh? Sofanya ini udah di hello, cek dong shotnya. Mahal ini dengan stingernya something. Even habis di nerf ya, tapi nerfnya damage itunya dong kan? Masih oke dipakai sih tuh. Mahal nih posisinya bagus. Oh mati sama bom. Direction nggak mau ngasih or. Tapi harusnya dicari. Harusnya dicari. Jangan mati. Jason lumayan dapat or. Kejar Son. Lu aja main Son. Jing dengan omennya walaupun kita tidak lihat gameplay flash TP-nya itu loh. Walaupun hanya smoke only sama flash biasa, kita belum melihat Jing omen ya. Ini masih kayak ibarat main kedoknya omen tapi skillnya kita belum lihat. Gameplay manjanya ya. Rena update jadi Rehan kalau nggak salah.
And you can start to see those old flavors of the old PaperX as well now coming through. I mean, it is the first 2 rounds, but they have been
baru round awal itu kita lihat ini. Jing main Astra harusnya ada, tapi kalau misalnya di Astranya double controller gitu ada Astra Omen ya pasti Astranya si Aaron. Kayak jadi sentinel aja. Sofa ketahuan. Anjir, sabar. Ini kenapa Aaron yang buka jalan nih? Ini Aaron belum ada nge-flank manja nih. 3 short, 2 long, di dronein.
Mako continuing to push up even further too, so that's even more information. DRX have already rotated over onto this A site.
Ya ketahuan, mati nih Jason sama something mati.
But never mind, I say that he is caught looking the wrong way. Bane finds Forsaken as well, and this is going perfect so far for DRX.
Are going up against the Omen, of course. So it's Mako just trying to hold down the back lines. PaperX has to now watch out for their backs. They're even getting hit by the flash. A secondary smoke coming through, and it forces Sniper to push on. He does get one, but he makes it a trade. Jing in for another trade as well. The spikes on the ground. PaperX wants to pick it up. Something dives right in. It's down to the one-on-one.
Wow! Tembakan something walaupun pakai Papa Bridge. Nggak, kayaknya nggak bisa deh. Di Aaron bagian ikut mungkin karena bonus tadi ya. Tapi nextnya harusnya nggak bisa deh Aaron ikut. Kameranya nggak di mid juga. Banyak bolong. Lihat ya, enak banget yang nge-push.
But then you kind of give up your hand just a little bit too much. A 3 versus 5 conversion rate to come here. A little bit unfortunate for DRX as well, but for PaperX, not being scared when they're in a defensive position.
Cuma dead only itu kata something dulu. Gua main Bridge juga bisa nge-kill cina.
You gotta love it.
Thank you Patman, farewell.
Aduh,
bantuin Davai. Nice stun Davai. Keding ya? Aduh, di flash lagi ya, astagfirullah. Kena smoke.
Yeah, good fault line. It's a little bit awkward for flashback.
Thank you, friend. Udah menyelamatkan aku. Nah, ini loh, Aaron suka yang kayak gini-gini nih. Ini role dia banget nih sebenarnya. Chatnya dulu, Sabi nih, Jing. Jangan ikutin Aaron gak sih? Jangan ikutin gak sih? Bantuin ke side gak sih? Kenapa lu ambil role-nya Aaron tuh? Diusir kan lu? Batu, Jing. Gak ngerti. Pengen ikutan, FOMO anaknya. Kalau lu ikutan, ntar jadi ketahuan Aaron. Ente Patman, kamu hanya sebagai bikin kayak wah ini player ini terancam nih kalau ada six man. Nah tahunya lu cuma gunanya buat itu doang, kocak. Abis itu dia farewell camat.
You don't win the pistol, you don't win the bonus round. If you don't win your next gun round, I mean, you start to question a little bit.
Kamu pikir kamu masuk jadi player, man?
It does feel that way, doesn't it?
Ya udah nggak sih kalau dia jadi six man juga, guys? Orang jatuhnya dia franchise walaupun nggak main.
And with that, they're able to pick DRX apart now. Moving forward, though, this is the first time that we're seeing them head down this B lane. Breaks the trip from the shadows towards the back.
Don't forget, there's an operator down the sewers as well for Hyunmin, so he can send flashback away to try and help out with the rest of the squad.
Dikira dia TP ke sana.
He's in the back lines and they have no idea. Again, Forsaken Jing just getting active around the map. That kind of might even be the round in
ini juara kick off kemarin, guys.
Broken a lot of DRX's defensive lines. Mako trying to find
something,
looking for get a double, but something makes it a trade. Bane now.
Tenang.
Flooding back
Masih ada Jing, pada bingung sama Jing posisinya di mana. Masa iya di Vista, terus Bane dikira ini lawan Iron ya? Mana ada kocak.
It looks so good from PRX
iya
as well.
PRX
Splitting around the map, making sure that they're trying to throw a bit of a spanner in the works to where DRX are trying to look. A great reposition from Jing as well. You could just see none the wiser were DRX, and you're going towards a retake scenario where you're at 5 versus 3. Some brilliance from Marco, don't get me wrong, but when you're looking down the barrel of it, Teo is still alive, they've still got salvos, you've got special delivery still as well, and you're a lonely jet with some cloudbursts, you're not really going to be able to get a defuse like that. So back to the drawing board for DRX, but with no timeout. Just an eco round to have here. PRX gonna start their hand a little bit differently, spawning out, freeing. And he is by himself at the moment. Marco, bit of utility in towards the garage, of course, can send out smokes, can send out a paranoia if they want to go for a bit of a challenge. But all in all, bit of a slower start for PaperX here.
Certainly.
Tadi orbnya siapa yang ngambil?
Just trying to throw off some of DRX's possible reads. We did have flashback.
Bridge punya ulti 9 ya orbnya ya?
Seeing or sensing a bit of danger, he does fall back. Of course, though, DRX are on those pistols.
It's very wise.
Nah, ini thrifty nih. Wow, lu lihat Iron Man sendiri tuh.
Making sure they're doing it in pairs a little bit.
Give me a
being too overzealous.
Gak bisa lagi.
Trying to just stretch in towards territory that they don't own.
It's kind of strange to see this from PaperX, isn't it, Komodo? I mean, they're showing off different looks. They're slowing down the pace.
Cek angle. Jason udah pasti cek angle dong. Emang yang dulu duelisnya nggak cek angle. Ini Forsaken, guys. Tenang aja kalau masalah angle gitu. Tuh, Forsaken duelis sih angle aman.
Yeah, you're just trying to find
emang siapa duelis yang nggak cek angle? Ini kenapa main freak barisan terdepan mulu nih? Gue liat nih Sentinel kedok topi dong tapi maju terus nih.
And it's not going to be a flawless round again to come through from PaperX.
And they've been holding on to that outlaw for quite a while, haven't they?
Buset, stop ngomongin orang puasa kocak.
I mean, it is against the eco of DRX, so why not keep that to punish them?
Duh, asisnya siapa sih yang paling banyak nih? Lagi something ya, 3 ya?
I just have to imagine.
Gelo bantingan babang Aaron. Jason duelis banting. Pos dulu nggak sih DRX keter-ketir kah? Dengan PRX yang sekarang full senyum ke Alex. Ini dia formula yang sesungguhnya. Kalian kemarin karena Master Bangkok gue ngalah ya. Ini Toronto kita harus kesana nih. Ke Kanada nih kita nih. Siapa ini yang di atas? Ini siapa yang di atas? Dia ngedesan. Astagfirullah. Ngedesan Jay.
And that blocks off the B site.
It is an opening pick.
Nanti kalah murung.
They have lost it from advantage position so far in this match, so it's going to be a bit of a reset on the back of utility.
Iron Man, hancurin dulu. Cakep. Sabar, bikin overthink dulu.
No real space forward anywhere from DRX as well.
Ganggu A dulu bisa ke A juga. Usir dulu orang A-nya, udah pasti sendiri. Ayo bunuh yuk, makonya something. Boh, headshot lu ya. Masih ngapi kamu Mako. Nah, overthink udah rotate.
Things start to look a little bit scurrysome around the map. More rotations in towards garage. You got to re-pick up some information.
Sabar. React dulu nggak sih, pantek-pantek dulu. Aaron mau ulti itu. Nah, kepancing. Ulti Ron. Waktunya ulti nggak sih Ron?
there it is.
Kenapa nggak jadi, Cok?
Mention the Rolling Thunder.
Ini dekat. Oke, kita
very well
react
be
ke B
setting
nih.
up for it right now.
Ke B nggak
They're all
sih?
left in. That's all the information that you want. Rolling Thunder does go towards the seaside. You got the Armageddon too.
And there it goes. Definitely keeping them trapped in. It does
Nice
take away
banget,
free
PRX,
slide.
guys.
Something in
Lu
with the
lihat.
next and Mind Freak
Ini beda
guns
ini
down
beda ini.
Hyunmin. Paper Rex look
Ini cara
nigh
mainnya menurut
unstoppable
gua
right now.
Usually,
PRX
we
udah
associate
bisa
calm,
main
collective, calculated
situational ini
plays
udah
from
bisa nih
DRX,
PRX
but
nih.
we're getting that from
Lihat, dia
Paper
habis
Rex at the moment. The team that you generally in
duelisnya mati,
history
dia
don't
chill,
know what's
dia
going to
bunuh,
be thrown your way.
Ganggu
This is
kontrol A-nya dulu,
a
abis itu dia
massive
coba hit, ada
revitalization for
ulti,
this
dia tunggu
squad.
dulu.
I
PRX
would
menang,
say,
gue udah
you know,
bilang guys.
You're not quite sure what's going your way.
Kayak
That's
gini
exactly
tuh,
how DRX are feeling right
kalau
now.
PRX duelisnya masih yang dulu
I mean, I was questioning
tuh
a little
ya,
bit in the beginning of this
baru
map,
beda.
right? What was
Ini
this
udah beda
Neon
nih,
going to
PRX
look like
mainnya
from Flashback? Who
udah gokil
is a player
nih.
who generally, you know, has to play
Terarah
around
nih.
aside himself. He's very proficient with the utility, peeking on the back of it. You have to be self-sufficient when you're playing on
Apakah kamu
towards those Sentinel agents, right?
ketar-ketir?
At the
Babang
moment,
DRX
I'm
sudah
not
pause
getting a sense of I'm the
7-0.
duelist. I'm working with my team who can set me up with some utility to go in for the fight. We've seen a little bit of Hyunmin and him, you know, going around together in sewers
Ini
and airlock
namanya
and everything and
right
going for it.
man on the
But no
right place.
setups really from any utility because
Jelas.
you look towards it unless you're
Panggilin
getting a
Jika deh
paranoia
Bang
from
Kico.
Marco or some
Sabar
sort of
dulu nggak
darts
sih
or
ini
drone
baru
from Bane.
Pacific.
It's very
That's all.
difficult to get
Lolos
set up.
dulu nggak
Exactly.
sih?
You don't have that breach. You don't have maybe even a Teo. So
Bocil
it is a
PRX
little bit
mana
tough,
yang
but you
yang
have
nggak
been given
karbitan
this
ya, yang
duelist
benar
role. You need to make
dukung
something
PRX
work
ya,
with it.
walaupun dia
I
kemarin
just
nggak lolos.
have to imagine, given how the first few rounds have
Tenang
played
aja,
out,
guys.
DRX
Ini
are
PRX,
feeling some
dia
of
udah nggak
those
mau
like
ngasih
self-doubt moments,
kesempatan
and that's
master-master
why
ke tim
it's
lain nih kata
hasn't
dia.
been going too well. So hopefully this
Dia
time out
udah
will bring them back
menggebu
in the
nih
game,
ngeliat T1 juara
especially
kemarin
considering
Master.
the fact that
Pengen
they're
juara
sitting
dia
on
nih
5
PRX.
ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, is 7 rounds enough tape here in this map for me to get a good idea on what they need to do to at least stabilize in this first half, go over towards your own attacking side, where you actually have looked pretty destructive on that side in
Lihat
recent
Jing
history.
di atas tuh Jing.
Yeah, it's shaky.
Ini shotnya maju kaget ini
Very
dia.
cheeky position, especially with the cage kind of concealing his movements. Might have heard something, so Hyunmin will stay disciplined, avoids that angle. The rest of the team, though, back into B.
And another eco round to come through from DRX, where
Oke,
Paper
ketahuan
Rex
Oman.
are taking it
Oman
patiently,
di
not
set B.
playing their hands, getting too hungry for anything, just playing together, collective.
Di smoke.
Very
Oke,
careful.
chill.
This is
Hancurin.
a team that has had
Kabut
perfect
ke
games
A.
before, but here it comes. the
Kasih
quick
Aaron sendiri,
execute.
Aaron bisa
DRX
survive itu.
trying to
Itu
get ahead of
hobinya
things.
Aaron, anjir.
In with the
ulti.
Hunter's Fury
Dah
as
ke
well,
A.
but Mind Freak
Cakep.
has managed to seal away with one.
It's
Demen
the
nih gua
immediate
main
speed up
kayak
from
gini.
Paper Rex though to get in towards
Ini
the
udah
east
ada-
side,
ini
clear
udah
it
ada
together in
persiapannya
numbers,
juga
you
nih
know what
PRX
kind
nih.
of utility you're up against, you know what
Taktiknya dia
weaponry you're
sengaja
up against at
nge-bait
the moment. You can set yourselves
garasi.
up for a pretty nice plant.
Pop
Though the neural
ulti
tech comes in for
flashbacknya,
free, so they know
langsung
where everyone
cabut
is.
ke A.
Still though,
Ayo,
I mean,
posisinya
ahead of the time
cakep.
in game, Paper Rex has gotten
Golan
themselves
dua,
into
kenapa tiba-tiba
position.
nih?
A couple of sprays, but a
Ada
couple of
stun,
sprays from
ada
DRX
stun.
out as well. Jake
Boom,
in with the
8-0.
five. They will
Ini
manage
yang
to
juara
block out those
kemarin.
sidelines, denying
Juara
DRX
regional
any round
ini.
win.
Yeah, some damage in there for sure, but damage is not what we're
Hah?
looking for at the
8-0
moment,
mix.
Quack. We're looking for rounds
Aduh,
from
asisnya Jing
DRX.
kenapa
We're
5
looking for
ternyata?
some sort of plan that goes 100%.
Aduh, mampus saat
I
itu
have
kayak
missed it,
something.
and I'm going to highlight this because I think it's quite important, and I'm sorry.
Kata
I
Jing
apologize
sama
first for Flashback.
something.
He's still on the donut.
Siapa
There's
kemarin
0 kills
menyalahkan
coming through
kita?
from him at the moment. I
Yang
want
bilang
to
kita
see
nggak bisa
him
pakai agent lain
electrified. He's
siapa?
playing
Ini
Neon. We
buktinya
need to
tetap
see him
cover
get
kok,
set up
walaupun
for
agent
some
lain.
aggressive play
Mana
from the team
bocil?
to get into
Ragi,
Paper Rex's
guys.
face, because when they're
Tetap
playing
top frag
slow,
kok ini itu.
we're not seeing too much space gathered elsewhere from
Agentnya udah
DRX.
beda loh.
Bear saying you've got a point. Whether you call it a donut or an egg, it needs to be cracked.
Mana
It
ada gua
needs to
kentut.
be
Gua mana
changed into
pernah.
something else, and he's trying to get ahead of that right now. Still holding these sightlines down
Bukan
into a
gua,
short.
kalian itu.
He's pushing
Aduh.
over towards the
Sabar,
seaside
sabar,
of things, but
chill.
Flashback, I cursed
It is.
him. He's been cursed. He's got it on the board.
Flashback akhirnya nge-kill itu.
Same time though, off to the other end of the map. Forsaken in with
Baru
the
nge-kill
operator
itu
for the
Flashback.
first round.
Main neon doang.
Pulling things down.
Baru nge-kill
DRX
kocak.
having the numbers advantage will slow things down.
Oke.
Yeah, very clear over
Nah,
towards C as
ini
well.
call-call
for Paper Rex,
dada,
who do
walk-in.
currently do see
Aduh,
Hyunmin
tukeran-tukeran.
on the
Karena
side
di smoke
itself.
tukeran.
Some time to
Sabar.
be bought from all this utility
Kita
as
set
well,
up.
but this
Ready
is
nggak,
where
guys?
you rest on the back
Ready
of what
nggak?
Paper Rex do best. Explode in towards the side.
Cakep. TP. Mati nih harusnya.
Fault line.
Cakep,
Paranoia
something.
completely
Itu.
blinding freeing as well.
Biru dah.
Forsaken gate crashes all the
Di
way
belakang.
towards the back and
Aduh,
kind of
nice.
marks Hyunmin's
Gila,
angle.
Dava ya
Still a
HWP.
with a bit of a strafe, he takes down Jing.
Masa iya 9 kosong, guys.
The site completely flooded. Flashback, however, tries to get ahead, denying
cakep Dava ya 2 lawan 1. Sabar, chill dulu, tap bomnya dulu, santai. Jangan buru-buru plan.
And the plan
Oke, plan aja, liatin garasi gua. Pick dulu nggak sih something, masa iya nggak pick?
Holds it down, finds something.
Tahan,
It's a low HP Divine. I think it's an up in hand though, but there it is, the shock dart! You said it, he knows it, he gets the round for DRX!
I'm not sure if the gun barrel was just spotted. It's such a tight line on the corner of that wall. But somebody maybe called it, or maybe he just had the sixth sense. The shock dart to go, the kill to be calculated. Finally, DRX on the ball.
PRX juara 2.
And that's a much needed round at this juncture in this first half. Starting things off with a bit of a kill from Flashback, taking down Mind Freak. That just denied so much with how PaperX has been operating in towards a lobby.
And it's another moment in this round where the advantage is on the side of DRX, and PaperX reel it back in towards their favor, right? A reposition in towards the C side, behind the dark cover, exploding, layering the utility nicely on in. It's what you do like to see from them, but a good little individual clutch to come out at the end. That's what you need. You need to see some individual brilliance to come through from DRX at the moment, because as a team, it's not really doing too much. A reposition from Mako, however,
quick finds, but in with the
iya, gua paham taktiknya. Gua paham. Lu itu pengen langsung masuk ke dalam smoke lu pasti. Tapi minimal sabar dulu nggak sih? Itu kan ada angle-angle ya. Cek dulu nggak sih? Gak kayak gitu baik nggak sih? Atau nggak minimal flash dulu ke arah kanan atau apa? Buat TP, kayak gitu nggak sih caranya? Ini tuh heaven bukan Singapura.
That is going to be DRX finding the timing against a
ini dikira lagi full marathon ya di heaven.
Blocks out garage. Spike's been
Sabar.
dropped for Saken though. Still
Jason ini. Wah, sabar.
Finds a triple. Tries to go for the next spray but gunned down by
Davai.
The salvos go
Menang.
out and
1-1-1.
Davai. Look for the tap. Flashback gets it instead.
That was nearly so close for PaperX. I think a lot of people would have been yelling, screaming at their monitors. PaperX nearly make that work, and for DRX, I mean, you gotta take a sigh, you gotta take a breath.
Gak gitu nggak sih, Jing? Tapi sebenarnya gue ngerti taktik dia. Dia kira itu garasinya udah nggak ada. Maksudnya nggak ada yang start garasi kayak gitu. Dia pengen langsung ambil timing karena C-nya langsung gas. Kirain react ke C. Menurut gue itu cepetan. Harusnya C-nya tuh gerasak dulu baru dia main kayak gitu. Salah timing. Harusnya diperbaiki. Nah, ini kayak gini baru benar nih. Tuh. Tawan. Nah, Jing main Jing. Smoke. Nah, buka di heaven. Nah, ganyang side-nya. Flashnya mana manis? Boh. Ya elah. Jingnya kena ulti sama teman kentut. Temennya mana? Itu udah dari tadi di heaven temennya mana guys? Ini tadi timingnya kayaknya nggak dry run lah ini. Jing harusnya maju kena ulti something. Jason udah kelamaan di heaven takut dicek, jadinya dia make a play. Setelan public kah? Awal dari kehancuran kah? Alex mulai murung kah? Enggak, ini salah menurut gue nih. Harusnya Jason udah action tuh orang shot sama lo udah maju coy. Jadi kita, jadi taktiknya tuh ngepin musuhnya. Ini kenapa sedih sendiri? Alex udah marah ya. Mulai murung, mulai mengkeret di jidatnya nih.
If anything, but we'll see how PaperX continues to adjust from the previous rounds. They've been, pretty much dedicated to whatever side they pick.
You don't want to fall into a trap here,
ready stun.
Be brought in towards the A lobby, welcomed with open arms, and waltz in towards a trap of PaperX. Do see as well that Forsaken is snuck in towards the garage. I mean, being quite cautious of that. You also do have freeing over towards the back of the plat too, so if it does turn into a bit of a C play from PaperX, it's not going to be too quick of a rotation from the rest of the DRX guys who are at the A site at the moment still. A transition from Bane currently.
And at the same time though, Mako also continuing to push out of A for further information. DRX pretty much has an idea of what PaperX are trying to do, and with that, the angles being held, the offshots fire through. Bane in with a final
Masa
kill.
iya dari
DRX
8-0
will
jadi
secure this last round,
8-4?
first half for
Apakah
DRX.
ini
Alrighty, 8-4 at the
comeback?
half after the timeout.
Apa
That's 4
ini?
successive rounds. So, hey, I'm saying
Gila,
coach
Jing
input.
yang 9 asisnya apaan sih?
Very much so, and it always has been the case for
Bukan
DRX.
something
Meanwhile, though, for PaperX, I mean, this is where you start to question things once again. They started out so incredibly hot, but now they've
Apakah
kind of
ini
pulled off.
comeback, guys?
Yeah, I mean, you're switching things up. You're going over towards your defensive side. If you're dropping towards the pistol round, you know, you can have a little
8-4
bit
possible
of
comeback
waltz
loh
around
kalau
and see,
menang.
how are we going to get back in towards this
menang
one,
pistol
right? I
aja.
think if it was the other way around at the moment, I'd be way more worried in a scenario than for PaperX, where I'm a little bit less worried right now from DRX. Right?
Surely. That is the case, of course. Double duelist heading into the attacking side for DRX.
And that's where you would expect a little bit more strength to come
What
out,
is
right?
this
If you think
timeline
about going and
tuh,
diving in towards
dengan
these sites,
apa,
there's a lot of
dengan
options that
agent
DRX is
kayak
going to be
gini
able to
langsung
have
jadi
in
timeline
towards, you know,
loh.
you see explosions, your explosions, but there's a lot of reliance on making sure that your Sova utility to come out from Bane is going to be there. Remember, it's been a little bit for it.
You need that assistance. You've mentioned it before. Not just Bane. You know, it's how they all work alongside each other. Hyunmin and Flashback as well. They need to be supported. Conversely, though, Komodo, I'm thinking for
Udah
PaperX.
persis
You know,
kayak
they started
Surya lawan
out
G2
incredibly
ini
hot.
makanya.
We do have
Kata
some of
Batman
our
dalam hati,
favorite
wah
players
jadi ada
run
chance
different roles,
nih
different
buat
agents.
jadi
How does that continue to play out?
starting
Mind Freak, you
lineup.
know, we can kind of expect a consistent performance with that. But how does Jing look on this Omen?
I mean, I think towards how early they got, you know, knocked out over towards kickoff and how much time they've had to actually practice a new emerging comp and meta like the Breach.
Quite a bit of time. Quite a bit of time for sure.
Masa iya kena comeback kalau kalah pistol?
Jing thus far has been,
Wah, ini
I
Mako
would say,
kenapa
quite
nggak ada
okay.
assist nih?
10-5.
Nggak ada nabrak semua kan?
Well, stand of
Waduh.
things, but unfortunately for Frink,
ketahuan,
the
ada lagi.
casualty of the bullets.
Yeah, just a couple of
Kena
shots
ciduk
blindly
gitu.
through the cage, and he does find something.
Double duelist nih.
A kill, that is, not the player.
Kind of passive for PaperX at the moment. Don't mind it. Bit of a garage look after for
Oh.
them. Oh, fire dispatched off, however. And that's going to be the
Tapi
B-side
sabar
to
ya.
get aggressive on. I'm looking at the other
Freeingnya
members
udah
of
mati
DRX.
ya.
How are you going to get
Freeingnya
Bane in
jago
this?
ghost.
How are you going to get Flashback? If you're trying to tap on towards the
Tapi
plant,
tumben
you're
ya,
trying to
Freeing
set
nggak-
Hyunmin in for a bit of a sneaky beaky play, but it's the one-to-one trade. And now you actually have
Freeing
managed to
nggak
get in towards this
teho.
A side. Does
Oh, dia dapat
Forsaken know? It's
A.
empty space.
Si Jason udah
Certainly
ngeh ini.
suspects it, thus not making too
Aduh,
much
smoke lagi
noise
Heaven nya.
as he heads back onto Heaven.
Ganyang nggak sih?
Meanwhile, though,
Menurut
the
gua
rest of the
ganyang
team
deh.
just
Nice
circling
banget,
back
nice
up.
banget.
We do have the fault line paranoia combo that allows for Forsaken
Ya Allah,
to at least
temennya
get
di-
one, still trying to get ahead.
Ya!
The initiative, deny that spike plant, but Bane will hold his ground. A single tap and forced to hang back and reload. Still though, audio cues be
padahal dia udah
damned.
salah loh
Something
itu
has
DRX.
a flashpoint
Si
in
Flashback
his
nge-stun
pocket.
temennya.
Looks for the right timing. Senses a bit of a
Aduh,
fake.
bisa mati
Now
loh, 2
slowly
lawan 1, satu
creeps
orang
up.
mati.
Bane looks to stick, and there it is, the flash that through. It
Aduh,
doesn't quite
flashnya
blind him though, and
nggak-
Bane
Apa
will
iya
find the headshot.
comeback?
DRX marching forward.
Apakah
It's
real
close, but it is
comeback,
carried over
guys?
from the first half. A couple of early duels, right? The
Aduh,
one-to-one
possible
trades to
banget
come
nih
out,
comeback
some
nih.
repositions around the map. I do really actually like what DRX did over towards the B side. When you take out Devi, you recognize that there's going to be no one else on towards the site. You go in for the look on, are we actually going to plant here? You bait out some rotations from Forsaken off the A site, you get in there and you go for the plant.
Aduh,
However,
2 lawan
the
1-nya
quick
padahal udah
heads up
miss-
for PaperX
miss
to
UQ
recognize
loh
they've got
itu si
paranoia,
Flashback.
fault line combination that they can go in with to drop Forsaken in towards the site. I thought that retake was going to look good for PaperX, but individually,
Yes, setelan
at the end,
public
Bane
is
finds that
real.
one. This
Control
is
C
the way back in
dulu,
for
ambil
DRX for this
or.
map.
Kalau nggak ada yang jiggle, gas terus
Absolutely.
kasih.
It almost definitely feels like
Antico
DRX are
udah paling
given a
enak
lot more
banget
options, a lot more
nih.
freedom with how they've been moving around the map now. You know, a little single kill off of B,
Saya
and they
ini belum
don't
mata
quite
gua
fully
kenapa
commit
nih,
because they
jatuh
still
terus
have
nih,
more
bikin
they can work with.
gatel,
Now,
cok.
on the anti-eco, of course, straight into C.
Yeah,
Got a
it's
bit of a
different.
lurk as well.
A difference as well from PaperX when they lose positions around the map.
Ada
They recognize that they
Freeing.
just need to take space somewhere. Yes, it's on the eco round, but
Ini
I'd love to
baru
see this
wujud
one if
asli
the rifle
PaperX
rounds
yang kita
happening.
kenal ya guys ya.
Might be a different story.
Jangan
if they
maju
had
nggak
guns,
sih,
of course,
tahan
now
aja.
onto
Kita
pistols.
butuh ini.
Just hold up
yang kasih
inside
orok.
garage. Util back in.
Ada yang
so
kangen
with
itu,
Russian
real.
Smoke. Hyunmin tries to look for a head or two around the dome.
udah sekarat
Doesn't
baik
quite
nih.
find much. That allows for PaperX to
Cek dulu
march
nggak sih
in,
setnya,
boots on
masa
the
iya
ground,
main
but
langsung
Flashback
tap?
still holding the angle, slides forward, and that's gonna be a
ada
second kill to
Sokdak
his name.
manja loh
Still
itu.
though, a couple of trades right back from PaperX, and that's enough damage, you would say. Mako trying to hold back true.
Everyone,
ninjas.
Everyone up with the spike at the end. When you can't get any more ultis, you don't want to give anything more over towards Hyunmin to Bane as well, getting closer to that Hunter's Fury too. You know, these key ultimates that could definitely be impactful when you're going in towards the next gun round for Paper X, for example. That could pick you off at the very beginning, allow DRX to really start to steamroll back in towards this map. Again, you know, not too much that you'll take away from a round such as that. Some damage out of the attempted retake to come out from Paper X for sure.
Nambah tuh catatan. Tadi sih full senyum catatan nggak ada. Loh, pas udah 86 kok isi buku jadi ada ya.
Wondering about how this double duelist might work out.
Berarti banyak
Sure,
yang
some
mau
guns were robbed
dimaki
away,
nih.
but they will be able to buy or at least trade some weapons off of each other. It's flashback in with a bulldog instead of a Bucky.
Yeah. Quick up towards mid as well from DRX if they actually want to attend towards this seaside at the moment. They're going to have a quick wrap around on towards Mindfreak. He's gone. Do they expect, however, Jing to still be in here? Because it looks a little bit awkward for him. Good for one.
Yeah, and that is going to be an effective flood nonetheless. Paper X continuing to try to rotate forward. It's going to be a bit of a gate crush for Forsaken as well. We're missing a UI bug, not too short. Nonetheless, they are still coming in. But then denied out by Mako with a Sheriff. It's
Wah,
just down to
benar,
Defiant. He has to hold on to this
88.
gun for the next round.
Well, that's attacking-sided bonuses, unless
Tadi
somehow
siapa yang
Divide
nyuruh
gets from A
panggil
to C and a
Gitu,
defense
guys?
here. Going both of those teams' way on the attacking side.
regionalnya
So you're
begini.
playing towards the narrative that
Siapa tadi yang
attacking
nyuruh
strengths
panggil
are
Gitu?
continuing here on Haven for this breach Taeho meta.
That's what you would hope for, but certainly isn't the case right now.
Yeah, and DRX,
Nah,
I mean,
ini ya Perex
say
yang
breach
kita
Taeho,
kena
right? But they're
sabar.
changing it up. Double duelist, you got to be a little bit more proficient and cohesive with what layering of utility that you want to do to get in towards the sites.
ada
And
yang loncat
I'm looking
nih
at it
bentar
here for
lagi.
poor old Divide. He will go down at the end. Bonus not able to take away a rifle towards this next round as well. We're staring down the barrel of potential equalizer.
Uangnya sih kenceng lah.
Just 2 rounds and quick enough. DRX are
Dari
able to
8-0
kind of
loh,
suspect
kok
what kind of defensive
87.
positions Paper X might be holding. That was a
Kalau
very
di tap
deliberate
sih
motive
aneh
to
ya
send
timelinenya.
flashback as well as Hyunmin in, both in and outside of Garage, where they start to launch that assault into the C site.
Yeah, double duelist strengths at the moment for DRX are really going to play on the back of changing up their approaches, right? If you're switching and swapping between fast plays, bait plays, you know, and, you know, or just pure overwhelming numbers if you're going for a little bit of contact play towards C1 that we saw from Paper X over in the first half, for example, on this double duelist comp. It's definitely going to be a thing to keep Paper X questioning where do we want to rotate our key positions? Where do we want to layer up any fault line salvo combos? Where do we want to position Forsaken as well to be able to quickly rotate, but more importantly, apply pressure in taking space around the map?
Yeah, the most successful one that we've seen thus far was just on the pistol, where Forsaken managed to get that read, where he was playing kind of passively or defensively enough on towards A
Kalau
Heaven.
tengah-tengah grup gini
Is
bisa
that going to be
ganti
the
roster
case for the
bisa
upcoming
kalau udah
rounds,
terdaftar.
though?
Kan
Not
ada
quite sure, but
looknya
one thing
harusnya.
we can say for
Ada
sure
roster
is that there are millions of Jing fans.
Oh, absolutely. I wonder, though,
Tadi
how many of them
mana yang
actually
jadi
would have
fans
thought
Perex
Jing and
semenjak
Anomen, right?
berdiri?
How many of them would have thought that they were having a complete switch up towards Paper X, which, you know, I look at this roster of agents and I think this is not incentivized
Tadi
into
ketawa
a
sekarang
W gaming,
mengker
but it can
begini
have
tidak
its key moments.
digas C-nya. Digas
We'll
C-nya.
see.
Kontrol.
Final score
Nggak ada smoke ini.
does echo as to how Paper X are looking to perform for the rest of this season. Right now, DRX are very close to equalizing the score. It might have been a timeout from Alex, but still, Paper X does not have the guns currently. They are starting off with a bit of a 3-2 split, though.
Slow and steady, but Forsaken, he's baited in towards finding some information for himself to try and steer the ship steady for Paper X. And it's just going to be the upheaval in towards this A side.
Alas ya boy, alah, uncle.
Opportunity for Forsaken to get right back in safety, and right now no opportunity for Divide to even find a single frag. Jing, however, marches out of Garage with Mindfreak along his back. He will take a gun away from freeing. But that said, a site has been given over onto DRX.
4 versus 2, plant down, which means everybody is up for DRX as well. Gonna look at the back lines for Marco. Everyone else focused on towards the site at the moment. On utility as well. Recon to be able to play off.
Aduh, dihalangin sama Jing.
So there's an idea.
Lihat guys.
Might even be a double drop towards Heaven.
Kentut kamu ya Jing.
Jing off, forced into reposition. Hear the Vandal, Echo too.
That's just a tough situation to be in. Mindfreak in with the Sheriff trying to look for a single pick, but nothing found. Jing off with the save.
Can't blame him.
Enggak, ini kenapa
Definitely want all of the
88
pieces going in
gini?
towards the next round as well.
Tiba-tiba.
When you looked on
Ini
the back of
Jing kenapa
what's around the
asisnya
corner for
banyak?
Paper X2, right? Forsaken with the dimensional drift. Devi is one away from the Armageddon. These can be some really key ults for retakes as well. If you want to just recognize that you're losing a site, call the audible, call for the strong retake. Let Forsaken go in, find you all the information. Get your stuns lined up from something. Get all of that utility ready for a really clean retake that those ultimates can definitely provide.
Certainly something that Paper X could be looking to pull off in some of the upcoming rounds.
Kan ketutupan kan?
Yeah, you do have that dimensional drift. You have the breach AO combos as well.
Hoam gini, iya
But
Cok.
right now,
Mana
this
tadi yang
scoreline, Komodo,
8-0
it's
tadi
been
ya?
8 for 8
Dibalikin
straight
gini,
rounds for
8-0.
DRX to get themselves back into this game.
Yeah.
Got flashback on the overdrive as well. Hyunmin on the blades. These duelists are certainly looking to pop off.
Something gak keluarin util, tiba-tiba main sendiri di garasi.
It is just going to be my
meta kayak ini.
side to bunker down. Jing falls first, overlooking something at the moment though, so at least a little bit of a later trade in the mix. Trying to get on in, it's so awkward for that spray. But look at Flashback, he's got in the backlines.
Yeah, that's not too bad. 2 for 1. Flashback into the backlines, so that's what ultimately cracks open the site. But here comes Forsaken with a bit of an ult. He's looking for information. He's looking to break and force them to disperse. The flash might just do that. He sends out a second one and looks to infiltrate behind enemy lines. Divide and takes initiative off of that scenario and finds one. A tap from Forsaken down to Flashback in a sudden 1-on-2. Goes for the peek and he will take down Forsaken. Could this be one? It is! Flashback flashes the winning sign against Paper X.
Confidence, that's confidence for Flashback in this squad. The first installment of him on this Neon, and he's starting to get in towards this for the team. I'm looking at towards what Forsaken and Divide are trying to do in that retake, right? When I'm seeing plans go down, 2 versus 3, sometimes you might look to question, why is he using that ultimate? He had an operator, he switched into the Vandal. But more importantly, he's using himself as an information position at the moment there for his teammate in Divide to get the salvos right, to try and flush out the opponents. And I'm thinking it's looking gorgeous in how they're, maintaining their stability in that retake. But no, it comes over. DRX for the lead here and quick in towards the new round.
And now down to the 2-on-1. Clutch brought to you by Red Bull and Flashback, of course. But then next round coming up, bit of info and Forsaken TPs right the heck out of
ada Neon.
A bit of silence around the server as well. Marco to sneak up towards the C site. A little bit of hesitancy in all the other positions around the map as well. Trade. And Garage if you do want, but starting to get a little bit antsy. Spotting out.
Speaking of Garage, that is the position
where
something was played earlier before, possibly
soalnya dia nggak ngelihat ada orang di mid. Split C lagi.
A bit of a shift from Paper X towards the A side at the moment.
Wah.
This is going to be a bit of a wrong
Kalau
call
mati
for him.
something,
If he spotted out the shoulder or something, would have been a brilliant opener. This is a bit of a misread from Paper X.
Yeah, not enough information outside of the A lines, and
atas
that brings them over. Get some more space around C, and that is where DRX will explode. Bane in with the next kill, and all of a sudden, the spike goes down. Garage under DRX's control. I just can't imagine a scenario where Paper X takes this round back.
Yeah, that one actually really hurts for Paper X too, because you don't mind the starting ideas of that round, right? You drone through mid, you see no presence there, you see nothing on your C utility, you have a spot out through Garage, you see nothing, so you start to calculate, yeah, they're over towards A, they're either sewers all day long, though we don't really have any idea to confirm that, right? Forsaken's not in a forward line, you don't have anything else really over there. Divide, well, he was just focused in droning towards mid, so even he can't do anything over towards A, who's the extra closer member. So, unfortunately for Paper X in this round, they do have to look to try and save the remainder of their guns.
Yeah, still though, they are conceding that round, and as we near double digits, well, we just landed on double digits, Komodo. It is going to be a bit of an intense scenario, let's say, for Paper X to be in, starting to feel that pressure mount up again, and this is where you can wonder, is the pressure getting to them?
Potentially so. You're looking around what some sort of successes, would come out from a comp like this that Paper X are playing with, and you're not really seeing, a lot of those normal combos of fault lines and salvos, then getting Forsaken on the line. Back to the drawing board to get some information from Alex. What does he recognize at the moment? Because remember, when DRX were in a situation like this on their other side, Jeremy goes for the timeout, and they come out with a flawless remainder of the half, 4 in a row, and then, well, look at this, Quack. They've continued a flawless run so far.
I know. 10 straight rounds for DRX after losing 8 straight ones, but you know what? I love this timeout. I don't mind it, even if Alex doesn't necessarily have anything too cerebral to call out for his team. Just a bit of a breather could be enough for them. At the same time, though, he is being very active, so I do wonder what kind of plan he has cooked up for the next round.
Dikira mau hajar mana nanti dia gangguin dia
keep their guns, at least.
Hajar ke tempat lain.
With a couple of them over will bolster them up
ini
in
jangan
rounds such
sampai
as this.
kalah lagi. Kalau kalaran ini
right?
harusnya
going over towards DRX, who you're thinking might be a bit shaky going onto a double duelist that we've not really seen. Some role shifts across the whole server.
Still online.
Yeah, I was about to say as well. Rolling Thunder, Armageddon, again, key pieces that you can take in towards a retake. One from Mindfreak away for that neural theft. So I'm thinking, well, if you're going to be forced in towards a retake, these aren't the worst items to have available.
Well, they do start out with a bit of a creep outside of B. Forsaken for sure. He does have the gate crash towards the back of A as well. Just a bit of a spray, doesn't see anything. So back into the A site where DRX, off the previous round win, they think, well, we could probably do something around here as well.
Well, it would be successive, but again, if you are going to shift in towards a retake for Paper X, you definitely want to have these abilities, right? So they've been holding a bunch of them just by the nature of how the start of this round was played.
Gotta imagine you have to work off of some kind of info, and that's what that drone is looking to do. Spotted out a little bit, Rolling Thunder immediately out, still holding on to the Armageddon.
Aduh tuh Hell, enak banget gak kusir,
Cok. Sent through Armageddon to clear out short. Forsaken
starts
his assault out from Hell.
Nice,
and down with the salvos as well. Defy picks up the last one. Paper Rex find their way back in.
After the timeout, an immediate effect, right? So you're playing a good percentage on the back of that one. But again, Rolling Thunder not directly laid where the Armageddon is too. You're waiting for Forsaken to get that blinds out of heaven and gate crash into the side or drop on down. Some nice ideas from Paper Rex in that scenario, but they don't play their hand. They don't get too overcomplicated, right? It's not like you're throwing the whole kitchen sink in towards that round. It's very cohesive. What positions of utility they need to throw out. Even the aftershock in Hell, it does some work to try and dislodge flashback. So I really do like how that retake was formulated for Paper X.
That's a great round for them. A sigh of relief, if anything. But with the fact that it's a flawless, you just got to imagine how much more they can get. If anything, it does force DRX to kind of scramble all throughout.
4 players to all chase on the map at the moment for Paper X. One-on-one trade at the end, but that would signify a go time towards this side. Sniff out, there's no trap there from Mindfreak because there's camera, there's a trick, but then it's going to get it.
Yeah, still able to. Double duelist, of course. What I'm most curious about, though, is Mako on this deep lurk outside B. Does Paper X find him at some point? If not, it could be trouble. Right now, though, at least Forsaken does spot Hyunmin out by hilang. 3 players, though, from DRX, all coming in. They're just looking to provide that additional support. And there it is, even with a second flash, it's not going to be enough. Something will get gunned down. And that's the entire C-long area being controlled by DRX. A tough defuse going through. Mindfreak, though, nonetheless, still trying to stick it. But here comes the Hunter's Fury. He gets lazed. And all that's left is just Divide. Mako marches forward back in towards C-Link. Divide now at this point, just looking for a bit of a safe haven.
Kentut naga langsung saja Michael sekalian kamu aja ya, aku enggak, aku masih kuat ya.
Somewhat surrounded. Look at Bane.
Untenable. An absolutely untenable position from him in the beginnings of this retake here. I got to highlight as well, right? You mentioned Marco going for that little lurk as Divide loses this gun there. Awkward. Marco's position actually extremely paramount. When he throws out a paranoia, it dispatches the guys around C a little bit from Paper X. He's starting to consider, is Marco actually going to play on the back of this rotate? Is he going to get in our backline? There's such a premium on Forsaken and on something in that flank of their own to try and get some damage, because if that flank is successful, if Bane doesn't have the Hunter's Fury, the team of DRX are not looking towards the spike, and you can get some sort of retake happening successfully. So a couple of key moments in that round going DRX's way.
For sure, but right now, I mean, still, all eyes are on Forsaken, how he's going to work this Euro. Previously, with that dimensional trap, trying to
kayaknya nggak hit C deh. Kayaknya arah C ini rame nih, bobo kentut nih kata dia. Coba dronein dulu depan B-nya di push apa enggak? Enggak. Oh, tiba udah ngelok ke A, keciduk kamu freeing ya.
I mean, changing up the approach though, are Paper X. Sending Mindfreak's territory over
harus cari
towards
info
this
si Perex, kalau nggak dia bingung.
Just playing hooky with the camera, but eventually getting the job
Nah,
done. Start to piece together a bit of information around where these players are on the map.
Manja dulu ya.
bit of a chase against that stealth drone as well, but here it goes. More information found. Defy though, open positions, and that's gonna be Bane punishing him down. Hillman up towards the back of A as well. Forsaken, the only one left. Hit with a Phantom, quick it towards the open lanes once more, and Flashback says lights out.
Poor surviving as well for DRX in that scenario. Again, another gun round to come through from PaperX where you're seeing a change, right? As I mentioned, the Cypher setup over towards A. You're trying to look for your Cypher locking down one area of this map to let the rest of your team explore. Play on utility, play on information. Feels like something at the end of that one, a little bit disconnected from the rest of the team, right? Losing their lives in towards the front of B, not setting up any combinations of utility or anything for himself to be a bit self-sufficient. So a bit awkward for PaperX, and now 3 chances. 3. For DRX to close out this map.
Anjay.
Chance Uno.
Mana tadi yang bilang Jero manggil G2 guys. Benar-benar Furia G2 ya Jir.
With Forsaken up towards a very forward.
Di-walkin lagi. Ini
Ini
nggak sadar nih shotnya. Davai please jangan kena. Aduh, dia ngecek ada. Jason mati. Jason mati udah.
At the moment, and the opener is there on a Forsaken. That has to be the call for the team to immediately get over here. He's setting up all the forward utility. It's just Heaven that's going to be a little bit dirty. And now Marco
MIBR juga nggak bantai-bantai gini guys.
We've already seen how
destructive
that has been so far too.
Very much so, Komodo. This could be it. DRX, not only did they win out in timing or the duels, they're winning out in positions as well. And PaperX just have to consistently watch their back. That is nothing too comfortable. You're gonna always feel like someone's right behind you, and as they push on out, it's a choke point. DRX has them under a chokehold, winning out 13-9 as the final score on their own map pick of Haven.
A singular defensive round to come
lagi,
through from there on
shotnya
PaperX's side. It's got to be a little bit hurting for them, and not even a little bit really. You're up 8-4 at the half. You're thinking all the momentum's going on your way, and then DRX just kind of come out of the gates a little bit firing, continuing towards the second half, and you feel like you really don't have a leg in this race. So back to the drawing board a little bit for PaperX, and I got to say, you know, a nice idea for them to try and change things up, right? Playing the old DRX comp. Trying to adopt some features that we see some strengths from them previously here, but
aduh, masa iya kalah ini kacau sih. 8-0 loh. Jadi siapa tadi ya paling banyak ya asis ya? Jing kayaknya ada apa lagi?
Very much so, and we can see it all happen, you know, maybe at the helm of Mako as the IGL, maybe even with Termi with that little timeout from before, but once that was all called, you saw the effects of it. Still, I want to say...
Aduh, kenapa ya bisa kena comeback ya?
And with a scoreline like this, I think PaperX shouldn't be too harsh on themselves.
No, I don't
Game 2 sama, oke.
Defense-nya
bau banget sih, defense-nya bau sih. Gara-gara kalah 1 lawan 2 ini barusan.
Gotta admire how they work this meta composition. Of course, Jing on the Omen as well. It's not too bad. Hopefully, it does look out a little bit better for Icebox.
Sayang banget dah.
Just the way it is, and we're gonna have to toss it back over onto the desk to break all of this down because, well, DRX definitely still in the lead.
What a hot start to today's match, PaperX and DRX, and there was a moment in the first half where we said, oh my god, PaperX is back, oh my god, DRX, what are you doing? Yeah. Then things swiftly turned.
Pada early-nya PRX bagus loh. Udah mendominasi game loh. Gara-gara jadi 8-4 nih. Pistoronnya tadi gimana ya? Ngebunuh di B-nya bunuh, pistoronnya juga sayang lagi.
At the end of the day, like you have two pretty big comp switches and role changes for both.
Jason udah GG padahal tuh. Tapi Jason mau terbukti ya, mau agent apapun dia masih bisa loh. Mau tiba-tiba jadi duelist lagi masih bisa loh dia. Aduh, Jing kenapa asisnya paling banyak? Coba. Udah bener tuh harusnya tuh something sama Mako.
until they started to respond to what PRX was doing to
Untuk
them and
rezeki
to
orang
adapt
nih,
to
Jing
them
nih.
a little bit more. But it was a great turnaround from Flashback, who hasn't ever played Neon before. It's his first game on Neon ever.
Yeah, we were doubting it for sure.
Iya guys, map 2-nya dibantai 2-0. Enggak sih? Nih, analis key moment. Nah, ini key momennya katanya.
DRX end up playing when they go into this attack. They love this kind of 5-man death ball. None of this fancy messing about defaulting. This is
Nah, iya, ini kuncinya sih.
where they go and trade. We
Nih,
saw this
yang dia
again
nge-push,
and again through the first half, and it's a
mati.
huge part of their defining style. It's what's made PaperX who they are. It's how
Tapi
efficient
menang
they're
loh
able to
Ronnya
trade,
tetap.
and it looked strong. But
Apa
towards
itu yang
the
udah
end of
kalah
that
ya?
half, when DRX got the read, they managed to shut it down.
Yeah, for sure. Some really good adaptations from them, time and time again.
Tetapi menurut lo PRX improve nggak? Ini lebih better sih. Gue lebih suka line up-nya begini, roll-nya.
I think here you see a classic bonus round from DRX. Here you see the neon wall and
Nggak, ini nih bonus turun nih, juga sayang nih. Aaron mati kalau nembak. Terus si Jing di trade. Tiba-tiba Hyunminnya bunuh loh depan B. Sayang banget.
Wasn't something that PaperX were ready for, and even Flashback, for an example, is a player that you put him into these clutch positions, for example, that he's been able to show on the Sentinels and things like that.
Ini harusnya menang juga loh. 2-1. Cuma tembakan flashbacknya kekentut nih tiba-tiba.
It was fantastic stuff from him. I was not a believer on the attacking, on the defensive arm. I was thinking, what the hell are they doing? And he really turned it around. I think as well, bringing onto the Cypher, it's one of his most played agents. So we've been talking about him only playing Teo so far this year, but Cypher is a very, very good pick for him, and it's an agent that he played and a role that he played a lot of over in.
Yeah, he's trying to expand his pool. He's trying to show us that it's not
Ayo
a crutch,
dong masa
he can do more.
iya.
I mean, I think there's still more we have to see. I don't think his Cypher was quite as good as his Teo was, but they got over the line, and that's what's important.
You're still on about the Teo.
I hope he plays it on Icebox. I want more.
He's a great Cypher. But speaking of Icebox, we haven't seen these two teams play Icebox in quite a while, especially against each other. And now with the Teo, with Waylay, even
PSG Aster sama PRX
Harbor being buffed, we've got a lot of changes happening, so Icebox is going to be really interesting. And what else has changed is DRX.
Kaneki udah beli parfum belum dari Agil?
On Haven and play the way they did. It's already an evolution of this team. PaperX, on the other hand, swapping roles. The thing is, I feel like we didn't really get to see fully what that means. Is if it's just Haven, with Jing and Mindfreak swapping this one map, is it a permanent thing? And with the Ball of Doom, it's kind of.
Kalau ini nggak works, menurut gua ada pergantian
I think
sih.
Mindfreak playstyle-wise does fit a Sentinel. I don't mind
that
change at the end of the day. So I think that's fine. For Jing on something like an Omen, you could be a little bit more aggressive in that controller role. I think a lot of people were asking to see more of Jing on an Omen or something, so they were quite surprised when Jing was put on Sentinel roles and things like that when PRX were going to more standardized comps. So I think they're experimenting with some things. I mean, we've seen plenty of Breach already from something, so that's not a huge departure. And Forsaken on a Flash, Flash in agent, like a Flash duelist in this case, like a Yoru is not outside the realms of possibility.
Yeah, I do have to say as well, it's definitely nice seeing DRX not run this Teo style in a way. There was a lot of talk of that was their style, right? They ran it the whole way through kickoff, the whole way through Masters, and now they're showing, hey, we don't even need that. We can play well, we can win maps without doing that. So it really shows that extra wrinkle that they managed to add to their game post-Masters.
To touch on that, you're talking about Teo, Freeing not being on Teo, so what do you put him on? Well, he played Senti before like a Cypher, so that forces Flashback into a different role, and in this case, that's Duelist. It went okay, I think. Definitely, one half was not great, one half was amazing, so we'll see if they continue to do stuff like that in the future.
I'm just wondering how this is going to carry forward. Again, into Icebox, Flashback, our MVP. We were a little
dia dari kill 0 loh.
We've said
Flashback
very first time he's been on the
dari kill
Neon,
0
but he proved
jadi MVP tuh.
Had a lot of really great clutch rounds that helped carry them forward.
Tadi ada yang mention juga kan itu tadi, ingat gak kalian?
I wonder
kill 0 loh dia.
How
Jadi MVP kacau sih.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down for it more after this map. You know, the
Kacau
casters
sih,
spoke
Pak
about
Ox.
this during the game, but Neo needs a lot of setup. And at the start, I didn't feel like he was managing to get that. And then as the team kind of clicked, settled into the game, it felt like he was able to get set up a little bit more, like we spoke about in that bonus round. He was able to settle into the server and win those clutches.
I mean, it just comes down to what side that they were playing on, right? You know, you can play the game in the way that you intended and be a little bit more assertive on attack. Defense, they weren't really sure that what to do on their initial approach against what Paper X was doing, and once they actually started to get their stuff together a little bit more and adapt, that's where he was able to shine, and they understood, okay, we need to play a bit more of a retake style, we need to play kind of a flood style on C, for example, and understand how the Neon actually fits into that.
I do want to talk about expectations for the remainder of this map. Do you guys stand by your DRX prediction?
I mean, I do after that. I'm glad that they settled in, but map 2 is a complete unknown. Like, you know, no Pacific teams played Icebox in a long time, let alone just these two teams, so we don't know what to expect. Icebox is now a place where you're able to be a little bit more creative than you used to be as well. We know PRX are a creative team, so I'm going to be shocked if I see PRX play the meta comp on Icebox. I just don't see it now.
But
I get that that's the direction that they're going, but give me something. Go back to the old school ways. Give me Waylay. Give me Harbor.
I hope so too. But even like PRX, for example, even when people were playing like KO Gecko and things like that, they were still playing Sage and still like the most common comp on Icebox, and they were a good team doing that on Icebox.
Like I think they can run Sage, but I just don't. You know, we see them pick up this breach Teo, and it looks fine for the first half, but then it fell apart on the defense. When you know, it's less about trading and it's more about setup. So Icebox is a protocol-heavy map.
Masa masih
I don't want to
set.
see them rely on that when that's
Masa
not who they are at their core. They're W gamers, so
ada ISO nih Jason.
Do you think we're going to see any surprises
Jason
from DRX?
ISO,
I know this is a little
dia
bit
solo duelist harusnya something yang main
theorizing here a little bit, but I am still really surprised.
Sebenarnya bisa aja berarti Viper Harbor mungkin banget Dava main Harbor.
Because they are one of the teams that have come off Masters, they've had less
Kalau
prep
double
time than a lot
duelist
of other
Dava
teams.
yang main
Maybe they're just
Sova.
throwing something like an off comp in there. So Icebox is a
masih
big
banyak
question mark for
kemungkinan
me.
nih.
In fact, I would expect
Kita nggak tahu nih
DRX
dia
will be the team to
lagi mau
either they're going to throw a
pakai line up
curveball
yang
in
mana
terms
nih.
of a half-cooked comp, which I think that Haven comp might have been, to be fair. But I think I would expect them to do something a little bit more standardized versus PRX, who've had a lot of time to prepare. I would expect them to be the team, especially being the team that did pick Icebox into this series, to throw something a little bit more crazy in there.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. You know, it's nice having a map that's a complete unknown. It's always great when we get these map pool changes. And I think when a map comes back in and there's lots of changes in Bareng, for me that's the most fun time, because everybody gets to try new things.
Oh, absolutely, and I expect nothing less from both of these two teams now, where DRX used to be kind of predictable, really solid, but also very predictable. And they do not disappoint.
Okay. Let's go!
Waylay, akhirnya ada Waylay.
Forsaken is adding another notch to
Something
the agent
Sova main
pool.
freak
Here,
Tejo, sabar dulu nih.
We finally got it.
Tiga
Now, this is such an exciting
inisiator
concept
nih.
from PRX, pairing it up with the Teo. We
Inisiator
have the KO
tiga,
that we saw
Waylay.
dominate on the map before, but Waylay is going to be the star here. The first time it's been picked in Pacific, and who else to do it but Forsaken?
Tejo, tiga
no hard safety for
inisiator.
PRX though, so there will
Solo
definitely be massive gaps on
controller,
their defense
Waylay.
initially to exploit. DRX need to be well aware of that. They can definitely get a lot more space up middle. I'm keeping an eye on what PRX are going to be able to do with this Waylay. I think they have to go for things like tube aggression or keep an eye on middle a lot more, just because they don't have something like a Killjoy, which really helps you keep a lot of control on the map on defense. And for DRX, I mean, it's a very standardized comp, just with the change of initiator and keeping freeing on the Teo. So I want to see how Teo goes here on Icebox.
well, you got your Tejo, and Jing is also now playing an initiator on Tejo. We're going to go back to our casters.
Oh iya,
Komodo
pilih
and
siapa ya?
Quack
Sabar,
to
sabar,
take
sabar,
this
sabar.
crazy next
Sabar.
map away. Back, you got
Freeing on the Teo, so
Oke, sabar. Waduh. Davai sama aduh.
Picks Waylay
Davai
already
sama-
kicking
Davai
off.
sama-
It's a
Davai
bit
sama-
of
Davai sama-
aggressive line with the Viper.
Davai sama
around
Bane.
410.
Davai sama Bane.
Yeah, well, everybody
Sorry,
for
sorry,
DRX
sorry.
bar
Davai sama
one
Bane.
surrounding this A side as well, right? So a little bit of a slower stall up towards the side itself, and you don't generally think that Waylay's going to be a defense
Davai
agent.
sama
But you
Bane.
gotta remember that the Refract's going to allow Forsaken to go
Ayo
in
dong,
for a
ayo dong.
challenge, take the hopeful dub, and then get out.
Kind of similar to how he was playing that Yoru before, but you gotta be very careful, right? Just
Wailay ya pertama kali ya di Pacific ya, di pick ya.
Oh ya, tiny window where you can get punished. So right now, it's just playing it safe, off angles, in towards the site. Not going to be able to find too much though, and a bit of a salvo being sent through as well. Jing holding on to his currently, but there it goes, allowing for the rest of the team to kind of flood back in. However, that dark smoke, that one way, is blocking so much of it off. As soon as it moves away, it's going to be Hyunmin now finding the shot back in. Straight in with the sheriff's flashback, will get gunned down, and here it comes. Bane back in towards a safer spot. Trades for trades, and Freeing will take the next player down. Mindfreak even gunned down from the back. All that's left is just Davai, the spike, not yet planted, 20 seconds left. What?
Yeah, Marco holding out in mid, very nice timing as well to just recognize that there's a potential flank to come through from Paper X, and at the end of all the damage that is delivered on the A site, Freeing on 2 HP, and Marco's still on 100 is what is left for DRX to pretty much continue the flawless run from our first map, but Davai here, 10 seconds after 0 point, but spotted out.
Yeah, and you gotta imagine Freeing's just playing from a very safe spot. He's holding on to those salvos for sure. So the first obstacle, you gotta break through Davai. It's gotta be Mako. He's still playing around the boxes so much though. A bit of a tag, it's not gonna be enough. Davai needs to push up front, and as he does, he's gonna be exposing himself to more angles. Mako's got this under lock and key.
Pissed around over towards DRX, but you got to consider it was very winnable for PRX when they're actually taking their time, dumping a lot of this utility in towards the A side to try and make things a little bit hot and heavy for DRX. So look at all of this utility around the site, and when the dark cover fades, that's when you have to just see these duels be won out by DRX, and that's exactly what happens. Some trades there for sure, yes, but ultimately in the round, it's Marco's kill on towards Mindfreak that I would say was a pivotal moment. If he loses that duel, I mean, you play to the numbers, right? The 1 versus 2 should go the way of Paper X there.
Yeah. That said, though, I mean, a lot of it is still going down to the double controller. But wow, okay, starting things off, salvos already towards the back of Belt. DRX just hanging back a little bit as well. You know, they've got all these players here. They've got the guns. And at the same time, what was Pilsky talking about again? Yeah, no hard sentinel. Mako gets the step all the way towards the back. He does spot out Mindfreak. Discipline though, and he's just holding onto it. Mindfreak now gunned down. Headshots through, and the rest of the team will launch their assault in.
He's got another one. He's looking for 3. Oh, that's crazy. What a flank to come out from Marco. A flawless round to come through from DRX, but you just got to remember it is against the weak pistols of Paper X, right? You can't take away too much from that round. A nice idea from the stack, for sure. Yeah, a nice idea. But I will say one thing, actually. What does that expose? It exposes the tube position. It exposes that because you don't have a sentinel, you have to be way more proactive around the map as Paper X. And this agent composition that they've got is technically able to do that. If you've got nice timing on your darts, your 0 point, your recon, you can do something like that.
And that's where I get a little bit concerned as well, Komodo, because Paper X, as it is, are already facing so much pressure from the fans, from their team, from each other even at times.
Okay, sabar.
It just can't feel good. You know, you're constantly thinking now, and now you might be worrying about Tube so much so that you're playing way too defensive. Look at what they're doing right now, hanging back, trying to check for mid. DRX, meanwhile, just continues to hold, slow creeps up back in towards A.
Yeah, and if you're DRX at the moment, how do you want to try and get in towards this site too, right? What sniffing abilities do you technically have? You've still got the drone to come out from Freeing, but more importantly, right, do you want to try and just recollect together when you hear some utility going from Paper X? Because this gives you the idea that they don't 100% know where you are either, right? They're trying to figure out the information at this point in the round at the same time.
Precisely, and that's just what happened. Drone out from drone, one into mid, one from A in from DRX. And with that, they
sabar dulu, masa iya masih
so a bit of a toxic screen,
masih minim info sih udah 3 initiator, cok.
Spotted out enough.
Yeah, there's 2 positions around the map that are key importance. What damage can Freeing do to keep Paper X here? And importantly, what information to Paper X find over at the B site? And unfortunately, they started to shift, which meant vulnerability for something. And now look how far forward Freeing is.
That is
20 seconds, 20 seconds.
Incredible. Yeah, I think they're still good, Komodo. 20 seconds, yes, that might be the case. But Freeing's got all of this locked down. Still though, okay, looking away, 90 degrees, just around screens, it's a little bit scary. The salvos does buy some time, but DRX still looking for a safe spot to plant. Bane gets it just in the nick of time. PaperX
Ini
might
udah
have the sights
makanannya,
around it, but at the same
makanannya
time,
Mako
Mako
gitu-gitu
still
dong, nyelip-nyelip
not
mulu.
detected. Davai will
Pada
look to
Killjoy
launch
di
yourself
mid.
straight in. Takes that one pick off against Flashback. And at the same time, Forsaken still
Sabar
alive.
dulu.
No utility though,
3
so
lawan 2
he's just
tiba-tiba
gonna
nih
have to gun his
retake
way
nih.
through. Takes
Bom.
down Freeing, and all that's left,
Tawan
Bane and
satu
Mako
gel.
all the way towards the back. They have the spike under their sights. Looking to play around that though, but the reload
Sabar.
not in his favor. Forsaken
di
will
belas.
swing,
Aduh,
but Mako swings as
Mako
well.
lagi.
That's a shot, a
Di
trade for
timing
trade.
ini.
And down it's just Mind Freak around the toxic screen. Mako spots him anyway.
Getting the plant down at the right spot at the end where all that utility looks to stall you. The reason I highlight 20 seconds back as well, because you've got to wait and respect out salvos. A lot of times when teams have those available, right, you have to recognize as well. Have we seen them? Are they down to 40 seconds as well? They throw them out, they stabilize at the end there. I want to highlight too, a good 0 point actually in the middle of this retake meant that DRX had to fight a couple of those duels dry. And it starts to look a little bit awkward, right? PaperX are hitting the shots in towards that one, but at the end, I think you just kind of forget about all the early stages in the round because
besok Mas Didit ya,
Yeah, it's just another delicious Red Bull clutch from Mako.
Nah, pisau udah keluar, oke.
That said though, I want
Ada
to see
drone,
PaperX
ada drone
play
Sofa
a
sama
little more
Tejo.
comfortably, right? You know, playing defensive just isn't quite working out for them. But right now, in a bit of a 3-2 split, they peek into B and they don't see anything.
Kayaknya dia
That's
ngincer
important as well, right?
attack-nya.
Recognize that PaperX are trying to do something with the lesser weaponry. I love to see these sort of ideas on towards the gun rounds as well.
Ketahuan, setnya kosong, di retake, oke, digas langsung.
But the fact that they don't see anything at B, they're going to have some numbers here for the retake when the spike does go down.
Jadi plan bawah, default.
Numbers for numbers, yeah,
Plan
Komodo, I'm
enak.
still quite
Coba,
worried, you know,
coba.
given the weaponry, it's going to be tough for PaperX.
Rictor rudal barengan.
Forsaken, I don't know how much information that's really going to give to the team. Toxic screen up, maybe they look to stick the defuse somewhere here or there.
There's only so many positions that you can look to spam this defuse down temp though, right?
Yeah.
Itu timing. Ya,
For
nggak ngecek
one
angle
point or
juga
another, they're going to
ternyata.
have to push out, and as they do, it's going to be a bit of a
Kayaknya nggak
choke
kelihatan
point.
ya.
Two angles being locked down, freeing alongside Flashback. Hyunmin now chiming in as well. Only one frag foul
dia lagi megang
PaperX.
rudal loh.
DRX, on the other hand,
Kalau ada aja
off
tuh
to a
ada yang
similar start
ngecek
from
clear
what
tuh.
PaperX were able to do over on Haven, right? So it feels like attacking side, your
Nice
opponent's map
Bane,
pick,
nice
good
Bane.
start, but does it falter over at the end? I mean, we'll have to see that in a couple of moments' time in the future. But right now, I mean, DRX are looking to carry momentum. They're looking to be very cohesive. You know, the comms you're expecting to be good because everybody is recognizing on DRX at the moment what utility needs to go where, even in the positions where the time is starting to become a factor, they're also, you know, kind of looking pretty good. So try to cut the head off this one nice and early. PaperX have a timeout, and we already saw in the first series, right, conversion rates on the back of timeouts.
Pasti masuk headline lagi nih. The
The
first waylay
off of timeouts,
is Forsaken, tuh kan.
It's been a bit of a tough
Becomes the first player in Pacific to pick waylay.
You can see that Alex, at the very least, you know, he isn't molding. He's very active, and hopefully that does help them. But at the same time, I just got to imagine for DRX, they've won the whole of kickoffs. They've challenged tough opponents back on bigger stages than this. As we head back on over to Pacific, playing old compositions that they've been known to play before. I just imagine
banyak
even with new
seri
players,
tuh
they're very comfortable working with Hermes' system.
Yeah. Well, I'll flip it on the other side for a moment, right? For PaperX, they weren't a bad Icebox team back in the day when it was in the pool, right? You think of Forsaken getting out on the Sova, more importantly, Jing on the Sova, having Davai on the Killjoy. Right, these were Sentinels
that were
able
lagi mid-nya dimainin yuk. Yuk, ini kenapa muter-muter ya?
to play around the map. We're able to lock things down very convincingly. That was a key strength of PaperX back then. And here, you change it up completely on its head. And we're just seeing very big disconnection at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a mental thing for them, but we'll see if they can drag themselves back in the game, if anything. Right now, they have the guns, of course, but still, smoke's up and online. Right now, it's going to be the B site under attack. DRX have already planted their boots firmly into the ground. Bane in with a single headshot. Hyunmin looks to take down a player out from upper, but also something just getting into safety.
Quick in towards this B site and a protective pit as well. I mean, how do you get into this retake as PaperX?
It's going to be tough for sure. Be it Forsaken can do something, but he's on it. On top of all things, the ult as well, and it continues to work against Paperex's dismay. At the same time, Flashback coming up from behind. Repositioning around as well. The pit might fall, and Paperex might be able to push up, but you are absolutely right. They are running out of time. Tail utility. The Armageddon rings through. They're off of the spike. They might have yellow under control, but do they find the frags? That is the key here. Something tries as he does. He manages to take away 2, but needs a little bit more. Flashback suddenly now up from behind reveals the surprise that Paperex does not have any control whatsoever.
Pretty quick explosion in towards the B site from them, and I'm thinking to myself, if they're able to get in here, get a pick or not, but if you get the Viper's pit down, it's going to be so difficult for them to get back in towards a retake. I'm looking at Paperex. You mentioned that there's an operator in there, right, for Forsaken. It's a difficult weapon to get in towards it, specifically on this waylay where you're trying to see players that are adopting it, getting in quick, getting the information, maybe a kill, and then refracting back out, right? Already using that ability earlier on, no longer available. Yes, you could try and use your ultimate to get your team in towards it, but you just look at that B side, how disconnected DRX are from the actual position. It's awkward. And you switch in towards the next round. We've got an immediate A assault being shut down. These pistols of Paperex not able to find too much.
Yeah, this pistols, after all, which you gotta imagine doesn't feel too good. At least Jing will be able to get away with one up on pipes, but at the same time, back into B, we got a little bit of a loop. Yeah, that's right.
Ya, jadi ketahuan Aronnya.
Oh, it turns around. Hello, Flashback's there. And with that, an open B-side as well for TRX.
Yeah, maybe you can take that gun away. That Bane did drop. I mean, Devi's already got that in possession too, right? So we'll see what damage is going to be able to be delivered in this scenario. You're playing towards ultis here as well. You're saying who's going for the plant, freeing, get closer towards an Armageddon. You're never going to mind that with how successive that ultimate can be.
All of these just point towards even more rounds for DRX. Closer ultimates, but at the same time, look at this, the positioning that they are working with so far. You have to imagine at some point just the fact that you don't have these traps around the map. You know, DRX gets to walk around so much. Mako just into this spot. Okay, gunned down by Devi. But now it's on to Flashback, up by mid. Jing at least marks down the position.
Kalau lu misalnya yang punya Paris, apa yang bakal lu lakuin nanti ini? Kayaknya ini udah max.
Yeah, there's a lot of credits.
Menurut gua mungkin
ada for DRX, so they're not going to be too phased on the back of this one. I mean, you'll just take away a death orb, right? So you get a little bit closer towards your ultimates to have massive rounds later on, which is kind of the position that we're starting to kind of need from Paperex, though, right? We need a massive round to come out from them because they're going for a little bit of the space control, right? We see it over at B earlier on where there's no DRX members home. We see it in this pistol round where they attempt the same sort of thing, but over on this A side, there's DRX members, but they get shut down, right? So we're kind of seeing, cut PRX a little bit of slack if they go for something like a stack, right? I wouldn't mind seeing them go for a bit of a stack, go for a full retake if DRX do not go towards their side, but also in a stack scenario, don't get too aggressive. You've got a lot of this utility that you can stall DRX out, and if you make them reset, you buy yourself a lot of time.
That's exactly what Paperex has to do. Here it comes, quick dash in, ooh, but instantly gunned down. The entire Korean squad will deny Forsaken any early space. Spike dropped into safe position, stall. The Armageddon set through, Mind Freak being able to hold down the entire B by himself. Hello, that's good. And at the same time now, continuing to push out front, Devi off the null command, unfortunately gunned down. Still kind of ringing through, pulsing away with his ultimate, but his teammate now coming back in for support.
Sniffing things out with the drone as well. Feels like you're not going to be able to get Devi back on up. The trade starts coming out. It's all Mind Freak.
As his head gets revealed as well. Flashback trying to work around it. Still looking to play the objective. The spike will go down. Mind Freak just tries to delay a little bit further.
Plan di atas mati sih. Plan di atas Ron.
He hears the tap at the very least, but not quite finding a position. Still has to watch out for Flashback. There it is, at least the first kill. Nanoswarm's instantly popped. Flashback looks
Aron sabar Ron.
But Mind Freak, steady as ever, will spot him out. An entire ace in the round being picked up by the Indonesian player.
menyumbangkan round dengan ace clutch-nya itu ya.
Memorable in Valorant, right? For PaperX,
Untung
that
timing
is an
berpihak
important one
tuh ya
in this
sama
series
dia.
right now to get back in towards this map, hopefully. To start
Enggak sih, bahaya
with a
manja
foot
guys.
in front of the other on this map. Mind Freak to do it all.
Untung aja.
And you got to remember as well, right? I'm saying at the beginning of this round, if you're going for a stack, not to get too aggressive, because we haven't really seen too much success for
Mode
setting
lagi
up
butuh
Forsaken
nih,
on the
mode
back of these
butuh
waylay positions, right?
dipertahankan
He gets
kan?
on in, but there's too many DRX members that look at that position because there's a quick time, right? To get that gun out. But I think more importantly, Mind Freak planted his feet around that base.
Butuh banget Ron itu sih, jujur. Itu kalau Ron itu masih kalah sih kesusahan sih.
And that's what you gotta love. Now, although Forsaken with a waylay instantly dashes onto the top of Tube, doesn't see anything though. And that's where his refrag gets called out. Mind Freak comes back in just to help out his fallen teammate.
Ya Allah,
At
ini
the same
ngedrone
time
juga
though, DRX still
bisa
working
ngedrone
all the ways
nggak
around the
kelihatan
map.
bisa
Flashback
lewat
takes
gitu.
down
Gimana
the
cerita
next
tuh
player
drone?
something.
Masa ya drone-nya begitu,
Over
guys?
towards the A side because you got the kill here.
Yang benar
from the
aja tuh
flashback,
drone
from the
bisa
shadows to quickly
orang yang
get the
lewat
plant.
sendiri
These
itu
guys so much time in the
gimana
rotation,
cerita tuh
actually,
dalam hatinya?
from
Di
PaperX
depan
right
lewat,
now.
siapa yang mau
Device
disalahin?
Mind Freak has
Yang
a pit.
ngedrone
You gotta get
elu,
into the side
yang
to
mati
even try
elu.
and use that.
Siapa yang mau
wouldn't be surprised if you
disalahin?
got
Kalau
shot
misalnya yang
for
matinya
safety.
beda tuh baru tuh kena tuh.
It's gonna be tough. DRX having all that time, they've
Baru
already set
juga
themselves up
menang round tadi ya
towards
dengan
further
S-Clutch.
positions.
Aduh, udah kalah
So
lagi
you are
aja.
absolutely right. It's just a little bit too risky, especially at this point in the first half.
I do like, again, the idea that PaperX have these plans of action for what Waylay is to provide, right? When you're trying to light speed over towards the tube, you're trying to find some timing in combination with a flash, right? So you'll be seeing Divide try and set up a flash drive with right timing to get that peek over to find anybody who's lurking into mid, which where Marco has been playing so much this map so far, right? He just holds W, shifting up, gets in front of that utility. You see generally really timing needed though with the flash drive or
buat cari
with
yang
players around the world
diganti
playing
Patman
fast.
ya. Kayaknya inisiator mana yang
although
busuk
these
Patman
combos
masuk.
can work out, they haven't really gotten the right reads to figure out where DRX are.
Or timing, right? So those
Yang
flashes
mana
they
yang
have to
busuk
be timed to perfection because if that
ini?
flash
Buat
drive that'll come out
diganti
is not
Patman yang
timed right, you're either not
main.
getting any flash value against your opponents or you're
Coba
flashing Forsaken at the moment, and he
tebak.
needs a little bit of time by that flash for his equipment, right? He needs to get that gun up. So a
Patman jadi
nice
player
idea,
bukan content creator, kocak.
execution not really there.
Yeah, it could have been, workshopped a little bit further, but at the same time, I mean, right now, just playing for that information game, DRX have been slipping under their noses every single round. Whether it's back onto their end of the sites, this time though, Forsaken will be able to sneak up onto Nest and get one for free.
Yeah, freeing down. That's a lot of your scaling utility to sniff out what's
Udah
around
ada
the site down
inisiator
as
nih,
well.
harus
And
nge-walk
just play by
manja
the
nih.
numbers. Doubling up in towards the elbow. When you got a little bit of lesser equipped players, something only down onto the Sheriff, you need to see a little bit of corners be cut, but you're not really seeing too much from PaperX. An opening kill, and then everyone's just covering it.
Masa iya nih elbow berdua mati, guys? Nggak mungkin nggak sih? Nah. Nggak mungkin nggak sih, Bu? Mahal tuh cari info tuh. Di Rudal, cakep. Rudalnya mana tuh kalau boleh tahu loh? Itu kok Rudalnya di situ. Kok nggak di pojok? Tadi kan udah nembak tuh.
I love that saturate comes out, just provides him enough time to
Rudal
reposition
kemana
his
tuh
aim
kalau
to go
boleh
for these
tahu?
multi-frags too. They didn't overcook things in that round as PaperX. Pretty followable. Sending in Forsaken to find the opening kill, resetting yourselves as a team. If DRX rotate over towards the B side, you've still got players there because you haven't bit the bullet and rotated early enough as well.
Kaniki, jadi
Really
gini,
good resilience
Kaniki.
to come through for PaperX here.
That's
Jadi
exactly
katanya
what they've
tuh
needed so far. Scoreline might be a little bit similar to the previous
upgrade
map
PC
right now,
kata
so
Mafia
I would be
Bangladesh
looking
worth it katanya.
much forward to a
Des.
PaperX comeback. Keep it simple, smarty pants, and
Ya,
that's
ya,
what they're
ya,
looking
masa
to
iya nih
do.
nggak
Still though, a
ketahuan nih.
2-2-1 split with in with a Viper's Pit around the A site.
Oh, but look
Ya
at this quick. Wow, up
Allah,
through mid, main on towards
kemana
something.
itu
That's
tadi ya?
immediately going to send the guys back over towards the B side as well because a pit generally at this A site, if you can
Buka
try and
puasa
get
pakai
over
kopi
it,
apa
and
yang
you're
enak
not
BG?
detected,
The one and only
you can crunch on
Manini
towards Mindfreak
dong.
in a potential split. So
Tapi
the onus
sayangnya
really is on
Manini.
PaperX here to
Kita
get some
nggak bisa
information in
reach
the next
Manini,
couple of moments to
guys.
try and bring a little bit more stability back
Cabang
in towards this,
Jakarta dekat
this round.
rumah nggak
Haven't quite
ada.
been able to do so
Padahal
though.
Manini itu
Instead, in
terbaik
fact,
loh, gue udah pernah
it is
coba itu.
DRX getting the information in with the stealth drone out. Still though, wow, look at this setup. A bit
Ya,
outside the
double
window.
flank
It
ini
turns out to
kemakan
be
sini,
a
kemakan
high-low.
sini.
Lockdown in
Please
place
ada
as
yang
well
aware,
now.
please.
Yeah, and that lockdown is going
Ini
to
kemakan sini
so
rotasinya.
that's an ultimate for an ultimate
Yakin
exchange
gua.
that affords you a little bit
Please
of
ada
time
yang
to get
sadar,
a plan.
please. Satu.
Marco finds the timing on the flank as well, and Hunman found Mindfreak too.
Yeah, and off those positions now,
Kemakan ini
PaperX find
bahaya
themselves
nih.
in a tough
Ini
first
bencana
spot.
nih, guys.
Forsaken just having to hold outside. Needs to look for Mako before he even gets close to screens. Sends in the stun
Untung
though,
aja
and that's
Jason
the
bunuh
headshot
tuh
through.
Mako, kok
Off to
nggak
the
PR
other
tuh.
end. It's just Jing trying to work alongside his
Ulti
brother,
pop,
basically.
golon 3,
In with
tap
the
bom dulu.
ults, but it doesn't quite find anyone. Might just give him a bit of space.
Nice
Is it gonna
banget,
be
tap
enough?
lagi.
A frag through. Jing goes for the
Please.
tap. Forsaken onto the other side, but no! Freeing spots him out
Oh,
instead. A
kentut
double
naga
kill
lah.
to close out the round, and DRX find yet another one on the board.
If DRX members were playing on the side itself, that convergent pass would have been great, right? Remove their ability to essentially shoot back and reposition around
Aduh,
that A
capek-capek
site,
menangin
and then
run
maybe
ya.
get a really good rotate
Udah pakai
happening on
S
it. But the fact
gitu
that
ya,
DRX
menangin
just
run
get
ya.
themselves out of
Tapi
the
kok
site,
bisa
start to play a little
begini
bit more
hasilnya.
post-Clancy-like, right? They
Inilah
kinda
dan nyerang
recognize
doang
that
kah,
ultimate
Peres?
is available, and generally you would either see one or two positions where that might go. Cutting off the site of elbow in towards jail or towards the site itself, and unfortunately for PaperX it was the latter and didn't really catch anyone. Into a new gun round, however, and it's again an immediate control of wanting to attempt pipes.
Yeah, we do have 0 point from Devi already clearing out B main though, so straight back in towards A. Everyone's kind of flooding back through.
Mana senyummu tadi, Alek? Bener juga. Mana tadi ya senyuman Alek ya? Kok hilang gini? Loh, kok nih set A-nya gampang banget dijebol. 3 inisiator nggak bisa main lama ini. Oke, main gas-gas baik. Loh, ini Bane kok bisa di sini? Kok nggak ada yang sadar gini ya? Bane udah di situ ya. Yang bener baik tuh. Loh, kok tiba-tiba ya? Itu Bane udah di sono. Loh, yang bener aja. Loh, kok cepet banget jebol ini ya?
Of the Viper's pit and takes down his counterpart. Mindfreak goes down. And there it is, last round of the first half.
Duh, kok 9-2 gini, 9-3 kah?
Flash drives to Pamini's team to get a couple of kills, but you overlook the fact that Bane can TP across and jump over, right? He gets behind him, some trades to come out from him as well, and just looking at it, I mean, a double kill to come out really sets up the team for a strong post plant when you consider that a pit is available as well. DRX a really good grasp at the moment, I feel like, with some shakeups, sure, on how to deal with this Forsaken aggression. And when he sees too many numbers, he does just dispatch out of that one too. So last round of the half right now, kind of similar story.
And I think that's one of those weaknesses that we start to see as well alongside this refract, right? It takes time for you to travel all the way back to a further back to a
Ini
position.
telinganya nggak ada
And with
semua
that,
kah?
DRX then gets the flood in.
Telinga nggak ada
So
semua
at
sih
the
kacau
same
sih.
time now, even with the toxic screen, even with the setups, is it gonna be enough? DRX gets to plant the spike down on
Gila,
site.
hanya di hit
Both
mulu
teams
loh.
have the Armageddon
Dia
at the moment too,
dia
so it really
jarang
comes
banget
down
ke
to
B.
the value that you're going to be
Dia
able to
jarang
find
banget ke
behind
B.
this.
Bener-bener jarang banget ke B.
Not just a plant. Some ultimates
Hampir
on
nggak
line
ada
as
dia ke
well.
B
Jing
kayaknya dah.
might have the Armageddon, but Fring has his as well, so they go in towards the back, looking for Fring instead, and just as right, they manage to take him down. Bane now trying to hold back. The Armageddon gets sent through. Not quite finding Bane though, but he does kind of reposition even further in. The clock continues to tick against PaperX, but Forsaken makes quick work. And he gets another tap. 2 kills already, and now Hitman in for another. Something alongside Jing, and they've spotted every single thing out. PaperX bits, but not quite broken. They will get the final round in this first half.
He's on 5 HP, and he still finds 2 kills. That is very quick.
Nanti kalau Kevin pindah
shots to
PRX,
come out from him there. Something that we would generally
geng-geng
associate with
itu
him,
udah
right?
nggak ada
But
lagi dong.
not on a waylay so far.
Tahuan dong nanti.
Not too much value, I gotta say, that you're getting out of it. You're not convincing value that you would say why waylay is an argument to play instead of a Jet, for example, or a Raze, for example, on a couple of the other maps in the pool. But we're starting to see some value here and there. It's learning. It's a new agent. You've got to find strengths, you've got to find weaknesses, and this is again, PaperX shaking things up. New agents to come out for them, shifts and rolls.
Pindah
But the
space
fundamentals,
juga PRX
taking
geng.
space. Switching it up between speed, between patience.
Bisa.
We're seeing a lot more patience come out from them at the moment.
Bisa gila.
Which is
93 ini namanya. Yuk fokus yuk. 93 guys. Ini namanya
Gonna try something new and experiment
fokus
a little bit. That is what
yuk.
we've known PaperX to do, to be creative, to be innovative. It's lovely to see, but you just need them to
Kevin masuk
keep
beres
themselves
tambah
in the
bapuk
game,
tuh
not
dengar
really let
Venger
the
tuh
pressure get to
katanya.
them.
Tambah bapuk.
That's why I really want to think
Serius
that
tuh.
as fans, you know, if you were a true fan, you wouldn't want to call him a fraud. You just want to keep on supporting them no matter what they do. And just hope that one day they truly
Saya
come
kapal
back in
es
a true
curus
form. At the
PSU.
same time, though, as you
Jadi
mentioned,
PSU
fundamentals,
bocah.
my oh my, DRX. How
Katanya
clean
di sini
do
banyak
they look,
bocil perkedel, guys.
especially with the start of this first half. It's like 6 rounds straight in a row before dropping anything.
Yeah, then you're going a little bit backwards and forwards, and no one's really finding consecutive rounds until the two kind of the later stage for DRX. But again, your job's kind of done for what you needed to find in your first half, right? Now you shift your mentality into playing a little bit more defensive DRX, and the difference that they have is an actual sentinel, right? So I'm going to be keen to see what Flashback is going to do, what positions he's going to be playing around the map. I mean, more importantly, covering off mid, covering off B in general.
Cari turret dulu seperti
That's
biasa.
exactly what they've got with their toolkit. So right now, just a default toxic screen, one out from PaperX as well. Continue to tap away, but not finding anything too much around mid.
Adanya lagi main, malahan dia review aquarium.
Can permit a safe passage across as well, and just
review aquariumnya sama siapa tuh berarti?
So talking about some protocols, these are the things that, you know, are kind of bread and butter when it comes to Icebox.
Wow. Drone up as well. Come in, tucks himself into the corner. Whoa! Wait, Forsaken knew where he was, but he was still able to get the headshot nonetheless. In with the timing on the recoil. Still, PaperX will continue to push on through with a bit of contact play. Something just
walaupun 3 initiator tetap mainnya W Gaming.
Mako arrives towards screens at the right time, but needs to spot everyone out. Toxic screen comes up though. And that's where
lebih pentingnya daripada kenapa arahnya ke sana. Jangan sih guys, kita fokus game.
Absolutely. I mean, you'll take some decay going through that as well, so you really want to try and not do that if you're in a 1 versus 3. Now position being spotted, I mean, this is going to be extremely difficult for Marco.
Okay. Well, he has been known to pull off insane clutches, but I don't think it's going to happen quite in this round. PaperX, they have him completely surrounded, especially with something making the long trip all the way up mid towards his back. So PaperX trying to find themselves back in the game, and so far starting out pretty well.
Siapa
big
bilang?
numbers as well when they start to find the kills around the site after Hyunmin was able to get the open up. So all of them barraging through the smokes, so the walls together, and setting yourself up for a pretty nice post lane, right? You're always going to kind of follow in the narrative that if you're at a deficit in a map of Valorant, you need to find the pistol, especially if you're something like an 8-4, a 9-3, or albeit like a 10-2 and further on. So the 9-3 here, the fact that PRX are actually able to find the pistol round, and hopefully this second round for them will start to get them a little bit more confident in towards this.
Kalian itu yang save-save-nya. Lo.
Resource.
Lo.
Forsaken though right now. A little bit of confidence as well. Does spot out his opponent Bane.
Save-nya Kalian
Right
kocak, Kalian yang
That's going to be the site for
mendukung
PaperX. Quick plants in through, and DRX on towards the pistols. Just looking for whatever they can get.
Pretty much. I wouldn't mind something getting activated in these duels as well to get closer to a Hunter's Fury. He's 2 off.
Maksudnya Agil tua, benar.
Still though, he's playing into a very defensive position. It's going to be Jing holding the off angle instead.
Yang bikin mereka bersatu, kenapa gua kocak yang bikin gua bersatu, mereka udah gede, cok.
Spots out one. Continues to push forward off of a bit of utility, and that's going to be Flashback taking him down now. Davai alongside Jing. Okay, spotted out by Mako. Don't want to lose too much here, guys.
Sabar, ini kenapa ini kena klasik? Babang Jing. Yang benar baik nih.
Real exits quite yet simply found for DRX. And just Flashback now stuck inside of mid.
Lihat itu kena klasik itu gimana cerita tuh?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, imagine a world in which everybody disconnected from the site and you're somehow able to pilfer a defuse out there. No, something's kind of looking after that one from the back of the rafters. One away from the Hunter's Fury. And the way that they've just kind of dealt respect towards this A side as well and commanded the respect, rather. I wouldn't be surprised if it's either getting a pick or an or a plan or something, and then they can play a Hunter's Fury in the post in this bonus round. And that's what this is, right? It's a bonus round. We actually got some pretty good damage as DRX in the previous round. So setting up for this round now, you're looking towards all the Vandals. An Outlaw was seen though. So for Mindfreak, you got to consider that's in play. We've got to go for full shields. Are we playing off and losing any bits of utility because of that?
Not too much for now. They're still playing on defense, of course, and now in with the ascended position. Hyunmin will be able to pick 2 off. It's like a eagle soaring through the skies.
Saya
now,
tidak ada hubungan dengan perkedel, guys. Stop nggak sih?
Some sort of safety, but I don't know if it's going to be found, Komodo. I mean, take a look at the minimap.
Yeah.
Free is all the way up towards down mid.
And you've got no quick availability to get across in towards yellow either here, right? So you kind of need to combine a dart and a good shot. You need an overextension here, essentially, from DRX to kind of give you ways back into a round for Paper X.
You said it during the halftime break. Fundamentals is what DRX does so well, and they're doing that all across the map. Mako holding down around yellow. It allows Hyunmin to push into a further position as well, and at this point, something just has to go for anything. Finds a double, which is pretty good for now. 40 seconds left on the clock.
Is this where it gets scary?
Maybe.
Udah di wow 1 juta.
He is continuing to play it safe.
Mana wow-nya nggak ada.
A bit of a jump peek. The paranoia sent through, and not suspecting
gini,
something
masa ya
will get
kosong,
caught
guys.
out by Mako.
Well navigated round from DRX.
Masa
I'm
ya
a little
map
bit
yang
surprised that there's no
kecolong sama
outdrone
sekali.
immediately from Forsaken or no Teo utility as well to come out from B main, because that's one of the general things that you start to see in Icebox, right? If you're not blocking out the vision of somebody on top yellow, either through drone, through smoke, through flashes, they're just going to have free reign to get the kills, and that's exactly what Hyunmin was able to do. So we might see that change up a little bit quickly for Paper X if they want to contend with this B site in the next couple of rounds as well. But, you know, at least good to see for DRX's side that a round that should generally go their way, a bonus round does.
They just continue to get to orchestrate their movements across the map. With that Hunter Spear from the previous round, here it comes. Something looking to force DRX to scramble on the A site. Forsaken straight in with the lights.
Whoa,
Jason! He closes
that
the
you,
distance. 2 headshots and Mind Freak off on
Masa iya guys, yang ke-detect sama Recon nggak mati tapi yang lagi ngumpet kena ultinya. Masa iya.
That's really good from Paper X.
Yeah, I would say that those headshots are as crisp as a Coke with max ice on a summer day. What else is crisp, Komodo?
His headshots.
Yeah, Mako's headshots as well. It's definitely something to work against DRX. You know, those fundamentals stay true.
Yeah, that's a quick one as well to come out from Paper X, right? So when you think about previous round being a little bit slower, you catch DRX off guard, don't have enough time to get any other members over towards the site. You kind of need the members that are there trying to bump it down, to do something. And addition to Waylay, right? Teams are trying to also figure out if they're going to play against him. How does this saturate actually play? You get spotted out, right? And Forsaken throwing that saturate over towards you. You're not going to be able to do too much if you don't already have an established crossfire. So just a little bit of utility difference in that mark, working a treat towards Paper X and to set themselves up for this next round as well. I mean, you're starting to see, you know, attacking side of rounds, them figuring out momentum, and figuring out what layering of utility they may need to do in a round that they can't rely on an ultimate in the beginning to open something up.
See, it works out because you've got these smokes.
Bayangin aja dulu. Gak usah dibayangin bang, nggak bakal karena nggak bakalnya kenapa tuh? Karena nggak mungkin rombak.
That's it though. You only have that many chances. Termi now in with a timeout. You know, certainly you can bet that he might be cooking up some kind of a defensive setup to work against a potential assault being launched by Forsaken.
Kayaknya nggak worth it sih.
You mentioned the refract. As long as you have a secondary player to mark some of these possible dive spots, shall we call them, they can always gun down Forsaken, even though the stun might get sent through.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking towards anything like a recon from a Soba, from a drone from a Teo, if you 0-point them, or even if you just spot them, right? That's going to allow a lot of ability for yourselves to just send Forsaken in and then hopefully find a kill. If your team's also looking at the other positions where you expect the crossfire to be. So it's never going to be a bad idea, but coming in towards a new round, right? I'm talking about these ultimates to try and open something up, which is what we saw in the last round. It can be a very different look when you've got a Waylay here. And your conversion
tapi apa
in,
iya tim franchise ada yang mau mencoba full Indo kayaknya nggak mungkin.
That is factual. We shall see how that might work out in the upcoming round. Salvos both sides instantly traded off. Does buy a little bit of time for DRX to get into closer positions. Bane from the shadows onto the top of
Tim
pipes.
Indo kita ada 2 Indo berarti franchise ya.
Get a little bit of your scaling utility in towards the site, and you are just going to Waylay ult right on in. As I said, cuts off half of the site.
Behind you. Well, that's Forsaken, but Main, okay, he just leaves it to his teammates. Forsaken continuing to get further space. Trusting his teammates to watch his back. Bane does go down. Divine now continuing with the push in towards backside. 2 kills to his belt, and that's now Hyunmin trying to work alongside screens. A good kill to start things off, though.
2 players really low, something and Divine. Those are the ones on the side at the moment with Mind Freak to get a bit of a flank.
That's exactly what he's looking for. Finds the timing on the
menang
peak
ini,
as well.
comeback ini, comeback.
Just gets off it, and not suspecting Hyunmin, and that's going to be another round for Paper X.
Masa iya double
non-conversion
tiga
as well
inisiator
for
tetap W gaming mainnya.
Too. So Paper X, again, it is a round that they are able to convert, opening it up with an ultimate. I really like the idea from them as well. Convergent pass on in. Anyone that is going to be stuck in that, well, they're essentially going to be dead to rights, and then you start to shift focus on towards the right side of the site. And you've got strength in numbers there. You've got everybody with guns up, no one picking out utility where they don't need to.
Urusan flank udah, urusannya si Aaron itu. Kalian main berempat aja. Besok main. Oh, Recon.
Exactly what
Mana
those
Reconnya ke yellow
Coach
kayak
Alex timeouts will do.
Tuh. Jadi clear tuh. Kelihatan yang balik tuh. Udah ganyang B-nya langsung. Oh, ini emang taktik kocak. Oh, kelihatan di backset satu.
Still, the spike at least goes down.
Ya, emang kayak gitu, coy. Emang itu taktiknya, coy.
Got to get in there, got to get set up somehow to try and work these blades.
Jadi langsung drone, langsung ini, langsung. Saatnya clear, langsung auto. Sabar nih, tinggal post plan-nya doang nih. Waduh, nice. Masa iya? Yellow. Masa iya kalah? Dapat angin nih, angin. Filenya udah dapat ini mereka nih. Besok RRQ boom dulu tapi. Boom habis itu RRQ lawan Red Force, boom lawan.
Position in a map like Icebox, you don't see Omen too much. There's not a lot of availability to flash drive over or something like that towards Yellow to set him up to go for a peek and really just re-blade everybody over at B-Long. So you kind of need to set him up a different way, and in this position, it's kind of a little bit drier when you're just sending in the self drone to spot what you can with group abilities. Paper X have a grasp on what they need to do to defend the site there. And now importantly, we're getting into a new fresh gun round, no salvos in the beginning of this round. Bane is pushing up
Indo melawan Korea besok, ya benar.
Available actually towards this B side here.
Kalau lawan Aussie udah pasti kalah.
Paper-X controlling down mid does work out for them so far. Forsaken continuing onward with that refract. Does get further information, but look at this. All the way down mid, down A, he's able to take away at least 2. The Armageddon now gets sent through.
Yeah, stalling for time at the moment to afford a bit of rotations and clearing in towards mid if there was anybody else there. Now you got a player advantage as DRX as well.
Okay, a bit of a stun, but
sabar.
quite found. Jing at
Yuk,
least disperses
3 lawan 3 yuk.
And on with that. A bit of an Armageddon set through as well. Forsaken now off of the initial ult. Will be able to find another player playing all around the bottom,
masa iya.
Cakep. Mako working
Nice. Wow.
Something alongside Jing.
Kan udah dibilang comeback, guys. Masa iya nggak percaya sih? Comeback udah dibilangin.
A little bit unfortunate, but it's what you need to see, right? If you're at a player deficit in that sort of scenario, you need
to
see
somebody
either
kocak
rely on positioning or a good decisive call. In this moment, it's a bit of utility combinations to come on out. When you see those salvos come from that position as well, you got a little bit of a disconnected play at the tail end for the remainder of the kills for Paper X there. So starting to really build some stability.
Jason, lu lihat bedanya duelisnya Jason sama yang lain. Maksudnya dari duelis yang lainnya gitu. Antara something atau Jing. Dia nggak pernah maksa, cok. Dia ada chance untuk kabur. Gimana caranya dia nggak mati gitu. Coba kalau itu tadi ini. Mau dia nembak kalaupun gas terus. Oh, ini ada kesempatan cabut ya.
He is stuck, flashed up as well, and it does buy a bit of attention away. Paper Rex looking to reclaim space. And then the poison cloud comes
up. Lihat.
Yeah, and everybody was
tunggu Recon dulu, clear dulu, santai dulu, nungguin orb. Coba kalau salah satu dari mereka duelis sudah digancang itu walaupun belum satu. Mahal Jing lihat belakang.
that is exactly what PaperX needs. Now a little bit more control. Still though, those pistols! Flashback! A couple of headshots through. Not quite. And it's going to be PaperX still able to work off the trade. Something is the last man standing, but PaperX tying up the score 10-10.
That gets quite
kalau
close,
duelisnya ini dia sih aman aja ya sama maju ke depan tuh udah kayak bus duelisnya, tau nggak lu? Aware, sabar, nggak buru-buru.
PaperX, as you mentioned, will tie things up 10 apiece, and they are definitely in this map on Icebox right now. They have brought the momentum in their favor, and they're transitioning into a round where you kind of feel like for DRX, they have to command something themselves with their rifles, with their ultimates. They have to try and find some early space, some early reads, and that's what they're going to try and do over to the A side.
Salvos definitely going to aid them in that cause, but at the same time, PaperX not allowing for them to set up. It's the Hunter's Fury. Still though, Forsaken was already gunned down by Hyunmin, and that allows for DRX to breathe.
Yeah, Green doesn't want to overplay this one.
Taktiknya kayak tadi ya, mendingan dia ada follow up flash buat si Jason deh. Minimal dia masuk dulu ke kanan, sayang banget itu.
Maybe let DRX think that you're going to go for a little bit of a rotation, but Hyunmin hasn't spotted Devi leave the belt at the moment. So you do start to consider, with footsteps, with the abilities, that they are hanging around this A side for the moment.
Nice.
Very much so, especially with that
Check angle.
All of a sudden now
Nice banget pergerakan Aron. Right click.
Devi
Yo, bareng yo, please yo. Masa iya, nice. Cakep.
It's not going to be quite enough.
Duelisnya gue easy win. Kalau itu
just looking
mesti
for the
nanya Mas
sprays.
Didit itu.
It's 3 targets ahead of him, Komodo, but
Skydiver ini gimana nih?
Don't have information.
Yeah, it's great patience from PaperX when they do lose Forsaken and recognize how do they need to get back in towards this site.
Menang
right?
ini tuh, dia bilang comeback.
A little bit, use some utility on their own, or wait for your own signatures to come back online, and that's the latter is what PaperX do. They let their 0 point come back on, they let their salvos as well, which Jing does still hold right now, and you go in together as a unit, looking for the crossfires. Very standard. Overwhelmed DRX, who get a little bit antsy when Flashback is losing his teammates. He wants to try and go something and a loose spray through the pit. Vandals are traced. PaperX in this map now, their own map pick.
Kita coba.
Well, they take the lead.
Yeah, by 1 round. We shall see if that continues to build up to even more. Hopefully it does. DRX have been looking for, a couple of solutions. They are still sitting on a timeout, so that hasn't quite been used yet.
Sebelum
As you mentioned from before, trying to get ahead of PaperX. PaperX still managed to get ahead of it. Thanks to, I can imagine, just Forsaken on the waylay, right? He was able to dash in, to break some lines. The Hunter's Fury being pulled out as well, and that just forced DRX to kind of reset. And with that reset, PaperX came back in with Devi and Mindfreak working alongside one another. Still though, as I mentioned, the timeout now gets deployed.
Yeah, from DRX as well. So you definitely want to see this one converted in the next. It didn't get to last time, right? So on the waylay point, right? You generally want to see the waylay go in, get a kill, you refract out, and you've provided enough space and info for your team to follow you in and then trade roles, right? Essentially, you get your initiators or your sentinels or your controller to go on in. That's a general idea. But the fact that that's not what happens in this round, you stop, you pause for a moment, you rethink, and then you re-clear in towards the side. It's another option that waylay isn't just this dive in and get out. Job's done for your team. Right? There's more to the story that PaperX can tell us right now with this agent composition.
Well, they picked it for a very good reason. So we shall see how it does continue to play out across the map. Pick up this win, and it's going to be map point. DRX, though, sitting on quite the number of ultimates.
Yeah, well, same can be said for Forsaken here, right? We saw good success when the Convergent Pass was used over at the A site last time. If you're going in with the same sort of methodology, will it work here to get yourselves on map point?
Still at least starting things off a little bit
Kalau
slow.
habis gue member streamnya jarang live. Yeah, ini streamer official kali.
DRX hasn't done that quite yet, especially off the timeout. PaperX trying to be cautious.
Official nggak dia setan lo ya.
Yeah, but for DRX as well, right? A little bit lesser equipped on the weaponry to afford themselves a good buy in the next round if this one goes haywire, because that'll be map point then. So you're just playing a little bit of default heavy. What information do you see from PaperX before you start to make a move? And at the moment it might be a money move, Quack.
Money move it is.
Sabar itu ada molly Jason. Chill dulu nggak sih?
I love that. Refract is popped over on pipes, and he's sending in a snake spite so that if he goes for a challenge, takes any damage and refracts back, there's a time that he has where he's stuck in that refract and he might die towards that molly. So that's a really good counter, quickly recognized for DRX.
Still though, the very least, PaperX has managed to kind of avoid that for now. Looking for that mid-round play down, well, mid lane.
Sabar,
They do
chill.
spot a player out though, and Forsaken looking for the opportunity to possibly set the ultimate, but not quite yet, as DRX have all of these positions locked down, especially up by Upper, especially up by Kitchen now. Forsaken looking to push on through. Time is of the essence, but at the same time, DRX might not have best guns, but they're still holding a lot of these positions. PaperX, Forsaken, trying to break on through. There's the ult, finally gets popped. 10 seconds remaining though. Where is the spike? Forsaken now gets it into safety. Finally getting the bomb now down, delivered through. Bane though,
I know he's stuck.
Quick and through, and he's found Mind Freak. Mako trying to work along the position, plays around the safe angle, strays back and forth, but Forsaken, he actually finds it. Down to just Bane. Where could he be? Oh! A little bit wider than before. And Forsaken finds the headshot, a quad kill in the round, as well as a clutch brought to you by the bull with the horns.
Israel, darahnya cuma 6 menang loh.
I mean, what? He got 2 kills early on in the map with 5 HP. This time it's 6, but it's the clutch to come from him at the end there. I was thinking to myself in this scenario, it's a 2 versus 2. Right? You can't really get a good crossfire at the moment there for DRX when you're going for that one.
Forsaken duelist is back, man.
When you get it into a 1 versus 2.
Macam-macam ya,
and Forsaken just rips your heads off. That is absolutely pivotal for PRX here.
7 rounds in a row, now sitting at map point. Still though, that was an eco round from DRX. Now they're trying back another cheeky position up on top of yellow. Hyunmin has done it before, but now spotted out. Safer play coming up.
All that utility just dumped on towards him, and he hasn't been able to get out of yellow, but somehow he's able to find it whilst hindered. He needs assistance from his teammate, but he's just going to do it all himself. Traded eventually in a 3 versus 3.
Unfortunately gunned down still though. Up around yellow. Can PaperX find enough space to get the spike down? Not quite, because they gotta imagine DRX already have rotated over.
Itu kok enggak Hyunmin harusnya udah nggak mungkin survive itu Hyunmin.
Quite a while as well. So you might look to see him use it this round if they do need.
Yeah, PaperX possibly trying to bait it out, but still off the tap. Jing up around
Jing.
Spot out
Tuh loh Jing.
Players. That's gonna be Bane.
Jing udah kill 3 nih guys.
At the same time, given how the map is playing out, it's gonna be Mind Freak.
GG adik-adik, udah dibilang comeback.
DRX has no earthly idea. Mako though.
Comeback. Udah gua kata juga apa comeback.
It's gonna be the kill. It's gonna be the final score.
PRX ada alasannya nih kenapa pick ini.
Lots of aggression on that attacking side to come through from PaperX. But I think I was way more impressed in how they're managing the aggression with the stopping power as well from them, right? Both in terms of Forsaken getting active, the rest of the team getting active there as well, but being more passive. I think this is a new look to PaperX at the moment where they're recognizing in the map what is working against DRX currently, who are usually the more methodical team, right? PaperX are usually more sporadic at the moment, and I think that's coming out in terms of their agent changes, right? The role changes, the picks that they're coming out with right now. But in the map itself here, that attacking side, they didn't actually do too much wrong in terms of beginning, middle, and end of the rounds, with even losing opening kills.
Yeah, it was mostly the defensive half where they kind of struggled a little bit, but like you mentioned, once they swapped over onto this attacking side, especially
9-3 comeback dari kata juga apa? Gak percaya sih,
pada figure out more options, starting to figure out more ways to work against DRX's defensive setups. Like you mentioned before as well, you know, maybe an attempt at the snake fight alongside that refract position, but unfortunately PaperX kind of anticipated that as well.
Yeah, well, that means we get a free mapper coming in towards this series too, and I know there is a lot of letter RX fans in the world, so they get a little bit more of a delivery service coming in towards this one today.
And that is always going to be lovely. A very exciting match for sure, but that remains to be found. You know, is DRX going to move upwards on this trajectory as they head on forward in the season, or is PaperX going to break away from the shadow of their former selves? I mean, they're looking a lot better now, especially on this Icebox. But what does the next map look like?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've already seen a lot of changes from these teams steering away from what they used to play too, right? So Lotus, I don't think we're going to see anything better.
Yeah, maybe not quite. You know, DRX at the very least, we can expect something a little bit more comfortable. But for now, we will hand it back to the comfortable couch on the desk alongside Chubby Ninja and the rest of the boys.
Thank you, Komodo. Yes, these seats are comfortable, but I am not. Fans of PaperX, we are now re-experiencing the heart attack feeling. That definitely happened a lot in this map with one of the
Super
RXs now
Idol
coming
baru
back.
saja
GG.
mengirimkan
Now,
dukungan
it's been really
100.000.
interesting.
Tadi siapa ya?
You guys
Yang
got what you wanted.
asis
You
yang paling
wanted the
banyak tadi.
Icebox. You wanted the Waylay.
Sabar,
And
gue
you
juga
wanted
tahu.
something
Thank you ya, Mas
different.
Bridal.
Even from DRX, with the Omen, with
Jason
Bane, you got a
Yoro, guys.
lot of things changing up here.
Jason
Oh, for
Yoro
sure.
mungkin
There's
ya.
almost too much to talk about.
Gue
It's part of
pilih
that heart
Bane
attack due to
sama
being down a player
Dafai.
in pretty much every round, Vic.
Benar kan berarti Dafai sama Bane
Exactly
tuh, dua-duanya
one
tuh.
of
paling
many
tinggi tuh.
reasons to
Itu loh Mas
make
Bridal.
your heart,
Cara rank
I
you
mean,
ya.
Incredible
Gue lupa loh.
in mid-rounding. If you're down a player, in so many of these rounds and you're still winning 13-10, I mean,
Kita
that's some
sambil
great
mesen dari
mid-rounding.
sekarang
I think
karena
Paper Rex,
pengirimannya
what impressed me on their
sejam
attacking
aja,
side, they had
50
so
menit.
many set
Di
ideas. I mean, they've got more util than
Ini
you
soalnya.
could know what to do with most of the time with this comp, but the way they
Astro ada
used it to be
Delta
able to
gitu loh.
minimize risk and just
Tahu dia angkat
methodically
apa enggak.
clear areas of the map was super interesting to see. And then from there, playing the mid round really, really well, whether it be where the Waylay is putting themselves after the double dash or being able to get some active lurks going in the mid round.
Yeah, I think the PRX comp was so interesting because I think they really showed that when you go off meta, you have big weaknesses, but you also get big strengths, and they really understood that. Yes, their weaknesses were kind of exposed in that first half, but they could lean so heavily onto their strengths in the second half.
Well, yeah, we talk about some of those weaknesses. I think that the first thing that I wanted to highlight is something that we talked about compositionally when we got the agents, which is just, it's impossible to hold a lot of the map when you don't have a killjoy on defense. You can throw that orb up, but at the end of the day, it's going to be very, very hard to hold yellow, unfortunately, and this is the perfect example of it. DRX, they started so hot, and part of that was just due to bullying this comp and exposing its weaknesses.
Yeah, there's going to be so many gaps in a composition like this. With
Mending
3
timnas
initiators,
masuk
you want to
pil
go and,
Nun atau tim
dump
Valorant
your
Indo
util
masuk
into space
champion.
and have the Waylay take it. But
Mending masuk
you can't really do that
tim
so much on
Valorant
the defense,
Indo
so there's going to be gaps everywhere. Here we see
masuk
Bane
champion.
abusing it
Kayaknya
with a great double TP.
I mean, that was an insane Omen play. Like, Omen is kind of like an off pick on this map, and I actually haven't really been that much of a fan of most double controller comps outside of maybe Harbor Viper, to be honest, but I was really convinced by the Omen, at least on attack. Did fall off a little bit more so on the defense, and his individual performance unfortunately did suffer that game.
Yeah, but great point about the
Biasa
Omen.
main
We
di
saw some
timnas
really
tuh
brilliant
juga.
plays with Bane getting
Tapi
way
nggak akan
back
bisa sih
deep into
kayaknya.
side, surprising Paper X and catching them off guard. And yeah, triple initiator, sort of like we saw in the first map with Haven with DRX. Like, what are you doing with this comp? You can't
Pildun
defend
ada
like
ya,
this.
Pildun ya?
And
Apa sih?
you can see why
EWC
when
ya?
the coin
itu
flips,
Pildun
you're like,
nggak
all
jatuhnya?
right, this makes a lot more sense on attack.
Yeah, when you go into that second half, you're okay to leave gaps because, PRX can group together, they can death ball, so leaving gaps isn't a problem when you have a lot of util to just kind of punch that
Tunisia
side.
kurma pan.
Yeah, so I'm at this
kurma
point,
sabi nih.
now that we
Hindi,
will
gua
be getting
nggak
a
pernah
map
buka puasa
3,
lagi kurma
after all, Lotus, things could be changing here too. This map obviously isn't new, but it has evolved a lot, and I think it's another one of those maps that have changed. But before any of that, of course, there's still so much to break down on Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about new things. I wanted to touch on the Waylay, and we look at a lot of the opening portions of this round. This is a full set play with all of the utility, and the Waylay just gets donated. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's either you get a first kill or you lose a first kill, and unfortunately, in a lot of cases, there was some very fancy, flashy plays going on, and then the Waylay would just die for free.
I think it highlights the difference between Waylay and Jet, right? Jet is a lot safer because you're kind of going forward into your smokes. Waylay doesn't quite have that. This was a time where it worked a lot better, where Waylay actually seemed a little bit better than Jet. You can take this deep angle, and instead of having to dash out, you just magically float your way backwards. So really great understanding from PRX.
Yeah, the refract. This was actually a set play that PRX loves to go aggressive down middle and down B long, consecutively at the same time. And you see, in this case, unfortunately, something's caught a little bit out of position, and again, they lose a first pick doing those kind of very aggressive plays, but you see the potential of it, the KO flash from Boiler up over the top, and you get a double dash from the Waylay straight down B long, and within 5 seconds of the round, you have a Waylay in a very, very deep position, and that is the aggressive potential of the agent. MVP going over to Forsaken, who was, again, the player to play the duelist here, and I'm wondering if that's going to be something that they're kind of settling in structure-wise, because we've seen him, as we mentioned before, be very flexible in terms of his Asia pool, but so far he's been the player to play duelist, and I think you were a bit surprised, Vic, that he wasn't on the Waylay, because he's been so good on Jet, right?
Ini puasa
Oh, absolutely. Not Jet necessarily, but there are other players on Paper X who are excellent Jet players, such as something. So to have Forsaken on the Waylay instead of Sova and, playing it the way they did, but you know what, it obviously worked out, and Jason is just the GOAT.
I think it poses a big question as we move towards Lotus as well, because Lotus is traditionally a raise map, right? And we know how great Jing's raise is. So is Jing gonna, you know, he's been flexing. He played Teo, he played Omen. Is he gonna go back to his raise roots for Lotus?
I mean, PRX is the double duelist comp for the longest time. This is Forsaken on that Sky. They've gone into a little bit of new meta, mixing in the Vice. I mean, this is still the core of a very popular comp right now. And I think they're able to play the Sky just simply instead of the Fade single init that you see over on the side of, well, not on the side of DRX, but other teams that play single init do prefer the Fade. But you get a lot more of that fact finding, you get a lot more of that info finding with the Jet and just being aggressive and bullying your way onto those lines and getting aggressive around the map. But for DRX, you know, they love this Fade Teo, they love this double init. They can mix in whether they're playing the Viper, which didn't go so well for Flashback, then they played the Vice, which also he kind of struggled a little bit on. This hasn't been a fantastic map for him, so we'll see what we're going to get from DRX on this map in particular, because Lotus has been kind of a hit or miss one for them. But for PRX, they're going to have fond memories of Lotus. They smashed Zeta on this map, and that was the map where I was like, okay, PRX lost that close game, but we're all good, right? They just smashed Zeta Division. Surely they're going to make a run through the rest of the lower bracket. That's what everyone was thinking on that last Lotus game. That's not what ended up happening, unfortunately.
Even before kickoff, PaperX has historically smashed on Lotus. So they have figured out a formula that generally works, and usually it's a double duelist of some sort. So I do wonder if they are going to stick to that same formula, but it also just, you know, the Kings of Chaos, this is not their way. I expect something to be a little bit different here going to Lotus. Just, you know,
I mean,
new things.
Even for DRX, like we didn't see it there because we're looking at the kickoff data, but they played a different comp again on Lotus over in Champs. They were playing like Yoru, Cypher, Breach kind of comp, which we've seen from a couple of teams, and we've seen that combo be very, very popular, and something that even I remember I was talking to you before we even did kickoff, and you were thinking Yoru was going to be very popular with Vice coming in, and this is a very popular Vice map, so maybe that was the thinking for DRX over at Masters.
Yeah, I think both these teams have space to get a little bit more experimental now into Lotus. Both, you know, the whole way through this series, they've shown that neither team is afraid of changes here. So coming into Lotus, I think we have a lot to look forward to.
Well, we do have the old Kings of Pacific facing the new Kings of Pacific to find out who could be the king to go against the T1 Kings of Pacific. Either way, this is pretty... Yeah, but when it comes to these two, the RXs, the balance, we are getting a full 3-mapper, a full series, and I have to say, we should expect nothing less. I know some of you were not expecting that. Some of you said 2-0.
They could have
crazy people.
Could have closed it.
You know,
I'm still confident.
Jadi harga normal. Kemarin tuh
yeah,
mahal banget.
It could be a 2-1 DRX, absolutely. But definitely not a 2-0 situation when it comes to the RXs.
All right, well, let's see. I want to see what DRX is going for, whether they're going to stick to their guns of what they played over at Masters, and it's looking pretty similar, although instead of Breach, we're playing, we're going to go towards the Fade, and we're going to go double duelist again on Flashback on the Yoru.
Across the PRX, they're sticking with Forsaken on that waylay, and it looks great in Icebox. Jing staying on the Omen with Breach Teo as this supportive pair. So it's going to be very active. It's going to be dumping util with sending waylay in a lot like that Icebox, and we saw it work for them there. So I think they're trying to carry that across stylistically.
Again, Freeing's on the Cypher. So this seems to be the new gear of DRX. Double duelist. Flashback goes onto the secondary duelist to make way for Freeing to play his signature Cypher. Before Teo came out, he was a comfortable Senti player.
This is really interesting for both sides. Jing is not on that raise. He is on the Omen, just like you were talking about. We're going to send this back to our casters to finish off this series, Komodo and Quack.
That is right. We do love Jing now on the Omen. A little bit more supportive for his brother Forsaken, but at the same time, you know what? There's another king that we all love on Pacific, Seth King.
That is true. Friendship has ended with Raise Jing. Omen Jing is my best friend.
Yeah, we do start things off already quick into the game with DRX on the attack. A little bit of trouble.
PPRX jadi banyak yang
Yeah, well, one
ngedukung
thing
gini,
right
guys.
now is just the jewels at the front of the B site, and there's a lot of PaperX members here at the moment, and they are going to successfully win that one.
Big old flash as well, Komodo, and that's going to be now Freeing trying to hang back.
Yeah, but look at what Flashback's able to do. Find some space over at the side of
Ya
rubble.
nggak ketahuan.
And
Wah,
he's
ini
gonna dodge out
bencana ini.
that drone too. So does that give you a false sense of security? Repositions around the map currently for PaperX, more towards the C side of things, and with that damage done in towards Breakable Door, That's gotta let you know that you gotta get away from this A side, or rather get over towards it.
All quick and heavy-handed as well. You know, trade protocols right there outside of the dark cover on towards C, and that leaves numbers disadvantage for DRX. Even though Flashback has gotten in towards the back of A side, especially towards drop, actually into a deep position like that, do you reckon that they might be able to do something against Paper X?
It's a 2 versus 4. You've got to get a little bit aggressive in this one to try and find some advantage or equalization, which is why Flashback goes up there to try and find the kills. Good for one, but spotting info on the rest means that for Marco, this has to be a big clutch.
Has done it before. Starts out with a bit of a paranoia.
Wait.
Right click
Wait,
through.
ini sekarat semua nih.
On the other end, ooh, a good little flick, but Jing gets his own as well on his new role. Maybe not quite the utility, but the sharpshooting definitely still true and sound on Jing.
Oh, one in the end for Paper X. They started off well with a lot of those duels as well. DRX just dodging a bit of that key utility. Maybe if they double down on the C site little endeavor that we do see there from Bane, it could have gone a little different way. But all the information spotted on out, Divide getting active nice and earlier on this Tato role as well. We're talking about these players, we're talking about new roles coming into stage 1. Are we going to see these sort of agents align with these players? Look, maybe 3 different agents today for Flashback. I mean, I'm looking towards him on the Yoru to really try and find some space on this map to be a pivotal member to propel DRX in. But in a round such as this one where Hyunmin has gone for a buy-up on towards an outlaw, you have to see him do something.
That's right. Maksud gua something that Forsaken has done before though. Yeah, right. The outlaw.
Berarti itu nggak suatu kewajiban ya. Kalau misalnya follow harusnya ada nggak sih di WC?
Right as well. Flashback previously was Cypher, now onto the Yoru. So DRX, same composition, but some of the players onto different roles. We'll see how that all settles in as they kind of jiggle on towards Rubber.
There you go. Shut out from Hyunmin on towards Forsaken. So Bane's money so far working a treat. But you've got this time to be bought from the toxic screen, and that's just going to block out operator shots as well, right? This is going to be one of the powerful things that Paper X can try and play with. When that toxic screen is up, when it's down, they can sneak operators behind the line.
Jadi banyak double duelist ya si DRX
even with that little bit of a fall, Paper X continues to drone outwards. I was thinking maybe something continues to push out through from pillars, but yes, C is completely open now.
Yeah, but they're going to still try and go towards A, and that is where majority of these members of Paper X are. 30 seconds to go. That's a marathon to go over towards this C side, but they're going to start to do that.
Lihat nih, dia balik ke C, terus PRX-nya bingung nih mana Mako nih. Makonya cuma nahan angle doang, yang penting teman-temannya bisa balik.
It keeps Paper X on the A site. Paper X are thinking, we've got the guns, we need to work around this. So they are still trying to stack with this A site, but unbeknownst to them, now it's a 3-on-4. Now it's weapons in the hands of DRX.
And this is one of those weird scenarios as well as Paper X. Do you just consider the save at the moment because it's lesser, numbers to go for this retake where 3 guns are now in possession that have been noted over at DRX's side, and you've got really no big entryway in towards the retake too. No drones. You got what? Something with a judge. Yeah, he could try and set you up with a stun or a flash, and Jin can maybe try and get in, or Devaya can, but it just is really difficult. So really well done from DRX to get this this lighter eco round come out from them. And on the flip side for PRX in this scenario, the anti-eco, yeah, a little bit lopsided.
Not the way you want to start. It sucks.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Nothing else that I could say. It sucks for Paper X, but just a masterclass at how DRX was able to work this around, right? Using Forsaken don't play against him. The Outlaw. Sudden angle, and he takes a player down. And also for, was it Mako around C Mount? Like slow creeped up with that right click. That was nasty.
Free gun, by the way. But finding the right timing, right? I got to say, Marco's lurks on Icebox as well as Haven have been absolutely impeccable. So it's great to see that he's still carrying that around on this map. If you're playing towards the C site, right, you're not having a proper sentinel as for Paper X. So you kind of do want to go for a little bit of these peaks here and there. And unfortunately, you're going to have to maybe reel that in a little bit now.
Hello, Ryuzi.
Maybe you just don't hug the wall too much. There's all these things to think about, but at the same time, we've mentioned some of these plays. You do have the Waylay on the hands of Forsaken, and he's going to dive all the way through. Doesn't spot anything out, does have the smoke to support him, but at the same time, DRX reads that, and it's a quick flood into the B side. That was a mouthful. Now, on the other side of the smoke, the Prowler sent through. Bates completely reads it, and he's able to spray and gun down every single player from Paper X. The only one left Mind Freak spotted out by the Moobot. Oh, it's gonna be the spray from him in this time, and DRX will make quick work of the round.
All good from them. I do like the little cheeky bait and switch over at that dark cover in the breakable room though, right? When the Prowler goes over towards it and it bites the player towards the right, player towards the left is the one to swing at immediately to catch him off guard. Well done from Bane, however, though, to just get some individual shots to come out here as well to get towards that Nightfall too. So that's going to be available for round number 4 after a bit of a topsy-turvy start for this guys over on PaperX. But now you're going to go into the standard 1-1-3 for them, but they've got the weaponry. Jing's still down on towards a bit of a bulldog here, but more importantly, this is the round for PaperX trying to equalize, and they find the opening kill.
Yeah, quick in with the Outlaw and taken away from Flashback. So just a bit of information. The smoke's out to control A as well, but with that, DRX are keeping some of the PaperX players closer towards the A site. Now they start to extend their legs closer towards C.
Information secured as well, that there's still players lurking around rubble, and you kind of have to give this maybe a little bit of respect. Freeing using both of these cages too. You still have Jing playing on top of rubble. You know, generally it'll be cleared out from some utility from Bane, but they're looking to renegotiate the situation here at the moment. Spreading around towards front of pillars. Forsaken's just playing with fire at the moment, willing his head to fall off.
Or at least just helping to
Plus,
conceal
Jing.
Jing's
Mahal
positioning.
Itu ada
So
camp,
in
ada
with
camp.
that, you know, forcing DRX to trade util for util. The Paranoia gets sent through as well. Refrect recalled by Forsaken in towards a safer spot. But here we go.
Jangan ketarik please. Dia mau
And at the
split
same time,
nih.
Hilang is lurking, hovering around B side. He does spot one player out, and that's going to be the buy that falls. And then DRX to try to aggress in towards the main position, but that's where they get gunned down. The PaperX defensive setup is sound.
Yeah, the Nightfall as well actually hits Jing, so a little bit of a misread on the positions of the PaperX members there, I feel like, for DRX. Marco just stepping straight in towards his death at the moment, and no one else was able to really get a great trade to find any sort of sense of a round opportunity there. So well done for PaperX at the end. These are the sort of rounds that you want to see from them on these defensive sides if you're looking to see some good power in this composition at the moment, and how a Waylay will be incorporated as well. You see the early aggression towards rubble. You know, usually you see these Breach Tahoe combos currently in the meta, but for a Waylay, you can get the saturate out as well, or just individually go for the shots. This time, however, Quack, by himself, it's not going to work out.
Yeah, you do need a little bit more support. Unfortunately, the timing on the refract not quite in hand. PaperX, though, with a bit of a, what is this, a 3-1-1 split? They're pushing all the way off C. Sure, that could work out, but they're relegating A over onto DRX.
Yeah, they're going to have a quick retake here towards the A side if they wanted, or rather a quick flank, and now the jig is up. They know, freeing down for the count. Something here, though, has gone unnoted for the time.
Still just to try to keep himself hidden out towards stairs. His team will regroup.
That's shaky. That actually allowed something to get in towards the dark cover and buy some more time for the rest of the team to start to get over here for the retake.
Oh, okay. Flashback does get back in towards Tree. Hyunmin, though, still holding the position. Armageddon sent through by Divide, but it's not going to help out all too much. Not quite, as DRX continues to hold just the choke points out around Heaven. The shots out from DRX still being able to push PRX back where they come from.
Yeah, everybody knew what angle they needed to hold there when the plant was down for DRX too. You know, no one faltering at that moment too. So really heads up play from them. Not going too aggressive when they realize the priority is just going to be protecting that spike, right? They know where the retakes are going to be coming from, essentially stairs or from Heaven, and they just act accordingly. Really well done. On a round that actually could have been quite damaging for them. Had something found some right timing in towards a cutoff from the tree explosion. Now in towards the eco round to come out from PaperX, and they're going to go for a potential dual fight up through C, up through mid.
Off with just the pistols. I mean, trying to surprise DRX at the very least. Something will be able to find something with the sheriff that he has. Still though, DRX instantly recognize that and flood the A site.
Yeah, this is where things could get problematic if we see some individual heroics come out from Forsaken.
Don't know if that's gonna come in hand though. He does have the Vandal. One away from the paths. Mind Freak will be able to push on through, and that's going to be an instant sheriff shot being found tree being trapped open.
Yeah,
And goes in with a paranoia as well. But oh, look at that. Counter paranoia coming up from Mako, as well as Bane to hold the position. Mako swings back around on the other end as well, and that's 2 kills. DRX will not go down without a fight.
Yeah, Bane's been pretty good in how he's navigating a couple of these multi-frags here as well, and just helping out with this standard utility at the beginning of the round. It's exactly what you want from a Fade on this map, where you've opted for that instead of the Breach, which is starting to become more common of a pick as well. It was just, again, these eco rounds to come on through. Don't see too much from Paper X, apart from the opening kills there. Everyone a little bit untradeable. But this is the important thing. These are the rounds where you can play with. I mentioned the Viper's toxic terrain a little bit earlier on over towards the B&A side of the map. Usually can play good operator plays behind it, but for the beginning stage of this round at the moment, operator's looking at the wrong spot. Mindfreak gets traded out. That's a C site open for the taking.
Not quite there once again as well. That's something he's got to watch out for. And in with the C's, it's going to be something that gets tagged up. The next player to fall, the dominoes, they just keep going. Flashback off to another kill up around Waterfall, and that's just Devi left alone and cold. The Prowler just seeking his position as well. I mean, this guy's got to hang back.
Yeah, that's just the cascading stumble on the back of that one, unfortunately. When you lose Forsaken and Mindfreak gets traded out, you got some awkward shots from the rest of the team that need to dig deep to try and get you back in towards this round. It's just too quick to try and figure out there, unfortunately, for Paper X and for Devi. Just trying to see if you can take this weapon in towards the next round. You're quite the ways away from your own ultimate too, so the priority is going to be to hold the gun, see what damage you can do towards the next round. And conversely, I mean, I'm looking at DRX here, Quack, and I'm seeing them swimming in cash at the moment. So they are really good for a couple of gun rounds, and that poses a bit of a problem for Paper X if they're not able to figure out the beginning stages of these rounds to get themselves an opening frag and reset, like what they were doing over on Icebox, for example.
I am quite fond of Scrooge McDuck, so that's exactly what DRX are looking like right now.
Another moment of multi-fragging to come out from some DRX members as well. And yeah, not liking what you're going to be seeing. Expect this one to come through from Alex, and that it is. So a conversation to be had for Paper X. What's been working for them so far, right? Having this waylay, again, it plays very differently to the common meta that we're starting to see. And even then, DRX aren't playing the common meta technically that we're seeing, right? They do have options where they can go for like C's and nade combos. I'm not really seeing that too much from them at the moment, because there's been not enough pressure from Paper X at the chokes to do that.
They've been trying to work off some early waylay plays, but so far just getting punished straight up by DRX, especially with how they've been spreading all across, whether it's C or A, just continuing to keep Paper X at bay.
Well, let's see if this timeout is going to be very impactful for the side of Paper X, or if DRX are just finding some really good momentum on this attacking side and exactly what they need to do in their layering and their progressions around the map. Big old stack from Paper X.
Nih sampai nge-invest 4 orang di A buat kontrol nih. Lo lihat nih, ini kalau tiba-tiba ke C berarti dia diinfoin sama free in kerja. Yang dilakukan DRX berarti cuma dengerin util. Ada Tejo, nih lihat nih, C-nya digancang nih, habis ini udah. Mau harus retake nih C-nya. Ada, ambil CT. Jadi bakal kayak gini doang dah mainnya. Ambil dekat udah. Tawan ada judge.
Forces you to just spend a bit of utility or something, anything possible, just to reclaim a bit more space. So Paper X, that's what they're looking for right now. Hence, a couple players up around Mount. DRX knows that though, and Freeing just marks their backs. DRX continues to hold them further off, and now it's going to be Mako blocking off Waterfall as well. Even with the ultimates, Paper X can't quite get in position until Forsaken finds this one frag off the other side of the doors. However, Flashback has snuck on through as well. A bit of a shot with the Sheriff. Showstopper in at the hands of Hyunmin, and now Jin comes back in. Time not on Paper X's side, and Flashback just plays it safe, hangs away from the shadows just to hold on to that rifle.
Lihat tuh, bakal kerjanya bakal digini-gini terus nih.
Quite late on that rotation.
Karena sebelahnya pasti lemah.
Flank as well, and unfortunately, the fact that the kill goes over towards the freeing, and he's able to just use that to get all the information. Things go from bad to worse. So 5 versus 3, looking a little bit sticky towards the tailor end of that. But again, you got to just think that the spike is ticking away way too far at the end of it, and the investment of those ults at the end there kind of for naught. Bar saving the gun, as you mentioned, for Jing, and you look at what they're going in towards this new round with. Lots of light shields, a Guardian in the mix as well. They need cut a couple of corners to be able to get in towards a round such as this, and that is a great haunt to come on out to provide flashback the opener.
Dia ngambilnya ke dalam smoke berdua.
Now a flash instantly in towards the other end of tree. Something just trying to refill that space, but at the same time, there's just so much being done by DRX so far.
Yeah, and I mean, this is only going to be a 1v3 setup for Paper X, where you've got the pit over towards C, and you're just going to forget about that as DRX. You're just going to sniff around the A site and what you can do. Flashback does get taken out, though, by Jing.
Something.
Equalize for the moment.
Yeah,
straight back into the door, and that smoke it just blocks off so much and allows for him to walk away with the kill. If that pit falls, that's going to be trouble for the C side as well, so Mindfreak just still trying to hover around it. But as soon as that kill goes off, Paper X starts to get a read that DRX is rotating off
jadi bertanya-tanya nih TP-nya di mana nih from the shadow-nya.
As that happens, Mako into a bit of an off angle, does force a bit of a trade. Jing might be able to find it, but instantly Ring finds the positioning right back against Paper X.
And another lone member forced to capitulate for Paper X now. See if he can take another weapon in towards the next round. It really stumbles in the beginning, doesn't it? When Forsaken loses his life first, it's just really quick to come out for the rest of DRX in how they get the rest of that round. A couple of trades to come on through, overwhelming force in towards A, you have freeing, sleuth in towards the B site, recognize no one's there, and that's a quick call to just say, hey guys, come over here, we got a free site, let's just play the rounds, the numbers. And well, now they'll be winning out this half no matter what.
Ada pisau Araxis kayak
kunai itu loh. And that's just been the pattern for like the past 3 or 4 rounds. Constantly see Forsaken.
Emang defense-nya Perex lemah ini gara-gara agent-nya.
Alongside ARC, but he keeps getting gunned down.
And by himself as well is a really interesting thing too, because a lot of the successes when you look towards a map like Lotus is combining a lot of your utility for challenges, right? If you're going to the bread and butter, you're looking for utils over towards rubble, right? Where you're getting stuns, you're getting mollies, you're looking for the contest, you're generally getting a Shrouded Step Omen or even a raise to get towards top of rubble. And we've seen that toyed with DRX are kind of given a little bit of free reign over towards his A site. And as I actually say that, this actually looks like Paper X are going to do what we're hoping for.
Okay, stack back in. Still 1-4 splits on both ends, but once again, DRX find the opening pick.
And even a little how do you do on towards another member pinged on out, position revealed.
Okay, Mindfreak just hovering off towards Mound. You do have something ready with, well, maybe the Rolling Thunder on the other end of B, but not too
Wah,
much
something posisi mati gini.
information on the ends of PRX. The clone instantly sent out, and that throws something off.
Posisi mati nembak clone
Forsaken though trying to work around Baby Door, but he gets gunned down as well. 2 players remaining. That's Mindfreak and Jing trying to work along opposite ends of the map.
Yeah. Individually, I mean, if they're able to find another kill or 2 apiece, that would give them the shift to the rounds.
Gunman. And that will be extra information for DRX as well. I mean, this is what they get to do. I think the spike this early on. Mindfreak, though, snuck in towards the back. Instantly alerts 2 players from DRX. A bit of a high-low, and it's too much for him to handle.
Yeah.
All that's left is just Jing.
Again, not enough time. He's got to seal the deal on this one, unfortunately, and head for the hills to take the gun in towards the next rounds. We're really seeing that be occurred a lot here for Paper X.
Yeah, the second time that he's done this so far in the map.
Hari-hari.
Walking towards Marco's crosshairs as well, though. He's not even going to be able to hold that gun for the next round. Oh. Yeah. Not great for Paper X, Komodo.
No, not at all. And now you're finally going to be forced into a little bit of an eco rounds too, right? Or you force and try and hope for a win here, and you're 8-4 in the half is best effort. I'm looking towards the util again over at this A rubble, and it just feels like they're trying to do the util to command respect, and they're not doing anything on the back of it. You're caught in no man's land, trying to reposition yourself, and Flashback is just getting ahead of it. He's been really sensational for a couple of these opening frags set up as well by Bane's utility, for example, or you're getting free freeings util in there, the camera and the cages to provide a little bit of forward momentum too. It really is looking good for DRX and just seeing what weaknesses
nonton beres nggak boleh serius, harus santai. Kalau serius bikin emosi. Astagfirullah. 8-2 gini, 8-4 comeback ini, 8-4 kalau bisa dapat 2 run terakhir.
Try to keep DRX away, but DRX recognizing what PaperX are trying to do, they are able to just walk in and disrespect whatever PaperX is trying to set up, and with that, you know, it's often DRX finding that opening pick. So that's a problem that needs to be solved, hence the timeout now being called. Both timeouts being used, being spent in this first half. What do you reckon PaperX are going to try to fix this time?
Well, they have to do it on the back of whatever has just been discussed here, and then what they can find in a switch-up, really, because you're taking the time out here. You really are playing on the back of, we're winning these next 2 rounds, we're getting the pistol round and maybe a bonus, and then we're back in towards the map. We've done it before, technically already in the series, right? But this feels a little bit different now to the last few maps.
Relain satu side, karena nggak bisa nahannya.
As well, a 1-1-3 split instead of 1-4.
Cuma
and maybe safer positions being held this time. So Forsaken alongside Jing, something into its baby door as well.
Now as PaperX, you do have control of rubble at the moment, but 9 times out of 10 you can see some good re-clearing with a composition like DRX are playing. You've still got 2 Prowlers as Bane, you've still got a clone if you want to throw that out.
As well though, and that allows for Forsaken to push out. They're looking to try to find Flashback, possibly, but even with the aftershock, Flashback, outlawed hand, he's able to work alongside his teammates. Kills off all the way across the map, even outside C-site. PaperX are down in the dirt.
Yeah, there's a gap that he can just play around in that pillar position as well, and then he's even got teammates close by to bail him out or trade him out, right? So it really feels like DRX have these contingency plans at the moment, and when you do shift into something, he gets 1, you trade him out, it's 9-2, so timeout.
Apa iya nada 9-3
you wish you had it
guys?
in your back pocket still now.
Slownya ya.
You really are forced to wonder, right? You start things off on a map like Lotus, you need to get that early space, but when everything that you're trying, everything that you're attempting gets thrown away by DRX, it just can't feel good, you know. Even with a timeout, I just imagine, maybe just use the halftime pause to get your heads back screwed on.
Yeah, I mean, you just really need to get 1 foot in front of the other at the moment, because you're not even treading water. You're really drowning, essentially, as PaperX here. You do fashion yourself something of a buy-in towards this last round at the moment, but Freeing finds Jing by himself over at Rubble with no trade. You've got Flashback, just Dimensional Drift to clear all of the C-site, and then the team can just plant to their heart's content and set themselves up for a pretty strong post-plant. Though, I will admit something, and Forsaken's ult could actually upset things.
Hopefully, possibly, already starting things off with the Nightfall as well from DRX. PaperX all towards Waterfall. The Rolling Thunder gets collapsed through. Hyunmin, though, still able to find a shot nonetheless. And now swings off the other end of that pillar as well. A second kill, another one from Freeing, and now Flashback from behind on just a Sheriff. DRX will close this first half with a 10-2.
I swear, sometimes, Quack, stuns in this game are very cosmetic, because Hyunmin is rolling thundered, and he's just finding a waylay, dashing on in, and taking off their head. So, yeah, really, really heads up from beginning to the end of this round as well. Even from Freeing, right? Opens up with the kill, and then getting a little bit of a backstab from Alert in through towards the B side here. It feels like Lotus's game plan of PaperX is just on the back of DRX's hand here. They just look at that, and they know what's going on.
Pusing, masa iya 13-2, guys. Gak ada berubahnya tuh, nambah 1 doang dari DFM.
So there it is now.
Masa iya menang pistol
really
dulu
have to
gak
wonder,
sih?
even on round 11, PaperX, you know, that was the one off of Alex's timeout. They had a bit of a set plan. They were trying to pinch on the Flashback. But even with all of those utilities being sent through, maybe it's a bit of execution, maybe it's a bit of marksmanship, but they weren't able to execute that strat to the way that they envisioned it.
Well,
that's just not, you know, a good mental spot to be in.
It's also all of the consecutive rounds that DRX did have. They were rounds where there were different game plans a lot of the time from PaperX as well. So they're figuring out in these rounds what are the strengths, what are the weaknesses, and just adjusting things within the midst of the round. Even when they lose an opening kill, they're just adjusting quite nicely.
Make some noise!
Pistol round is the round that PaperX found. So it wasn't even that they got the 2 rounds as gun rounds, right? They were in a weaker sort of state too.
It's just really, really tough. DRX being able to read PaperX to a T, like you mentioned, with the strengths and the weaknesses. They know how to work against this composition. That's just a tough spot, but you really got to pull yourself back into this game, especially after this little halftime break. Can PaperX bring us to an even scoreline, or will DRX close it out quick?
Yeah, well, you got to remember, it all starts in a pistol round, and it can certainly steam from there. But will it?
Will it? For now, we can say for sure at least DRX playing someone default. Smokes outside of A, and PaperX instantly into C. Forsaken trying to throw off some crosshairs with that refresh, the dash as well. And it allows for Divide to actually sneak on through. Forsaken double back in off of that little smoke, and that's 3 kills already for PaperX.
Yeah, nicely done to open up this inside as well. And I feel a little bit hard done by for the DRX members there, because they're just on the ledges, and it moves them up just ever so slightly, and they have to readjust their aim, and they're not able to in the middle of the fight. But this is looking to be a sensational pistol to come out from PaperX. It's going to be flawless.
Flawless loh, pistoran loh.
Yang
penting gak kena drifty lagi aja nggak sih?
How to get back into a map. The pistol round is what you need.
It really is. I mean, mundane or not, that is the very situation that we have in our hands, especially for all the PaperX fans out there. And we know for sure that there are quite the number of PaperX fans as well. You know, 60 to 40
Masa iya
were
kena
the predicted odds earlier
drifty?
on, as mentioned on the desk. But still, DRX, they are very close to map and series point. Starting things off now, Paint Shells looking to control Rubble.
And this is what I'm talking about. Util combos coming through as well, but what affords you a difference is Waylay being able to get in front of it, and then when you do get a little bit overwhelmed, you can refract out. Meanwhile, the rest of your team, they get in front of this utility because it expires as well, and they can just start to scale up and play the better weaponry here.
Yeah, a bit of positions being spotted out as well. Earlier utility being dropped, but what? Oh my goodness, the classics! They're still finding the shots. PaperX at least getting to stabilize with rifles of their own, marking the back as well. That almost got out of hand, Komodo.
Yeah, sometimes you got to wonder, are PRX giving DRX a bit of a way in, a bit of an option here, but no. It was, you know, one of those times where you go for a little bit of the stack, and you just have to contend with the utility and the shenanigans that do bring you a foot there. So well done from PaperX. They do not drop the secondary round despite the Classics getting the damage in this one, and now you'll shift in towards a round where it's bonus variety, right? But again, you kind of got to win this one as PaperX. So what differences are you actually looking to do? What are you looking to play on towards the strengths of? And it's got to be Forsaken to get dirty in towards these fights again. Playing on towards a shotgun here, missing the first shot though.
Sayang banget.
Unfortunately.
And that's what it is. PaperX, with the style in which they're playing, a lot of it relies on the entries, and when it looks a little bit shaky like that, you just gotta imagine something psychological. Nonetheless though, with that chaos being ensued, they do get the B site, they do get the spike down, and with
Iron, jangan balik badan Ron.
Can be a little bit claustrophobic staying
Where di push Ron.
So for PaperX, they want to have
a
little bit of a peek in towards.
Please jangan balik badan, please jangan timing.
They might be able to find that stack up towards Freeing. Mind Freak, as I mentioned, has control over pillars, and with that as well, a possible angle into the spike. He does have
missed Molly.
A bit of, yeah. I was going to say the Poison Cloud, but still, at least the salvos come back in from Jing, or from Devi at least. But still, that DRX continues to flat forward.
Whoa, nice stun.
Just trying to keep him at bay. Something low HP, but has to land the headshot. Freeing crouches underneath the crosshairs and gets the job done. That's going to be the defuse. DRX up to 11.
Yeah, good work on at least getting it defused halfway when you see that snake spike come on in and it misses its mark a little bit. I start to get a little bit worried, but Devi sending in the salvos brings a little bit of time. Unfortunately, at the end there for PaperX, the game plan actually, despite losing the first kill, it goes nicely, right? They got the space in towards the B, they get the plant, they take a little bit more forward space. The Haunt though, again, Bane, I keep saying, his utility has been so impactful with that Haunt and with the Prowlers as well in this map so far. There have been some really great for openings and for closings here.
Utterly effective, especially with how the entire team has been playing it even as well. Now the 1-4 split for DRX, just a bit of rubble control, quick back through the doors into the B site, Prowler into its pillars as well, and they do retrieve the information that they need against PaperX.
Even though DRX as well here, Quack, win the previous rounds, not afforded enough to go in with a full buy, so it's the Hyunmin show potentially here, getting a showstopper online. You can shuffle weaponry up as well and steal away a gun from PaperX if they do decide to end things here in this B site.
Okay, fault line in along with light speed dashes, and it just baits that showstopper out from Hyunmin. So it's not going to be able to fire that off into anything effective, possibly. And that's the effectiveness of the Waylay.
Gila dia
Still, though,
demi ekonomi lu lihat pakai ghost
does
doang.
it open a door up for PaperX to a site?
Information.
Padahal menang loh dia. Biar ekonominya bagus
Start
anjir.
to get some rotations over because these pistols, I mean, you need to be in close proximity with crossfires to do damage.
On with that, the flash and the execute now falling through. Forsaken though, off alongside the smokes, he's able to find 3, but Hyunmin finds his own as well. The phantom picked up, and it's going to be Mind Freak and Defy to stabilize for PaperX, bringing the score up to an even 5.
Yeah, keeping DRX off of map point and series point for the opening of stage 1 here as well. So if you can continue to go in with that, you're kind of ripe and ready for some good damage in this next round, especially, right? Quack, you got
hampir nyesel tuh nggak ambil Hyunmin,
makanya is going to be good laneable items to get in towards the side or to hold off a potential
Coba kemarin
retake.
ambilnya Hyunmin ya guys ya.
But it really does begin at the very beginning of a round as well. The early controls that we're starting to see attempted over at Rubble.
Duelist Hyunmin.
It's looking like DRX want to do the exact same thing. So for some pressure now over towards Flashback. It's a bit too much too.
Kushi.
Recognizing the drone would leave him isolated.
Ada Davai Aaron.
Unfortunately for freeing first casualty. So this is going to be PaperX getting him towards this C
site.
site.
Kayak gitu menurut kalian strong nggak?
For the first time in a long while, but very welcome one indeed. So possibly spike planted now. Meanwhile, for DRX to reclaim a bit more space, they do have to watch out for B though, because something is lurking in the shadows.
Tapi Hyunmin ini sakit nembaknya loh.
These ultimates used if there's a retake starting to look a bit successful for DRX. A kill quickly might have been good for them, but just denied
ada
for
rumornya
now.
dia mau ngambil Hyunmin tadinya sebelum diambil DRX.
You can't get back in towards this one, unfortunately, with the time and recognizing all of the bodies here. If you were able to bait out an Armageddon or a Convergent Pass, I think you'd be quite happy with the turnout, even if you lose the round. But
asal pilih yang bisa lebih satu hero dah.
Finding one kill and the space in towards it, and that's all to get the 6th round. You'd be a little bit worried for DRX if these are the sort of turnouts for the next couple.
Mending something kemana-mana daripada Hyunmin tuh, dengar.
Just a little slightly.
I know.
Nice, 11-6.
Even then, you know,
Masih
as
bisa
long
comeback,
as DRX gets to
possible.
build up towards some ultimates, they can be looking at a very effective.
Yeah, there could definitely just be one explosive round to come out from DRX, and if you're a PaperX where you're losing a couple of members in the next couple of rounds here and there, and you're not managing your economy nicely, it could get the 12
time
and the 13
out.
done. So you're going to try and call this a little bit early as DRX here. You save 4 weapons as well,
ambil siapa aja deh yang
You
penting
lose
bisa
one
menang betul. Tapi kata
you
Jason
call
Hyunmin kalau
it,
di Paris
alright,
bakal
we're going for a
ditempatin jadi
timeout,
inisiator
we're gonna stop
Sentinel.
any momentum to start to be built
Gak
up by
apa-apa
PaperX.
juga.
As well as to keep the guys locked in. DRX needing to stay focused all the way towards the end of the map. It is one away from that series point. But at the same time, if they start to lose focus, that's where PaperX gets to build it back up. And as we have seen, that previous round was instantly done when Fring fell outside of C. So tiny things like that.
Yeah, it's quite the important one here as well. So it's good to see that there's a lot of engagement in these cameras at the moment too. As I say,
masih ada loh bocil eskuret aja.
Well, that's not true. You know, the camera's a little bit clipped. We can't see Termi, wagging his tongue a little bit. So a little unfortunate, but nonetheless, you can definitely bet there is quite a bit of coach intervention. And we're just wondering what the change-up is going to be. Still very much is a little setup with Freeing controlling the C site. I mean, that's what the Cypher does. As well as A and B, though.
Iya, nanti Aztec T1
yeah, maybe you're looking to go back towards some Viper fundamentals for PaperX in a round such as this as well, and up and down in that wall over towards A. You're not seeing anything too forward from DRX there, but speaking of forward, PaperX straight up through pillars in towards the front of B, so they've got some options to go for a bit of a C split if they want to quite nicely. They can always pivot back towards A if they want because of the
ganyang dia nggak sih Son?
Masa
yang nggak diganyang itu kena ulti Son.
Spotting some information.
Son masukin Son.
Oh, Refract's timing is actually out, so Forsaken is stuck here. Has to hold it through as Hyunmin falls.
Yeah, he did throw out the stun. Does find Freeing, and there it is into the B side as well as the ult does its job of throwing a wrench in the plans of how DRX wanted to operate across the round. It's just Mako now. Spots out towards the back though, and that's Forsaken gone. Smoke back in. Goes onto a bit of a tap. Plays around the edge. Snakebite not quite burning at his feet.
Yeah.
Goes for the reload though, and that's the second ultimate being baited out from PaperX. Mako, I think he's done his job. Whether or not he wins the round, he's gotten effective utility away from Paper Rex. Oh, now just looking for a possible kill
What?
or two. And there it is, the first one. Salvo off, and he walks right into it.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of stalling power to come out from Paper Rex with those two members in Devi and Mindfreak staying alive. Snake's Bite firstly, Armageddon as well to afford time for the salvos, so it becomes really difficult in a situation like that. Forsaken though, you know, to find a C opener and it's all a bit of a bait as well to remove the members over at the B side. It's going to plant in there. You do like that idea that there's still enough cooking for Paper Rex to make a good meal here.
Certainly very much could be 4 rounds away from equalizing the score, as well as something back onto the Rolling Thunder. But as I say that, DRX has some ultimates of their own as well. Granted, not the most effective ones.
4 members, though, to take this rubble control at the moment, and Mindfreak does lose his life. That's a Vandal that's going to be pilferable at the moment. So, yeah, they're going to steal that one away, but maybe not, actually, because there's immediate presence back for Paper Rex. So, now they have to try and win a round out of 4 versus 5 conversion. And if we look towards the previous maps in this series, how many times have they actually managed to do this over on Icebox, Quack?
Yeah, quite a bit, especially with DRX up on 16 first kills. Yeah. That said, though, it is a very different map. Similar composition possibly, but DRX pretty much have a lot of it under control now. Forsaken looks to pull the attention away, but unfortunately instantly tapped down by Mako. 3 players remaining, Komodo, and they look to flood into the B site. They might get the spike down, but look at Flashback in with the dimensional drift, holding on to possibly the clone. He doesn't have any more flashes.
He got all the information on the positions.
And that's exactly what he was looking for with his team. Rolling Thunder from something, though, just kind of luring them into the site, but unfortunately, they don't quite get stunned up by it. With that, now Devi has to pull something out of the hat. Doesn't have utility anymore as well. Just sprays on through, but reloads to be damned. It's going to be freeing, sticking the defuse all the way in. DRX have found series points.
And that's the problem for Paper Rex now that they don't have any more breathing room to make mistakes. And that's on the back of such a sensational first half that comes out from DRX. All it takes is these opening kills and then an idea of how to remain, you know, present in this B side at the tail end of this round. That's why I got to give so much credit and recognition to Flashback. Dimensional drift, but not with the intention of popping out and getting a kill. You're spotting all of the information on where your opponents are repositioning to let your teammates fine-tune how they need to get on the defuse, get the remaining kills, and that's exactly what worked wonders for DRX. Now, 5 rounds difference. You do have a bit of a build-up for Paper X to go at another round here, of course, and they are looking to set themselves up for quite the quick C play. Ooh, that's a missed Poison Cloud high in the sky.
Okay, quick and fast into the site at least, but look at this site. I mean, Forsaken couldn't see a single thing on his screen. Everything all blocked off. Now, a bit of lurch, spotted out by Hyunmin as well. The site being reclaimed by DRX as Mako picks up the double. Looks to hold the position outside the door. In with a showstopper as well. And an unsuspecting Devi gets blown up. Final score of the map, 13-7. Final score of the series, 2-1 in favor of DRX.
Yeah, the Pacific Princes from kickoff here, continuing with some victory, disregarding result overseas in
kita melihat progres yang bagus lah dari kayak
start in stage 1 in this group of
yang kick off kemarin kayaknya bau banget gitu loh. Defense pun sampai dibantai. Oke lah, first game. Udah oke nih line up yang roll kayak gini udah oke.
Really got to give credit and respect to them trying to rebuild through this 2 months that they had off. Changing roles is always going to be a complicated scenario to try and work your way through.
Lagi kalau line up kayak gini rollnya.
Very much so.
Oke sih. Jadi nggak maksain double duelist terus.
None of these scores, by the way, were 13-0.
Jujur ya. Sekarang metanya double duelist tuh masuk akal. Sebenarnya ya kalau PRX mau, tapi agentnya yang pas, jangan cuma jet race. Minimal Neon Yoru, ada yang bisa main Yoru. Masalahnya main Yoru tuh 2 orang itu nggak bisa main Yoru, cok. Nggak bisa main Neon. Cuma mau double duelist pun masih oke nih. Harusnya PRX ini bisa dominasi patch sekarang ya. Tapi jangan duelistnya jet race. Yoru Neon oke. Yoru ISO. Wailai Yoru. Fake comeback jual nggak sih? Jual apa? Lihat T1 double duelist angkat trofi. Nah iya. Tapi kalau jet race doang mah dagang tahu aja cok. Gimana caranya? Jet race kagak bisa ngedelay. Ini barusan main apa? Yoru race tuh. Lotus bisa kan? Paling si Patman mungkin ya karena
wow, you turned that Haven 8-win streak around, and then you closed out the deal. And today we met at a pre-show interview, and you said you're gonna have
fokus
some
ke kanan
fun.
ya matanya.
I was having that fun feel.
Puasa guys, puasa.
I think more than fun. I think it's even more fun that I won today. And yeah, it was a fun game to play.
Tuh, jago lo Inggris. Bisa lo Inggris Yunmin.
이렇게 문을 열면서
harusnya PRX lo Yunmin. Coba aja.
상대로 경기 어떻게
bisa tuh
보시냐고
komunikasi
현민 선수가
komunikasi Inggris tuh.
같아요라고 했었는데 오늘 이기니까 더 재밌었고 아주 만족스러운
puasa lihat ke kanan ya. Jangan mata ke kiri bahaya.
여쭤봤었는데
bisa tutupin aja.
저희가 보기에도 되게 많이 바뀐 부분들이 있었거든요. 현민 선수가 보셨을 때는 좀 어떤 점들이 이렇게
Yunmin bisa Inggris cok.
좀 부담감이 좀 덜 했을까요?
뭐 일단 제가 원 타격에서 투 타격이 되니까
jadi Korea lagi aja nih jawabannya tadi Inggris.
조합이 아무래도 약간 싸움에서 많이 벌어지니까 엄청 재밌게 했던 것 같아요.
Before we started the interview, actually right after we started the interview, I asked Hermie, can we get a word on your Haven comp? And he said, well, it was a very aggressive comp, and I'm very glad that it actually worked in our favor. I asked Hyunmin what his thoughts were on that, and
Di
he
sini
said
udah buka BG,
he's satisfied.
Serius lah.
Less pressure on him since it's the double entry.
Guys, di daerah Jakarta buka jam berapa? Jam 6 berapa? Ada bisa kasih tahu?
May I ask why it took a little longer for you to close out today? What went wrong, do you think?
I'm not sure. I think we have to watch it back, but I think we just lost our fights. Yeah, that's it.
That's it? Plain and simple?
Yeah.
네. 한국어로도 한번
606.
수 있을까요?
마ksimal 607.
졌던 거는 잘
Tadi temanku
다시
buka jam
한번 봐야 될 것
2.
같고 일단 그냥 싸움에서 진 것 같아서
bahaya
그렇게
tuh.
그냥 이렇게 생각하고 있습니다.
간단하게 다시 한번 보고
내가
이제
뒤지도
하면 되죠 뭐.
네.
네. And well, it's so nice to have someone who's bilingual. This is
Talan
perfect.
Francis TS.
We saw a lot of few changes, new approaches that DRX has been
Jam
trying out.
6.06 ya atau
Can we get some
6.07 lah ya.
spoilers on your waylay incoming?
Temanku buka ruko orang
일단
bang pakai bahasa
할 수도 있고 안 할 수도 있다. 그 정도까지만 말할게요.
아니 제가 질문을 영어로 여쭤봤는데 대답은 한국어로 하시면
저도 어떻게 답할지 헷갈려서
nyaman gini.
웨이레이 스포를 이제 여쭤봤었는데 말할지 말지 일단 할 수도 말 수도.
네? 그 정도까지.
I asked him about the waylay spoilers and he said maybe not. So no spoilers from Hyunmin. All right. 다음 상대 DFM입니다.
Apakah Wele akan dipakai
Yeah.
di tim DRX katanya.
I love having fun.
Ya bagi makanan spot aja nunggu
현민 선수
bukanya.
다음에 이제 DFM 경기화에서도 또 재미 한번 본다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 1층에서 DRX 팬미팅 진행될 예정이니까 많이들 찾아주시고요. That's all from us on the stage. Make sure to stop by on the lobby for the DRX
balap-balap
meet and
liar
greet.
mulu cok
And thank you for joining me, Hyunmin.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go.
What an exciting start to the day. 2-1 scoreline. DRX taking it home, finishing it on Lotus. Now this was really interesting. I can see why. We can see why DRX were the champions of kickoff here in Pacific. And not only are they brought in new ideas and so on.
Interview gemes ini mah weh.
Like both of these teams have definitely changed a lot since we saw them in kickoff, but DRX in particular, I mean, they must have been really under the pump. Coming off Masters, they've really showed how they can hit another gear. They've put Flashback into a secondary duelist role. I mean, at least on the Yoru, that's something he's had a couple of officials on, whereas the Neon, that was his first official on it. And then putting Freeing more into a Senti role, which is something that I've said has been a comfort role for him in the past, but Actually, he didn't have as good of a day today on some of the sentis and things like that. Statistically, he's usually their most consistent player, but some of the other guys on DRX today did more of the heavy
bertanya serius deh guys. Kalau upgrade PC worth it gak? Serius. Upgrade PC sekarang worth it gak? Tapi part yang kalau upgrade gue pengen jual. Tapi kalian bercanda mulu jawabannya. 10.000 lah, tak apalah. Next match tuh tim Secret Talon. Sesuai judul ya. Bayangkan kalau Bay Suzy yang nge-interview. Waduh, gue pengen banget sih. Gue harus lolos franchise sih gue. Gue mengapply diri gue ke semua tim sih. Yang penting gue di franchise biar bisa di-interview Bay Suzy, cok. Atau bang ada PC serius lu, tipu bacak. Yunmin lo 23 kill lo. Babang Ting gimana nih Babang Ting? Bang Kaco kok Perez bisa gini Bang Kaco? Makanya tergantung gak sih BG kalau mau main triple. Gas aja, tapi katanya saham kripto lagi anjlok, apa nggak ngaruh ke VGA tuh harganya? Apa nggak pengaruh ke VGA tuh? Enggak, kalau upgrade-nya cuma prosesor, karena harus naikin ke AM5 kan, DDR5, prosesor, motherboard sama ini maram. Paling itu sih yang difokusin. Gila Hyunmin sih jujur konsisten sih. Kita lihat ya. Jetress dia kayak harga elektronik baru kena pelemahan rupiah bang, agak mahal. Serius. China siapa? Waduh, pertarungan. Masa iya kalah ini? Masa ini tadinya bekas di DRG sekarang dia pindah ke TEC kalah. Waduh, tapi dia jago loh, kill 25 loh. Ini Arby kayak busuk gini di region China, cok. Lawan X team loh. Ya ini baru rehat juga. Kayak barengan gini dah rehatnya. Upgrade aja bang, biar PGC lancar dia nih lagi nunggu ada yang sponsorin apa enggak.
最后一个死亡的时候，他真的是
就是因为这个摄像头的标定，所以导致
Gimana cara tahu lagi nggak mahal sama enggak gitu? Harga perbandingan harganya di mana?
关键分被 DRG 给掌握住了，这是在一个下半场被对方打了一个4-0小高潮之后 ，Nathan D 的暂停结束之后，立竿见影的得分，幻灵在前点位的这种直架功不可没，而且还保留了
放在了 A， 然后人其实是聚拢的比较紧的，都往 B 包在靠的。
Dia nggak main Tejo ya, mainnya pada bridge。
前期爬虫去清一下游乐场附近，我觉得塔楼可以留给中技能去清。
我觉得这一波可以直接往塔楼走，然后直接玩焰火开路。
没问题，但是这是个 fake。 因为这一张地图回防的路径实在是太短了，他的眼里已经吸引到了对方很多人的注意力，事实也是如此。但是一炮轰下去没反应，我感觉这个信息给到了敌人的一些后怕。
其实刚刚陆克那个终极技能丢好一点，也许会有收获，但是现在其实DRG好像已经意识到了这是一个废的战术。 而已经有人在管，但是第二时间已经开始好，反手转回来了。DRG被绕得有点晕，同时靠着末日审判，想用这样的一个模糊的感觉来直接拉波枪。
推到了3个人以上。现在DRG回防的路径很狭窄，而且福克星好像也没有烟雾的隔绝了。 所以 B 大外的这个阿伯其实输出空间是很大的。
Masa iya kalah nih udah nge-invest 2 ulti.
B 大外的位置感觉有点
belum di tag udah dilempar dah.
而且是占了2个。
Coba check off store aja BG compare harga di on sama off. Gimana itu Ryuzi? Spek begini mau upgrade apa lagi bang? VGA marem kah? Justru bukan. Kritik anjing. Upgrade ini prosesor
就是本来是说好了晚宴我不许打 fake 的，那走到了 A 点发现哎 B 点好像没人啊，我以为我吸引了3到4个回防，点里可能会有人。 起码给到这个晚宴会一些反馈，你来朝我开2枪，我都知道你有人回了。但就是因为DRG的这个静默，体坛觉得我是不是没拉扯到你，反而给自己转到 B 点的时候，最大的代价就是什么？没烟了。
我觉得这一分过来，游乐场下的那个位置，然后再加上包点里面塔楼的位置的协同，选位不太好，选位有点问题。就是他是可以抽那个过点位，但是如果抽不到的话。 等于连点里的队友也帮不到，所以在已经决定要退2臂场外的情况下的话，后点的过点枪就不该架，直接在点里面架一把。
就感觉每个人都想掌握站好地盘的架枪优势，但是其实和队友之间的这种交叉枪线覆盖就是稍微少了一点。
就你一个人架一个人确实是优势，但人家回防过来不可能跟你一个人打，对吧？
对。
所以
All-Star di Mando mungkin kan udah lumayan terkenal. Kalau Nang Star kurang tahu. Oh, ngerti.
退出来的2个人做最后的保障和兜底，
mesti
那一定是有人要牺牲的。就说白了，就一定要有人去做那个麦的位置，藏在那个死点里面去给队友做180，让塔楼的人多拖一会儿。塔楼的人拖到了 ，B 大外的人也就拖到时间了。
而且我觉得刚刚过点应该是 B 大就黄信息，然后塔楼出来补枪，但是 B 大的人应该是没看。 他们是想等塔楼的人先出墙，所以在沟通方面应该出现了一些问题。上一张地图我记得最后一个战术暂停是10比10，这张地图来到了9比9，真的非常焦灼的中后期。
是。而这一分 DRG 有一些前进的策略要来了，高点闪，准备就绪，一有风吹草动就要直接启动啊。
是，可以先。
Panggil orang aja pergi ke sana jadi beli profesor. Iya sih.
毕竟有一个暂停结束之后，你也保不齐可能DRG有一些非常贵的前压。
但体坛把后路控完之后，已经藏在了里面，就是在观察呀。他在观察着 DRG 有没有一些前进的举动，
甚至想在下水道这个附近听一下动静，有没有回防的小。
Ya, ketahuan nembak.
给正抓，但是没有想到陆克早就已经埋伏到位了。陆克这位置直接让幻灵没有想到啊。
没有吃到山崩地陷的效果，所以可以轻易的反击。
是的，第二时间再给一个爬虫的压力，这爬虫的压力再一给，对于体坛来说他们很舒服了，因为他们想想转一转，也想打 B 回去打 B 也行。
对，仓鼠这个位置，如果对方进攻的话是肯定要盖烟的。
Emen lo awas kocak nih. Wah idiot sih.
在 A 包现在是强点的一个情况下，第二季其实是有所
警的，
预警的，第一个过去了，第二时间神经曲抛出来，但是另一个还是抓到了机会，下跳的 RB 完成了补枪，他秀神经曲系已经揭露了他的位置。
哇，这个绝佳的点位，最后打一个好像没有办法挽回人数的劣势。 留给 Vukasu 还是一个1打3的局面，6发子弹，可能要调整一下，先混一下，然后换个弹。听到你换弹了，RB 也是紧随其后。Vukasu现在应该是完全想不到 RB 的位置的。
主要他脸前的这个空投烟幕有点烦他来。
Vukasu mati。
哎，
没得打，这过点位一定是 Vukasu 先漏的。
好吧
，RB 也是。
RB 是 RB，
信息就一直跟随着他的步伐，确定了他的位置。
哦，9比10，现在
在
双方的一个这样的一个僵持之下，还是有人先打开了破口。
但DRG还是想要主动出击，用他们可能之前练过的一些抓人的套路，只是这一分还是被卢克躲了过去，并且完成了反杀。
这是一种研究吧，因为他现在知道你其实 A 大想跟我抢的话。 没那么好抢，所以他觉得你可能会在 B 区搞点小动作，所以先在下面去做了一些观察。9比10，体坛迎来了领先。在这样的一个情况下，你会发现第二季的经济不太好，
而且无甲狂徒来了，他起完狂徒之后还只剩150，队友其实都已经存了下一回合的经济的。
下一回合也依然无甲狂徒。
Vukasu这个
无甲到底，
无甲狂徒是一定要做事情的了。
无甲是 Vukasu 的浪漫。
对，但体坛已经尝过一波防前压的甜头了。
就提你无甲，就抓 Vukasu，陆克太懂了。
最后应该是打身体死的，所以这个护甲应该有伏笔。
拉扯走位，最后也是把这个包点还是成功给占了下来，但是
绕了过去。
很可惜啊，自己的枪太差了，阿博也是随机杀到11比9。 体坛现在再一次把这个分差扩大到2分。
是的，依旧是 采取了他们之前连拿4分的这种战术，就是两边的合围，并且在执行很同步的情况下面，也是看出了效果。我看说就是太想做事了，所以他其实这个塔罗的身位拉得太大了。
关键还有一个点是，你要是这样的一个习惯被对面抓了，还有一点就是你玩少尉的话，道具可能会偏少。
哎，那我近点就更不用怕了。
对，得活着。好，看不卡丘，重甲正义，捡队友的枪，等会儿。
已经准备好了是吧？但他
或者一颗对面捡对面的枪。
说真的，就是换到别人，可能在这个局面上面，如果你要守塔罗，应该是重甲加一个短炮，对吧？短炮或者是雄鹿之类的，我觉得可能会比这把正义实际的效果要好一点。
雄鹿啊，这会概率高一点，但是我看是不一样的。
Pacific membawan.
Primi,
ini lana baru nih guys.
Clear the direction that Talon is going. They are
Talon
not going for
harusnya
the
Talon
known
kuat nih ya.
entity Thai players, but really kind of betting on some of the young talent in the Thai scene
Yeah, I really like it. You know, they're trying to build moving forward, and it's great how much synergy all these players have between each other. Friendship is something that is a sort of underrated part of team performance. You know? Yeah, you're saying
that's true.
The long-term success, you gotta love the people around you.
Doesn't have friends.
Yeah,
That's why he says that.
No, not really.
That's why our chemistry is so bad on the desk. I just hate it, really. But it's really great to see. I really like that the organization are trusting kind of the players in this to let them lead it. Of course, Primi is at that helm. We can see they're #1 in terms of KD, a real superstar in the making. And it's clear now he has a supporting cast around him that he can trust and he knows very, very well.
Now they will be facing off Team Secret. Team Secret, full Filipino squad. We know all of them at this point. This full squad, while Oreo was the latest to join the end of last year. Fantastic addition to this team, along with Coach Meow, of course, from our Ascension team.
Datangnya jam 6 lewat
also
15.
last year. So this has been a very interesting change in terms of the coaching and how things might have changed, perhaps internally instead.
Yeah. That's the thing, we're not seeing big outside changes. We saw a lot of teams make moves after kickoff, and Secret was kind of a team where we could have expected that, but they decided not to. But after a loss, you're not going to change nothing, you know? There's going to be some differences here. It might be roles, it might be play style, different, you know, coaching from last year will have a sort of impact, even if it is slightly delayed and it's going to kick in more.
Bayangin tuh,
so we need to see some
paling tinggi sama KDA paling tinggi JC Pas.
Stagnation
Yang lainnya tuh gaji buta.
Yeah, 9th to 12th is not the result that they would have wanted, but now we're back into kind of this more round-robin format where they're going to get a chance to play everyone. I think, you know, Coach Meow in the content that Chobra was doing alluded to the fact that he felt like he tried to change too much too fast going into kickoff and change a couple of roles, and they've had a little bit more, maybe more time to practice and find what works for them and find how the coach can maybe assist the team here for Team Secret. But it goes without saying, it's an underwhelming start to the year over in kickoff, especially being one of the teams that didn't change coming in from last year. You wanted to see them have really good lead-in time. They didn't participate in as many off-season events. They did very well winning the first map in both of their series in kickoff, but then just got dominated in reverse sweep fashion. So I'm hoping for better things here in stage 1.
Definitely, they've just, like you said, stagnating in that middle of the pack for so long, and they probably want to break through. Talon was also in that position for a while and have finally broken through, and it looks like they're going to hopefully upgrade even more. I don't want to say anything about Ben or Governor, but obviously they made these changes for a reason. A large part were the comms on the team. Cruz had to do the craziest thing and had to translate in the middle of games whenever there's a timeout. That just eats into precious time when you're playing attack FPS. That's so critical. So with the addition here, we were talking about Killua coming from Myth, absolute firepower there, then joining full sense, very consistent across the board. And Thai, Frost has spoken very highly of him during interviews, so I think this might be the complete set.
Yeah, I think for Thai, I mean, I was even talking to Frost about it just before this game, and he said he was picked up from the academy team because he did very well in scrims, you know, inter-scrims between the academy team and the main team, as well as a lot of simulations where, you know, maybe you're running a certain strat and someone has to hold down the site. He's able to defend against the Talon main team, and that gives the coaching staff a lot of confidence that he's going to do well. His last 3 games as well in BCL SEA, he was the top performer for Talon Academy, so he's in some good form. He's on a bit of a purple patch. For Killua, a very flexible player coming in from Made in Thailand. He's played a lot of Jet in his career and was kind of a player that came up playing the duelist, but since joining some of the bigger Thai squads in Tier 2, he was actually known to be quite flexible. In fact, I was even looking at some best of 5 series where he's playing 5 different agents across 5 maps and multiple different roles.
Yeah, that's great to see. I mean, I think that is a real success story of the academy team, you know. It gives Talon a real edge, being able to practice against their own academy. You can try different things.
Yeah.
It also adds another great path to Tier 1 if you're able to get onto an academy and you move your way up.
Ya elah, perbandingan yang sangat jauh antara kapten masing-masing tim ini, Cok. Ceriwis kebanyakan joget, no.
Cruz and Jesse Vash.
146
We know them
ACS.
so
Lihat
well
nih
at this
Jesse
point,
Vash.
and I have to say they've been through the highs and lows of their team.
Ero
They've been
manjanya
given
dia.
a lot of crap, frankly speaking, as you know, been inconsistent with their
Sa
fragging. But
ya,
there's so many
ngedance mulu,
reasons why.
Ceriwis.
But they have so much
banget.
experience under their belt, and
Yeah.
it's so important how they are going to lead their teams.
These are the defining players of the team in terms of intangible factors. For Cruz, he's still going to have to translate. He's still going to have to be the point of contact between the coaching staff and the rest of the team when it comes to timeouts, when it comes to the overall direction and identity of the team. So we'll see how that goes in terms of, you know, Cruz's responsibility. He did have a big map or two as well in kickoff.
Yep.
Jesse Vash, I remember he aced. And I was like, I was thinking like, I'm pushing 30 and I'm not hitting shots like
Ceriwis
that.
ya,
So he
Ceriwis
seems to
mending
have still
joget
got
sama
it,
si
from
Booster,
time to time.
ya.
And I think he was
Booster
the
kah?
best performing player for Team
Booster.
Secret, maybe at least
Booster
statistically
vaksin kan?
in
Yeah.
that last kickoff.
The
So
oldest and the best performing.
yeah.
And you know, he said it. He's posted on his Twitter before that, you know, it's not even about age, it's about consistent practice. And that's the thing that kind of drops off with age over time, is that practice. And as a map ban comes through, Secret is going to be starting with Pearl. I think that is where Jesse Vash had that ace. Maybe
Yeah.
we're going to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, they were really backing themselves with Pearl going into kickoff as well, so not much has changed there. Fracture for Talon is an interesting one. I mean, Ascent getting taken out as well as Lotus. I think for Pearl and Fracture, both of these teams are picking maps that the other team hasn't really shown or hasn't really played very much, so they're trying to push the other team into uncomfortable territory. And then Haven to be
sebentar lagi ya guys
I'm
ya.
quite interested
Buka
to see
puasa.
Team Secret ban Ascent. I remember back in my
gua
day when I'm
pasti
playing
dulu
against
deh.
Team Secret, way back when,
I was thinking the same.
they were notorious on Ascent. You know, it was really a map that they really excelled. And, you know, the core is still kind of the same. So I was kind of hoping they would pick Ascent. I thought we'd finally get to see it, but no, they ban it out. So I wonder what's different.
And even their Pearl comp is Ascent-esque. It's like almost the same comp that you would like. Look at that. That's an Ascent comp. You just got Omen instead of Astra. They play, and their Abyss comp was the same as like the Ascent comp as well. Like stylistically, that is a map that should fit their team, and that is a map that I remember them being known for. I mean, I tried to dive back into the stats going back through the majority of last year, and I don't really think that I saw the numbers that convinced me of that, but I remember them having that reputation as well.
3 minggu, Cok.
Now, what I'm also really
Lebaran tanggal
interested in is
31 berarti ya?
because I have to say, when it comes to Southeast Asia, Filipinos, Indonesians, and Thais have the
duluan ya,
most
Bang. Oke,
insane
Bang
raw
pimpinan.
firepower. So now that we have a
Diam
full
Raka ya.
Filipino squad facing a full Thai squad, it's going to be just so much fun. If you just like really crisp shooting, this is what I'm really looking forward to. Predictions, I can see that we've mostly all gone for Talon. Mika, of course, doing the Filipino pick.
No bias. No bias.
No bias at all. But
Gelo,
I
Talon
mean,
semua.
largely, at
Gua
least
setuju
for
sih.
me, this is
Gua
they
setuju
came
Talon
into
lebih
4th
strong daripada
place, and
TS.
that says
Sekarang.
a lot. Whereas Secret hasn't made a lot of changes.
Yeah, we have to go on what we know here. Talon had a good
Talon,
kickoff. and it
Talon,
seems like
kita
they've
Talon,
upgraded from that
Talon.
poor Secret, things are staying the same, and it was a poor finishing kickoff. So
TS
it's
belum
hard
ada
to
perubahan.
predict Secret,
Ini
but
kenapa
they've had
Talon
a lot
semua
of
nggak ada yang
time, so I
TS
wanna
kah?
see how they're gonna change and make it
Ayo
work.
guys, prepare buat
all what we
yang
wanna see
puasa
from
daerah
both
Jakarta
these
dan
teams,
sekitarnya
and I'm very
buka
excited to
puasa
see the
ya.
first appearance
Dari
of
kick off
Talon
juga
and Team
ampas,
Secret for
buset dah.
stage 1.
All Thailand kan sekarang rosternya, ya betul. Nah gitu dong, sampai dong makanan gue biar gue turun sekarang bisa ngambil. Ya Allah, dia baru mau jalan, Cok. Pokoknya tuh yang gue lihat turun, bener-bener turun banget ya. Zeta nggak ada perubahan. Ini kalau TS kalah, TS juga. Tapi menurut gue Boom naik harusnya ini. Dari kick off ya. GE malah naik. Kayak penghuni bawah nih bahaya nih. Semacam Zeta, TS nih. Ini bisa jadi ulang lagi nih partner tim buat nanti franchise nih. Killua dari FS oke dia. Dari MTH juga dia oke. Makanya dia udah dilirik lumayan banyak kayaknya. Apalagi kemarin dia juara kan Killua di full sense. Makanya langsung diambil di franchise.
2025 VCT Pacific.
2025 VCT. Oke, kita tonton ya. Sebentar lagi buka puasa, kita harap bersabar. Ini keren, dia pakai efek apa harbor, keren sih. Air basket harbor. MTA bubar, masuk FS sebulan langsung masuk talon, betul. Talon eSports.
This team, Talon Esports, has been steadily climbing, each change bringing them closer to victory, qualifying for Champions 2024 and securing a top 4 finish twice in Pacific. But meanwhile, on the other side, Team Secret has always had that potential, yet they have yet to take that same leap to break out of the middle of the pack. Is today gonna be the day? It's really hard to say.
Langsung yuk. Pengen lihat TS
they do, and I'm really excited about their new changes. I think a lot of people have been waiting for Talon to have this full tie identity. I'm really interested to see what the roles are going to be. I mean, they picked up a controller player. That, to me, signals that you're going to see a lot more of Jip Boys in a hard sentinel role. For Primi, he was playing a little bit of everything. I think you're probably going to see him more on duelist in this current roster, unless Killua's going to play a little bit more duelist like he did when he was on the come-up. So the roles are very interesting to keep an eye on for Talon, for me.
Yeah, we've got to wait and see. Team Secret, the roles are not going to be a mystery here. I wonder what Jesse Vash is going to play on this map, guys.
Duelist!
Duelist, I think the key thing with both these teams is they want more out of their time in Pacific. 4th is good for Talon, but it's not on the podium. 9th to 12th, terrible for Secret, for a team and an organization that's been to Champions. So their resurgence starts here, map 1.
Despite the predictions, it is not unwinnable for Secret.
Absolutely.
Talon have changed a lot. Secret have changed very little. They're going to go onto a map that they've been backing themselves on, even going back to kickoff. This is a very winnable series for Secret.
Absolutely. While we are really excited for a full tie squad right now, 2 of those guys are rookies when it comes to the Pacific stage. Yes, Killua played on this, during SBL, but it's a little bit different when you are playing with the big boys, pretty permanently here in Pacific. So I think this can be the time for Team Secret to really make their mark, to take advantage of. Wow, we got someone all the way from Colombia. That's crazy. That's crazy. How long is that?
Apa ya? Unggul mana kira-kira? Kalau fracture gua
she came to the better one.
Feeling gua Talon.
Why would you bother going to that one?
Belum tahu. Cuma Thailand hobi banget.
I agree with you. Not only like being fresh to the stage though, but now you're going onto a fresh map as well. There's going to be a lot for Talon to look into. Pearl is not a map that we've seen too much from them, so Secret may be forcing them into a little bit of uncomfortable territory. But Secret, this is not a map that has gone particularly well for them. A couple of times that they played it, a couple of times that they backed themselves in series, but they really feel like they can make it work this time. So we'll see as well if the composition is going to change up at all. They're really used to, like I said, that kind of Ascent S comp, and here it is. There you go. For Talon though, I'm also focusing on them. Double init, and once again we're going to see, like I said, Jip Boys on more of a Senti role, and Primi is on Duelist.
It's great to see Primi back on Duelist. This is something that people have asked for a long time, but Team Secret bringing out that chamber. We've seen it before on Pearl, paired up with Vice, a double sentinel, as well as you have a lot of these flashes to play around with. This is a very interesting, tricky comp, I would say.
Well, Jesse Bash still remaining solid on that Sova. We're going to go to the very first map of Pearl, and to take it away, we've got Komodo and Quack.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dusk, once again. I mean, this is going to be an interesting one, isn't it? We have the full Thai squad versus the full Filipino squad, but also slight change-ups in the compositions. Any thoughts?
I really like it because you've got the installments where on the side of Talon, we've had a couple of these players play together quite so many years ago. So I think you've already got a little bit of chemistry in these little duos that we can play on towards as well, and some similar roles. I think we're going to highlight Primi on Yoru coming back onto this is going to be really good. But for me, I'm interested to see how Cruz is technically going to be shifting from the breach fade in towards the Teho here.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be something to keep our eyes on. I mean, just having that information to work alongside the team, but at the same time, you know, just I think it's a little bit more comfortable for him now. You know, being able to lead the whole, you know, full Thai squad, calming in Thai as well, might be a little bit tricky given the timeouts, but of course he's going to be able to translate things very effectively. Meanwhile, for Team Secret, you know, Des touched on it. We are all thinking about it. Different coach, they've had some time to retool things, at least internally. How's that all going to play out today? We're seeing the changes in the composition, but is it sound?
Well, I think more importantly as well, what we saw yesterday in the games as well was a little bit of weaknesses for a composition that Team Secret are going to be running, the G2S style, right? So you're going to have some strengths in the mid to late rounds, and you know that was a weakness yesterday. So if you're looking at Team Secret, I think you got to go into this game with a little bit of that plan, because Pearl, I don't think this is a map that they would have expected Talon to be picking.
At least for now, they'll be looking heads on, heads up, in towards B Lake. Nothing too much found just yet, though. And also, Sheerwall being instantly tripped. Just for information, at least for now. Meanwhile, on the other end, Cruz continuing to jiggle back and forth. Nothing found just yet either. It's a lot of control out from Talon out towards this B-long area.
Excuse me as well, as Team Secret that actually picked this one, so there is the game plan for them, so that would further induce what they kind of expect to do, which right now is waltz in towards the A site, see that no one's home, and your wall isn't tripped. So do you have an idea that they've actually gone in towards main?
Maybe, maybe not. They will be taking the initiative, Komodo, to push all the way into spawn.
A little bit too much, though. Look how far they're going. They really want to clear this one out. The wall will be eventually tripped, and it'll bring them back, but no one on Talon has actually got towards the site yet.
I wouldn't mind this too much, though. If they are able to find Cruz with that many players, that's, you know, you're taking those salvos away. But Cruz now tucks himself neatly into a corner, so he keeps those salvos online. Meanwhile, the rest of the team from Talon has to march back in from main. They managed to do just that, but still, in towards Secret and Dugout, there is a bit of contention. Jesse Bash still pretty much alive, at least until Jeremy comes back in to support him, and that's going to be a pistol round being picked up by Team Secret.
Strange one, not gonna lie. No duels really into all the way the A site. You get a full plant, you kind of waltz in towards your opponent's spawn, and then eventually you focus on back. And you got to admit too, the plant is a nice idea for that position, right? You've got a lot of exposure towards that one. It's not like you're planning it for main and then pushing in towards Dugout, in towards Secret, in towards Flowers. So it was a nice little pistol round idea to come out, but it gets a little bit awkward at the end there when Jesse Bash is going for those right clicks with the classic too. So an eventual crossfire in towards your now any eco round. So you'll play towards the depths at the moment. You'll play towards just numbers towards this B side.
Sure, range as well, given the weaponry. So Team Secret working alongside B main. They do spot a player or two, forcing Primi to get Crash back into safety as well. That's a lot of space now that Team Secret can work with, but at the same time, maybe some slight footsteps in towards A main. Still, at the very least, nothing too much from either side.
Yeah, and just in this eco round as well, Kilo are still holding both Prowlers. Generally, you would see them, you know, thrown in towards A main if you are going to challenge over towards that area. Or Haunts and Seas that have already been used. So just in numbers at the moment. Pistols, Quack to find a little bit of damage.
Yeah, at least working together. Team Secret at the same time, I mean, they're the ones, you know, not fully committing to either side, despite the information that they've gained. So just kind of challenging the pistols, trying to take as much as away as possible.
Yeah, and it's just utilizing the time quite nicely as well to see if there's going to be any shenanigans, let Talon overthink things a little bit potentially, which for right now, I mean, at 3 versus 3, when you've gone into this round with classics, you're starting to feel okay in terms of damage.
Yeah, just a bit. Not too bad. Thai, though, does pick up the Bulldog, and that is a little bit of damage against Jeremy. 3 guns already robbed away. Jesse Vash will clean things up at the end, but you still have to wonder how this, you know, echoes throughout the other rounds on this map.
Yeah, when you're going in towards your gun round now as Talon and your bonus is looking like a Vandal and an Outlaw to be carried on over, how much are you putting behind that, right? Are you getting another rifle? Are you just saying, okay, we lost a little bit too much in that previous round. We'll just play with some pistols and maybe go for a little bit more of a mundane push together as a unit of 5.
That's something to definitely wonder about for the upcoming round, but at least right now, They can celebrate with that little round win. Outlaw, okay, still in the hands of Envy. Potential light shields on the other side, but not quite. Talon are indeed reinforcing everything with heavy shields. A quick default setup all across the map.
Well, Thai has to be really careful here if he oversteps, because there's a lot of bodies and he wouldn't have had a bailout strategy, really.
Quick shoulder peek, though, so he's okay for now, and instantly puts up that smoke, the Nebula, to block things off. At the same time, look at this, Primi all the way up B.
Yeah, getting information across both sides of the map and still having a bit of a spot in towards mid-doors as well.
Just as we mentioned mid-doors, the Prowler coming out from Killua. Bit of an arc row setup as well, but it's going to be Jeremy in with the round 3 dimensional drift to gather further information. Bit of a flash coming out, and he's trying to catch Jit Boys. Clone kind of ignored, but still damage found. Killua in with the trade just to try to hold around connector.
Yeah, it's nicely done, but what do you look to do now? You've got 2 players still coming up from the sewers in towards an arc crunch, and you do also have Thai playing in the back of dugout. Some smokes towards the site start to happen, though.
Okay, at least the salvos will get sent through. Ooh, and as soon as the salvo gets sent out, TGE thinks that that's where the tail might be positioned. Lo and behold, it's just going to be Killua watching the angle. So a good kill being picked up, as well as the Prowler just to check closer back towards Art. Talon trying to do their due diligence, but at the same time, Envy has his sights trained in to the site. Still though, okay, Thai kind of sneaking past, but Jesse Vash has snuck up right behind him as well. Good little flash out, and that's going to be another pick. Team Secret working alongside the numbers now. Talon might have the sight, but a bit of a tap is not going to be enough. Swaps on over, but look at Killua! Swings along a swivel, just goes full turret mode for the ace.
What is that? That is a point-blank headhunter missing every single shot, and he's not even looking at you! Killua, welcome to VCT Pacific. Welcome to your first round win and an ace.
In on round 3 too, Komodo.
Yeah, where there was a dimensional drift to come on through for all of the information that you would expect in the beginning from the side of Team Secret. Jeremy trying to do what he can. I mean, a great reposition to come through from Jesse Vash as well. I thought Lightning would strike in this round for Team Secret, but no.
Not quite. I was wondering where that chamber was, or if Waldor was going to find it towards the end, but still not quite. And that is just the talented Thai players that we have in this region. You know, all the way throughout FW Esports, maybe full sense, made in Thailand, even at times. They're just also familiar with each other, and they are comfortable on this stage. Still though, the next run coming up, and that's Team Secret trying to fight their way back in. They have the buys. Right now, at least, not quite the space.
Yeah. Bit of a contest, though, towards B long at the moment, and Talon really wanted to win this one, and they'll do so successfully. Immediately sending a bit of a rotate mid, quite open at the moment, though. So you are falling back a little bit as Talon. Wouldn't mind them just holding on to a lot of their utility, and even if they want to, they could just switch in towards a retake.
I have to imagine, though, you know, at least for Talon still, the fact that they've all been teammates at one point or another, perhaps except for Cruz, there is quite a bit of comfort, a bit of morale boost on the side as well. Meanwhile, you can see how they're all flowing together, commsing together on the team. They're already reading this push coming out from Team Secret. So even with the spike getting tapped in, the knife instantly sent out. Prowler, just to check. We're looking at a potential peek pretty soon. Bit of a flash, blindside out. The clone just to check. To throw off the crosshair placement. Waldario at least will redeem himself from the previous round with a double kill, but Primi fires back with an outlaw as well. Off towards Art, and that's Jit Boys taking further position away from Team Secret. Forces 2GE to try to march up. Envy, though, pulls off a bit of a spin of his own and goes into a Beyblade, being able to blaze down his opponents in a moment of glory.
Yeah, you definitely need to see a couple of those Talon members have their head on a swivel, though, and spin around. Unfortunately, wasn't able to really come on out, and you're looking at them give up a lot of space in through towards mid, give up the territory of A to play towards a retake because you have the Nightfall, right? But when you've got the Steel Garden going on through as well, that just buys a lot more time for Team Secret to establish themselves in the site, and then they're layering some more of their own utility to stave off any sort of retake. So nicely done from Team Secret. They'll be met with the eco of Talon right now, and for Wild Oreo, it's very wise to get out the Outlaw as well, specifically on a chamber. You want to see good proficiency from him with the snipers too.
That's what he has in his hands. The Outlaw, at least, just to mark down mid. Sound strategy from Team Secret all throughout, with the way that they're carefully, tactically working across the map. Talon, though, on towards the pistols, trying to get a little bit cheeky outside of A main, but instantly deterred, shall we say, back in towards mid.
Yeah, just all kind of grouping together at the moment through double doors. See if these pistols can just tappity tap away.
Ooh, it's gonna be Outlaw that taps away
bunuh
instead.
dia, Gong. Ngepick lagi lah, masa yang nggak ngepick masih ada TP. Ngepick lagi lah, udah kill 3 masa enggak? Masa udahan ngepicknya ngepick lagi lah.
Nonetheless, it still is going to be Talon backing in towards the A site, looking for further positioning. But with that many kills, or deaths at least, going down towards mid, Team Secret makes the read in towards the B site.
What I see when you're in a round against an eco like this and you've got 3 kills is an ace hunt.
Ooh. Well,
30 seconds left.
Possibly hunting for some webbits. We'll see if Talon gives them the chase or not. At the very least, possibly setting up for some exits, maybe.
I wouldn't have thought that you'd like duck hunting season, Quack.
Do I? That feels like cannibalism, hunting my own brethren? I don't know.
Well, just the tail end of this round. No ace going to be achievable for Wild Oreo, but there is some damage at least at the end of this one for Talon. They're going to get some dollar-y dues. There's going to be an ult available in the next round. More importantly, though, I think you'll take away that Team Secret are starting to find a good little numbers on that tally board for the attacking side.
Oh, yes. Very much so. Ultimates online, kills being found. It all starts to flow. And you can see that they're not just working alongside the composition, but also trying to work alongside the map and the strats, where they're just trying to stay, I guess, disciplined, you know, not really fully committing too early on.
Yeah, well, one of the strengths from this comp that Team Secret are going to be running is just making sure that utility is right to try and set up Yoru, set up Jeremy for a lot of success, and then having the initiative to make sure there's a bit of a backup plan if that goes a little bit haywire.
Yeah.
Okay. But then Sniper being found on the other side as well. So that's Premi on the op. Instantly gate crashes into safety, receiving contact towards the long. On towards A main as well then. Talon continues to spread their wings across the map, covering a lot of it with their wingspan.
Yeah, new recruits getting the job done over towards A. Your second put in a bit of utility as well, just after the fact, to clear out the full position. Prowler gets its job done, you reset with the 2-player advantage, and now you really need to see Team Secret dig deep individually to get back in towards this round, and it's one of these positions where you kind of need to give your opponents in Team Secret the jewels to win, and that's exactly what happens. Dai gives them the jewel, he loses it. Now might be achievable for Team Secret.
Possibly, you know, if you're talking about individual greatness, you would gamble that it's down to these 2 players, Jeremy as well as Jesse Vash, the Unk, who got almost, well, or practically an ace back from kickoffs. Still in the same spot, he does find that kill. But off of that, thinking that that 1 kill might have pulled some rotations over, Team Secret head back into the B side, where Primi has his crosshair zeroed in.
Yeah.
Headshot through, but then a crouch kick out from Jeremy. Right back. Down to Jit Boys, Cruz arriving on scene as well. Can they do it? It's all down to Jeremy. He has to find the frags, and he does find the opener. On to the next, and Armageddon sent through as well, but he gets the spike down just in the nick of time. Dimensional drift away to find Killua. Does figure out where he is. Continues to toy with his positioning. Killua having the ace from before, feeling confident, but now feeling the pressure in towards Halls. Where could they be? Finds the first.
Masa iya lawan Uncle kalah?
He knows exactly where Jesse Vash is.
Menang ini.
Rookie versus Unk, and Rookie wins this time. Talon, Killua just greets everyone on the server once again.
Yeah, had to win that one, didn't he? From the starting of the round, when you start to lose your teammates as well in the 5 versus 3 situation where Thai loses his life. I'm looking at what's happening with the creep up from Wild Oreo. It's 30 seconds left in the round. He goes for a drive a little bit ill-advised, you know. I'm also seeing that there is technically a dimensional drift available earlier on if they wanted to quickly use that one in. You've got, you know, sub 30 seconds, yeah, but is that enough time to throw in, to try and establish plans and everything? There's a lot of shoulda, coulda, wouldas in a round such as this, but I think more importantly, everybody's trying to bring forward a round, but they don't necessarily need to. So reeling it in for a
Jeremy
couple
udah
of
kontak
players
nggak
is what you're going to see in a round such as this. An early challenge from Premi, but not going too far forward.
Harusnya 2 lawan 1 dia swing.
Pulling up around the doors, but at the same time, straight into Art. Okay, Premi instantly deletes 2GE, but that's the go signal from Team Secret.
And now it's going to be the pause from Talon. They've got the advantage. They don't actually need to push forward and give the fight over to Team Secret.
Hence, Thai just kind of holding out towards Dugout for now. Repositions in towards Secret and spots Jeremy out with a tap. A second tap on towards Envy's skull. And that's going to be Jesse Vash trying to regress back in from main, from stairs. Is it going to be enough though? Not quite. The spike's down in the dirt. Wild Oreo with an up at this range. It's just a little bit too tough. Primi, who already has his crosshairs scoped in, will be the one to find the round for Talon.
Quite readable as far as Talon are concerned as well. When the first pick is found and the Prowler goes out through Art, they start to get overwhelmed.
Dua rukinya yang angkat Talon, coy.
Lu lihat tuh. To go in towards the A side, and then it's just very sharp gunplay to come out from Thai, getting those 2 kills. Everything falling in order for the rest of the team, where they are just standing and delivering.
Just happened so much, and it really, brings to question how Team Secret might be feeling in their heads right now, because it's some of these rounds where playing reserve, they actually find success. Then playing aggressive, they kind of start to falter a bit. But as soon as they play even more reserve, that's where Primi gets away with daylight robbery like this. Primi gets the kill, Cruz for the next, Wild Oreo for the trade. A lot of space afforded around the A side, and great reads being pulled out by Talon. Look at the minimap. Vies, the Jit Boys, he's circling all the way around from behind, and the longer that Team Secret takes, the more space that he gets to cover. Primi back in with the op, and that's the second kill for the guy.
Well, Dimensional Drift, a minute left on the clock, and he's going to throw a little bit of worry towards the side of Team Secret, pinging out both of them. But this is just buying time for that flank that you mentioned here, getting your teammate onto the line. Thai's going to come out from Flowers as well. Actually, oh, wow, this is not what you would expect in this situation. Just down to Jit Boys. Guns removed, and they know where he's coming from.
Turn an unwinnable scenario right back, but okay, his own Steel Garden right back against his opponents. They just kind of get out of dodge though.
Yeah.
And that's where you gotta wonder, it's not gonna be enough. Jit Boys needs to kind of triangulate where they might be and look for the isolated duels. Unexposed duels as well, but look at how Envy, quick and fleet-feeted, he's able to find that shot to bring a round up for Team Secret.
Yeah, it's a 3 versus 2 that Team Secret are able to convert when the plant, is the kind of priority at that position when you're in towards the A site. Really well done from them, not able to, or rather not fussed by the Dimensional Drift that is coming on out. Because you expect in those positions, right? Primi dancing around the site, calling for his team, where they are, what you need to do, what line you need to hold. Those are the things that you'll instinctively know when those comms come over to you, right? But yeah, really well done from Team Secret to be able to win that one and keep a lead on this attacking side. They'll counter out on towards an eco that rounds here, and you're just trying to build up a couple more ultimates that you're starting to get towards again.
You kind of like it.
Yeah.
Slowly course correcting. Not too aggressive and back in towards mid.
And it is the mid to late round that this composition really needs to kind of find its footing in and showcase its strengths towards.
Okay, well, mid to late round or not, at least the opening pick, oh wow, goes the way of Wild Oreo at that range as well. Good little right click scoped in.
Take flight.
And it forces Talon to rethink, to refill that space around Art as well as mid doors. As that happens, Team Secret back into A. Thai has always been playing that position, and they're looking to challenge him. Expecting to peek out from mid doors as well. Envy finds another.
Great patience from Team Secret, just against the eco, playing in towards the deeper lines. You know that it is the pistols now as well, so you kind of start to shift towards the A site, get all the information as 2G. It's not too difficult of a rounds to kind of play towards for Team Secret on the beginning, or after the beginning.
30 seconds
left. Fairly simple and clean. Talon, though, still just trying to look for any potential pickup. Would be an off point or two for Primi at least, but ooh, a little bit quiet from the fella. Just
whoa!
Bit of a simple flick from Thai, at least, but still, 2G cleans things up.
Jangan kurang ajar sama orang tua ya. Di flick gitu loh orang tua loh. Nggak kenapa-napa loh itu orang tua.
There's still a core 3 that you can kind of, it takes a couple of plans out. You know, with the timing between kickoff and adding these players as well, that you're not going to have too much to kind of reinvent the whole team, right? So you see a couple of roles change for sure, but you're still going to have a lot of these fundamental game plan plays that you have on this defensive side, right? Some mid takes, some A takes, some B long takes and everything. Feels like right now we want to get a little bit of involvement and rest back on something a little bit more tried and tested, right? Because a lot of these rounds at the moment, they're not getting an opening or they're getting an opening, and then it's Team Secret who are doing a lot better at adjusting in these rounds and slowing it down, letting TLN kind of overcook a little bit.
Certainly. You know, we are seeing how Premi's playing around mid doors a lot, or maybe even a player inside of Art. But at times they start to get picked off, and as soon as that first player falls, the rest of them start to scramble, and Thai even sometimes getting picked off as well. So I do wonder if it's going to be some of these early game nerves. Frost alongside Jovi with a quick intervention back in just to keep their heads on their shoulders.
Awal bulan.
That's going to be enough.
And for me as well, like when I saw this veto, I was a little bit concerned for Talon because we haven't seen too much Pearl from them, and what we have, you know, a 13-1 loss, right, in previous rosters. So I think you do start to have a little bit of, you know, rep concern of them. Have they been really practicing this, or have they been more going towards the other maps in the pool?
Do wonder. They did leave it open though, so you gotta imagine maybe they do have something. And this comp at least alludes you to thinking that this is a very deliberate setup right now, especially with the coach timeout being called, the adjustments being sent over onto extreme ends of the map, especially with the outlaw as well. Okay. Just to try to deter Team Secret from heading down B any further.
Yeah, I kind of want to see what 2G is going to be able to do. You know, Astra's autonomy now actually spotted on out, so maybe you look to get overwhelmed a little bit, but you definitely have to get out of there. I was trying to say I want to see what timing you can try and find to get on up, but now he's just going to keep the Talon members interested that there might be something tailing towards the B side.
Especially with that smoke, I was thinking he might recall the star, but actually just puts it all the way up. So those two players, you know, Premi alongside Jit Boys, will have to stay tucked in on B. Meanwhile, Team Secret still looking to explore the map, especially towards mid, but they do want to watch out for some of the Vi's utility, for example. They've encountered it before, but wow.
30 seconds to go, and this is going to be the go time for everybody to dump a lot of these ultimates in towards the A side. Oh, spike being planted by bringing out 4 so far.
And that's just everything dumped into this A side. The Hunter's Fury, though, does do its job, and at the same time for Envy to find a bit of a frag. With that, a lot of space on the other end of the Cosmic Divide, though. Talon looks to set themselves up. The spike will get planted, but can Team Secret stabilize? That is the question. Bit of an op. Cruise with possible utility coming online as well. Jit Boys just trying to get ahead, but instantly gunned down. Gotta imagine where some of the Team Secret players could be playing as well, so up for some of it, but on the timing, Envy with the peaks, a quad kill being picked up, alongside Jesse Vash with a sudden peek out.
It would have been the ace, but it was the clone that he ended up shooting in that one, and I actually thought that there was an immediate counter ult to come on through, but there was only 3 in towards the mix. Yeah, more importantly, the Nightfall I thought would have been a little bit more valuable towards the site instead of towards Art. Didn't really feel like that worried Team Secret too much when that comes in, able to bring out their own Cosmic Divide. You got a Hunter's Fury in towards the mix as well, but it wasn't a lot of those ults and abilities getting it all done. Envy, a lot of the kills to come on through. He's kind of tearing things up at the moment.
Right. They also just got them into sight, but Envy is the one who has been finding the frags. Always a sharpshooter, whichever role he's playing on. Sometimes the Sentinel, sometimes the Initiator. He's always one of the best players that we have here in Pacific. Nonetheless, though, as the next round heads on up,
wah, Talon kenapa diobok-obok begini, guys?
And still, Talon continue to swap
Kata Governor, nah, enak zamanku toh.
A bit further. But Team Secret,
nggak pernah kalah lawan Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about some space management at the moment, you're going to get some value from the ultimate orb over towards the A site. You're going to keep the members there a little bit interested and head on a swivel to make sure that there's no just blowout in towards the site. The Steel Garden for Envy can be quite powerful if they're afforded a lot of time and position. Gather an ability, you know, if Talon are spotted
kepancing.
Or spotted over peeking in towards Art was going to be my second one.
Gara-gara ada drone.
It makes it quite difficult for
ya
Talon to get a good read at the moment.
very much so. Read or no read, they just haven't.
Oh, ini mau wall TikTok ini. Mau wall TikTok ini. Ya, ada ngumpetnya di sono.
Oh, Envy, is he actually stuck here? Yes, he is, unfortunately. And 2GA down for the count as well. Good little individual moves from Cruz. Tayo just providing the destruction, and with 20 seconds to go, you're going to have to bully your way into this Team Secret.
That's exactly what they're looking to do. Throw their heads in for bits of swirlies or just verbal attacks down in towards Team Secret's way. Still though,
itu senjata barrelnya.
Trying to play around it.
Itu kan barrel.
Exactly it. Without the utility, it's definitely going to be a little bit tough. But still,
udah dong mata siwar
out of this range. Swaps over onto the headhunter and does find the pick. Okay. Trip right underneath just to get some information. Killa goes to stick it halfway and gets up just in time to find the headshot against
Kalian lihat nggak tadi
Wario.
gun barrelnya kelihatan di orang
Twist
Heaven?
and lick for you right there.
No utility, but does not matter for Talent. They'll just have every gun ripe and ready for the kills. I thought maybe for Wild Warrior that was actually going to be doable, right? He's able to awkwardly get the first kill in the 1 versus 2, but dancing in and out of the Cosmic Divide, not able to find Killua at the end. And one of these rounds, again, where you are seeing the time played with a lot by Team Secret. Very slow and how they want to dance and deliver around the map.
Commit fight pakai headhunter ya, bisa menang dia.
But no space left in time.
Yeah, I have to imagine that a lot of that comes down to Cruz and his IGLing. Very good job, master at work when it comes to reading the map, and that's why you have those util kills going through on his Taeho, but still. It does come down to some of the frags sometimes. Team Secret can definitely bully their way through, and that's what they're looking to do unless Primi can deny some of these opportunities outright. Still though, he's forced to get Crash away.
Yeah, you're going to see the force back of B and the tapping of the shear wall as well over towards A. So trying to bait it out. I really like the idea from Envy, however, though. You change it up, you bait them on in, you try and see if you can pick them out when they go for that wall, or if it's an individual lurking and you can try and catch them off guard. Always a fan of that deeper wall. You know, we saw good trap play off that yesterday.
Still though, at least for now, Talon have managed to deny several alt orbs and whatnot. So at this point, just forces for Team Secret to go for a bit of a trick play.
Yeah.
Dimensional drift, get crashes back into B.
Get him interested over towards the A site, come over towards B where it'll look to be a little bit weaker. Though Primi starting things off by finding Wild Warrior. Again, time, sub 30 seconds.
And with that as well, a bit more pressure in the backs of Talon's minds. 2GE gets to strike while the Iron is hot from behind. A huge flank, and that just pulls the attention away for the spike to go down. Team Secret continue to make quick work of the map, and it forces Primi to send his crosshair back and forth, looking for the next flick. Takes down Jesse Bash now, and it does soften the side up for the rest of his team. Jeremy tries to keep them away with the flash, but it's not going to be enough. Primi with his own blindside, his own dimensional drift now, and he pushes all of Team Secret further back and away. 2G try as he might, it's not going to be enough. Comeback down, and that brings us to a 5-7 at the end of the first half.
Yeah, pretty good recovery in a couple of moments from both of these teams as well, right? Some pivotal moments, some swing round abilities to take control of this map, but at the tail end there, those last 2 rounds to come out from the side of Talon, well navigated. I'm thinking to myself, you've got a lot of information in that scenario up through street. You don't need to go for a lot of these peaks. You know that you've got Talon locked in there, but they somehow managed to get back out of there, taking the full challenge, and Primi, operator shots, shorty shots, turning in towards then the human drone to get all the rest of the information. He's ticking like all of the roles essentially there.
It's crazy with how much Primi can provide to this team. You know, whichever role he's playing on, of course we love to see him back on the Duelist, but with the op, with different ranges, he's just able to do so much. And again, with the Euro, it just gives him a little bit more flexibility with how he's able to
Yeah, I mean, back in the day when him and Dai were playing together, right? Dai primarily going on towards the jet, and Primi's like flexing between smokes and senties, and even, you know, getting out a double Duelist there. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we even do get something like that towards this roster a little bit later on. Really change it on up. But the fact that now they're finding, some teething issues. This is, it's a new idea. It's a new identity for Talon here. So you're going to have to try and figure out what is going to work with this roster. And so far, so good. I mean, yes. It is a very small sample size, don't get me wrong. Like 5 successful rounds and 7 not so successful rounds. But if they're able to now convert the success that they did have on their defensive side over to this attacking side, and they're able to really shut down Team Secret.
Besok ada match.
I mean, it'll be
Boom Genji.
It's too early to tell.
Yes, it definitely is early. I do wonder how this chamber is going to play out on the defensive side, but we do have a lovely little Team Secret plant in the audience there. Just encouraging people to buy the bundles. But yes, back into it, and that's going to be Team Secret now on the defense. The sort of double sentinel at play.
And just a single cruise with a drone that gets denied, and his health looking a little bit bleeding. Good shock dart to come on out from Jesse Vash.
Certainly, quite a bit. That's just possibly one shot away from dying. Cruz has to
Epistoronnya mau coba 4A
away for now at the very least. So even if he is looking to cross mid, he's going to have to rethink his decisions. His guided salvos are something that's going to be very needed, especially post-plant.
Well, the traps are here, and you're going to have to try and respect them at the moment. But a great haunt, you're going to try and extend them. Squandered.
Jadi bunuh. Temennya udah pasti ke-delay.
One of the primary sentinel right now for Team Secret, being able to deny any opportunities from Talon. Still keeps the team kind of tucked in towards this A site.
A quiet repush in towards A. How far is he actually going to get in towards it before he is spotted out? Arcos for nothing.
Kelihatannya kakinya.
Smokes and recon gathering abilities as well. Jesse Vash at least confirms
Slow
presence on the site.
Yang didagot.
Talon
ada
look
smoke
for
lagi
an
sih.
opportunity. Team Secret with our positioning though so far back. At the same time, a bit of a flank coming through from Wild Oreo, but it's not necessarily needed with how Jesse Vash is able to play. But look at Killua. A bit of a skewer as he finds two.
Sabar, Killua bisa menang.
Straight on in with a straight line.
Bunuh.
Envy now trying to get himself out of dugout. Still spotted by Killua.
You've not seen the chamber. Wild
Kelamaan
Oreo,
ketahuan
you've got to
sih,
expect a flank.
Yeah, at least thinking about it. They're sitting
Tawan sih
comfortably
udah
with that spike
feeling-feeling
down,
buat
Komodo.
timing.
And Killua just continues to
Ya,
play around the positions,
tuker.
and there it is. Flank
Menang
instantly
Oreo
spotted
dong.
and found, but a bit of a swing too wild from
Ya,
Cruz, and Wild
timing,
Oreo with
coy.
the Headhunter will find the damage that is needed.
And that's better fashion because the damage that Jesse Vash found earlier on with the shock dart as well.
Wow.
Only one shot to finish off Cruz.
You're telling me we've come full circle?
We've come full circle. The man has started off the round that he didn't know he found, and then they finished off.
That is just kind of poetic, and what a way to start off the pistol round on the second half.
An attempt, though. A good attempt from Talon, getting in the plan. Killua getting a lot of kills in towards the end there. Not able to finalize 2G either, even with the dink through the corner of the wall, though. A little bit unfortunate. For Team Secret, however, they're going to be able to find both pistols in this map, which is just going to further extend a good lead for them.
Wow, but as you say that, a bit of a force coming out from Talon. Still instantly disrespected by Jeremy. A shot found through, and he gate crashes back into safety. Still though, Talon looking to commit into the site, or at least to force some reactions out. They send that little fake out clone all the way through in towards stairs, where Envy will be met with a lot of contact. Jit Boys in with the stinger, will be able to find it instead.
But they're going to call away. They're going to peel and see if they can find anybody in through towards connector first. As Jesse Vash is on the drone, he'll spot nothing out towards the A site. And there's a little bit of a overextension from Wild Oreo here that you do actually have to consider that they can path very quietly up through towards street, go towards the B site quickly.
Yeah.
And he's going to be there, but if you are playing towards the numbers here as Team Secret, you are going to be playing in towards a retake here.
Wild Oreo with the Outlaw too, though. So, retake definitely sound, but we'll see if Wild Oreo can at least soften up some of these blows. Not going to see too much, so just playing for the numbers.
Yeah, you'll eventually get a dart back online for Jesse Vash. That's going to come in about 30 seconds, actually, so never mind that one right there. You do need to try and see what these stingers and what this Spectre can do, because they actually can make this work.
Especially when Primi is watching the back positions, crouches underneath, and that's 2G deleted away from the roster. Jit Boys now with the Spectre, finding another shot through. Going in for the full tap though. Jesse Vash gets it down halfway, gets off just in time. Spectre, Bulldog, the shots all found by Team Secret to still stabilize and find the subsequent round win.
Yeah, the plant not going down where you can actually protect it from where you came from in the street, right? You've got a bit of a play from Primi looking for the later lurk out there, and I mean, at some point in that round there, when that plant goes down, it transitions into a really winnable scenario. But when you do disconnect yourselves a little bit too much, it makes it a little bit awkward. You know, you're just looking for damage then, which, to be honest, is not that bad considering that was only the second round, right? Those are the rounds that you're never generally going to be winning when you drop a pistol.
Similar scenario to what we saw from the start of the map. But as I say that, we are definitely slowly running out of chances for Talon to find a way back into the game.
Yeah.
We'll see if this one can support them, if anything. But given the force spike from before, yeah, it's still going to be stingers for the entire Thai squad. Look at Jeremy once again.
That's really good positioning and knowledge from Jeremy to know that if there's going to be an A play, they're going to have to play respectful for the shear, and you just tuck yourself in towards the mid window.
Ooh, and in with that as well. So Primi able to execute into the side, especially with the blind side, takes down Jesse Vash, but here comes Wild Oreo. And with that, instantly Talon recognizes what they need to do, trying to hold stairs and force Team Secret to get into exposed positions for the retake. Wild Oreo having to hang back now, but look at Jeremy perched up on top, and that's just going to be enough. A bonus round, well, somewhat being found for Team Secret, even against the stingers of Talon.
Timnas PH lawan Timnas PH, benar. Towards this quote bonus round, right? Because there's overinvestment. In the previous, you don't come in towards this round with your full rifles. Though, what you do show as Talon at the moment is that you're proficient enough to get a plant on down, but you're just not able to keep it contained and win out the rest of the round. The retakes so far have been quite flawless to come through from Team Secret, and Jeremy has had a really big helping hand in a lot of those.
Absolutely. Starting off with the opening pick, even down to the last few kills that he picks up on the Bulldog. Finding the right positioning, working alongside his team, and right now the kill leader for Team Secret, Envy, finding his value as well on the sheer wall. Stealth throw now for Talon though, just to gather a little bit of information outside B-Long.
Yeah, it's going to be respected at the moment as well. One away from a dimensional drift for Primi. You're only saying a bit of spotting out from 2G over towards the A site. You are covering your bases as well. Pretty standard default to come out from Team Secret here and act accordingly. Again, highlighting that their retakes have been pretty good. So if they need to concede any positions around the map, they can rely on that. Time of the round for the drone. Clearing some information.
Woi, Bang Farid, kemana aja Bang Farid? Buset, udah lama nih.
Wants to keep going for the spot.
But not needed for now, at least. The trademark being tripped around B-Link, so still keeping some investments into the B site. Talon deliberately trying to sneak on through, but they do have to make it over this little sheer wall obstacle.
Yep, Thorns immediately popped as well, so two members just going to sit pretty in towards that one at the moment. And 2GE is in a bit of a spot of bother. He can get crunched upon.
Okay, still though, keeps himself tucked away inside of that smoke and stays alive. Peeks at the right time, and ooh, taking down the spike planter. Envy out from the back as well. Flowers being secured, and back into Invade with the classic. Support from Jeremy, there it is. Talon's just high, 4 HP. Spike on the ground and no time at hand. He's gonna have to go in for the full save. As Team Secret looks to double up on double digits. It's down to 11 and 5.
Yeah, really well played out from Team Secret as well. The tricky position from 2GE navigated quite nicely for some assistance as well. I think it was Envy that got the Arcros flash out there, providing all the goods for him to collect the kills in towards the site. This time a difference that there is no plant to come on down. So seeing in the replays there, really well done from 2GE. Just very proficient in how to close out of rounds currently when they know where the round is kind of tailoring towards. Spike is planted, what positions they need to expose their opponents. And yeah, this timeout is going to be sorely needed. I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't have it earlier on, but you know, you're kind of playing on the back of for Talon. You get the pistol, you get the second round where you're not going to need a timeout. You're playing towards your delayed bonus round. That's what that round just was. You lose that, all right, now you need a timeout.
Yeah, do wonder what it's going to be for, though. I mean, it is Jovi, the assistant coach, really making the calls now for Talon. And at the same time, we could see the effects of how the internal restructuring of Team Secret has worked out for them. At least for this map, you know, they bank themselves on it. They follow through on it off kickoffs, and they make it just work to a treat. At the same time, you do have to kind of imagine, you know, a little bit of rivalries between these two teams. I do remember from the previous year where there were some little scuffles, and Talon found that win from back then. And now it's Team Secret leading the charge.
Yeah, back towards an opening round, and we have to verse these guys again.
Yeah, always trying to break away from the middle of the pack. Talon managed to get a little bit further, but now Team Secret showing a bit more dominance. Wildorio back in with the Outlaw, reading the shields on the other end.
Yeah, if you can get away with one hit and you can rendezvous, you have to do that before the drone. So just standard Tejo protocol to come out there from Cruz. This time, not going to be met with the shock dart either.
At least a little bit more information. Also,
Welcome
good
back,
job with 2GE controlling the opposite end of the map.
He has been seen shoulder peeking like this time and time again. So there's going to be a bit of an element, potentially, if they could spot him and find him as Jit Boys, but not going to be afforded it.
And I think he's found what he wants. So at least reading for a potential split coming out from Talon.
Wah, ini kalau naik ini
will look to control these spots. Okay, the fake out does bait out some utility. And that's Talon, possibly with the intervention of Coach Jovi, trying to work along the map now.
Yeah. Our drone, by the way, just used by Jesse Basher over at the B side, seeing nothing towards long. So Premi's just going to start to clear all of the information for Talon. See what he can do here by himself, because he has only spotted out Wildorio.
Okay. He's still trying to delete him away, but Wildorio just rendezvous into safety. Look at this now. All of Team Secret pretty much arrived on the site. The only thing that is going for Talon is Jit Boys with the long flank.
Oh, that's going to be so long away, though. If he gets one kill, he could technically ult, but at that point in time, you'd expect Team Secret to already start that retake, right?
Yeah, there it is.
I
think Cruz buying a little bit of time for Jit Boys in with a guided salvo, and here it comes now, trying to bail himself out of the position. He has found his value, though. So impact frag, there it is, and Wildorio needs to gun his way into the site to reaggress. 2GE will provide that assistance. Meanwhile, the rest of Talon just trying to hold back True from around the pillars. Oh, swing a little bit too wide from Cruz, and that's the punish. Down to 2 left. And the body block is definitely going to help out. Guardian shots fired through, but no kills found. And the defuse stuck to map point for Team Secret.
They are really lucky that that body block worked the way that it needed to, at least to get the defuse on towards half by the time that it does fade away at the end there. Because you think about what stalling capacity that the side of Talon did have, right? You've got the salvos to go in, and you've got the gravity well. They don't really have anything else that they can utilize in that scenario. You know, no C's to pull them off. You know, that's not going to work out at the end there with the only soldier remaining as Killua. So really well done from Team Secret. Flawless front on this defensive side so far.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, Wildorio has always slipped away from Talon's grasp with that rendezvous, and he even uses it for information. Now, in the final, possible final round, Team Secret have swapped out their defensive positions again.
Yeah. It really makes Talon utilize a lot of this early utility to try and just figure something like this out. And they, I mean, Cosmic Divide early before you've actually sniffed out that wall as well.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. Cosmic Divide kind of gone into the wind. Jit Boys down into the dust as well.
Yeah.
And that can't feel good. Not at all.
Yeah, you really can't utilize this ultimate at the moment anymore because it's just going to fail and you're going to be stalled out. Yeah, you put in an Armageddon at the back, but you're immediately getting just bodies of Team Secret thrown in towards the site.
Bring me the
I think I just caught a glimpse of furrowed brows on Primi's face. First time I've seen that. Team Secret on the cusp of victory. Steel Garden barking away at the heels of Talon. They try to reaggress, they try to make do with what they've got up around pillars, but you gotta imagine it's just not gonna be enough as the entire site has been set up into a huge choke point.
Yeah.
Jeremy in for a kill, 2G for the spray alongside the Nebula. And Thai is just trying to dance around it, but look at this, every single player converging into his one position. And that will be that final score on the map of Pearl, 13-5 in favor of Team Secret.
Yeah, not changing their roster whatsoever coming in towards stage 1 here. They are believing that this 5 stack of players is going to still be able to continue a good run to make it towards.
TC yang menang, Cok. Map 3-nya. Gelo ngebantai. Kata T-Virus, mampus lu. Sekarang kau nyesel kan? Kemarin EDG, anjir EDG kalah lo Nova, Cok. Yang bener baik nih. Serius nih. EDG downfall kah? Lo Nova kalah ya. Gak ada tadi yang pasang TS, gak ada. Bili-bili JDG. Bili-bili sih harusnya ini. JDG juga busuk banget lagi sekarang. JDG Mall, JDG eSport, JDG eSport. JD Mall, JDG eSport. Kenapa di repeat di komen? I don't trust JDG. If bad day then 21. Parah banget anjing komennya nih, negara apa, Cok? Seychelles. Adakah? Oke, bendera baru pertama kali lihat anjing. Aduh, ini Talon kenapa ini ya? Masa rukinya yang gendong ya? Ini kenapa nih? Aduh, Ceriwis stop gak sih? Ceriwis kayaknya harus diganti deh guys. Kayaknya feeling gue Ceriwis udahan. THYY kan dari Talon Academy kan dia IGL. Nah dia aja IGL. Tapi pengalamannya gak ada sih emang. Cuma bantu dari Primo Jitboy gak sih? Ceriwisnya ganti tukang tembak lagi. Coba kita lihat Talon Academy. Talon Academy. Snappy Tibloy Kanadi. Gak ada yang bagus lagi kayaknya. Gak ada tadi yang bad test. Baiklah.
Talon did not rise to the challenge.
No. Definitely not. Very, very messy game from Talon. A lot of rounds where it seemed like there was miscommunication, where the mid to late round really didn't come together for them. You know, or one or two kind of set plays that they pulled off nicely, but outside of that, you know, Primi hit some nice op shots, had a couple of, you know, decent rounds here and there. I was pretty impressed by Kalua's debut, which we'll see some clips from, and Ty did okay for himself, but Jitboys and Cruz just didn't really have any impact in this game, and they're the ones that are used to this stage.
Yeah, I think, like, we can see this is a really great set play that Talon had. You know, this has worked out in the server with the Teo stuff, triggered off the Vice Wall. This is a lovely trap, but they go on to lose this round.
Yeah, I mean, they do, and also worth mentioning, I mean, Kalua, you're going to see his highlights. This is his debut game here. He clutches a number of rounds for Talon, and they still only come together with 5 rounds overall, Vic.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is...
Tapi kayaknya kalah
not
deh
the best showing for
ini.
Talon to start off with this roster, but a lot of it looked a little bit messy, a little bit disoriented, and I think a large part of just being new on the stage.
Yeah, potentially. So, I mean, I don't really feel like the new players did so poorly. What I will say is, we mentioned it as well before they even played Pearl. MVP goes to Envy. Jeremy, I will say, did pretty well. I also agree with you. I think Wild Oreo did decently on the op, and maybe that did free up Jeremy to play a bit more of a rifle-centric role and play the Yoru, for example. So I think Team Secret looking like a very well-rounded, very well-prepared team, a comp that seems to fit them very well. But worth mentioning that they won both of their games convincingly in kickoff on the first map. This game, their first map of kickoff, I was like, oh my god, Team Secret escaped to play here and kickoff. And the same thing, this first stage 1 game is insane. They dominated Talon, but they need to win the series, guys, okay? Yeah. And there's a reason why most of us have more faith in Talon than Secret.
Yeah, show me some composure now, Secret. We've seen you in map 1 before, but get a map 2, get a map 3. That was their map pick as well. Now moving ahead to Fracture, it's Talon's map pick. So what can we expect from this?
Okay, look, I think, yes, all of us here present today have predicted for Talon for obvious reasons. But I do think at this point, looking how Team Secret is feeling, yes, there was a thing that happened in kickoff, but I think they've surely been working on this and making sure that momentum is correct, making sure that things can carry forward. And Jesse Bash always hitting with his Hunter's Fury, and I think things are just on the right road for Team Secret. Now, I do like that Jit Boys is, you know, he did not frag. He normally does, like you said, he's very familiar with the stage. He's about, you know, a dozen kills away from his 1,000 kill. So I think we got a lot of things happening here, a lot of experience on the side of Talon. Hopefully they can help, you know, rear the newer guys into control and not just rely on Fumi.
Yeah, for me, they have to settle down into this next game, you know. They didn't look comfortable, they didn't look confident at all in that first game. It felt scrappy, it felt back and forth, and the only time they got rounds really were from big individual plays. So they need to settle in as a team, they need to get the communication clearer, and this screams a lot of nerves and change in a way. When you change so many things, it's hard to be as consistent going across, so they have to settle down into map 2.
So for Talon, I mean, we've seen them play Fracture, they're going to pick it into Team Secret who have not played it, and that's why I was saying in the previous kickoff data that we have to look at streaming, respectively picking a map that the other team has not really shown too much from. So once again, we're going to force Team Secret to show us something that hasn't been showcased yet. For Talon, we have seen them play this against T1, and they did not win, but they are playing this, you know, pretty much like the meta comp at the moment with a bit of a different twist in the Sentry role. A lot of people play Cypher. Some people have tried a little bit of Vice. Traditionally, you'll get a killjoy on this map, but it's Deadlock. And I think it was Primi who was on the Deadlock before. But I expect in this iteration of Talon, at least, that we're probably going to see more Primi on Duelists. I would assume. So I'd imagine there's going to be some kind of role shuffle, or might see a different comp this time from Talon.
Yeah, I think there'll definitely be a change.
Besok dah aman aja.
I mean, I don't know if I want to say it or not, but I want Waylay. That's what I've got.
Okay.
I think it could work. I think there's some good stuff. You pair it up with Breach Tail, like you said they were doing over in CN, and I definitely think there's scope for it. You don't want to see a Primi Waylay? Because I do.
Yeah?
Well, we kind of did in the show match. He
I
was the better Waylay.
I want it proper, official match, you know, real Waylay.
Okay, well, I don't know. Frost could have been trolling. He likes to do that in his interviews and just kind of throw us all off. But he did say it in the coach's interview during the timeout episode 2, where he was like, look, we're a Thai team. Of course we have to use Waylay. And he was like, look, we got the best ISO in the world on our team. I don't know. He could have been
Waylay kan dari Thailand. Masa orang Thailand nggak ada yang pick Waylay? Kacau banget ya.
This is something that's totally doable for the squad, especially on a map like Fracture.
I think Frost says things with such conviction that you tend to believe him a lot of the time, even if you watch different things in the server. I think he's going to have a lot to say after that Pearl game, to be honest, because we've gone to a full Thai roster to get the communication, to get the chemistry, the power of friendship, like Morgan was saying before, but that looked very disjointed in the mid to late round. There were rounds where it did not even look like Talon was talking to each other some of the time, so I think there's going to be a lot for Frost to kind of whip them into shape on and, you know, try to align as we head into Fracture here.
Definitely, yes. And we did mention friendship. All these team members are longtime friends with each other. And you scoffed at that earlier, Pilsky, but but now I understand. But now
it's the power of competition. You know, you gotta get look at T1. They're screaming at each other.
Yeah,
you know, sometimes when things don't go well, they're ready to punch each other. But then they win Masters. So what's more important, the power of friendship or the power of, I'm not going to say hate, I'm going to say friendly competition and a little bit of flaming when it's necessary, when it's deserved.
It's easy to be friends when you win Masters. Not everyone can win Masters to repair their friendship. Sometimes you've got to actually be nice to each other.
As soon as the broadcast is over, I'm flaming Morgan straight away.
That's true, though. Only that's a real friendship. At least I know that's how you guys do it over in Australia, which is so interesting. But I do think we're going to see interesting comps today. I expect nothing less when it comes to two Southeast Asian teams. on a map like Fracture.
Yes, I'm so excited to see it. And look, Team Secret, it's completely unknown. We'll go through them first. Neon is going to be coming out here for Jeremy, but for the most part, it is a pretty stock standard meta comp from Team Secret.
Yeah, Talon, I hit the nail on the head. We see Waylay with the breach, with the tail. I think this is a really nice idea in the common. We've seen this trying out in the other regions where you have a lot of space taking util with the Waylay, who's really fast behind it. You can also run all the traps with the Cypher and breach, as we would expect from before. A nice new take on the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. The Waylay can not only bait out a lot of the utility from the other team playing breach Teo, but also take advantage of a lot of that longer range utility from your own squad.
And it is Primi staying on that duelist. It's Primi on the Waylay, so that's definitely exciting to watch. We've all been calling for him to go back on a duelist.
It's Christmas for you, Morgan. You get everything that you want here.
It's a good day.
Well, you know what's crazy? We still can't predict how this is going to end. If it's going to end here,
Malayo,
if
make
it's
some
going to be
noise,
a full series. We're going to send it back to our casters, Komodo.
Talaga ada yang teriak. Bang, Left King jadi duelist, Demon One, Smoker gimana menurut lu? Aneh sih.
Pilski, yeah, it's I guess it is Christmas in March, but we shall see how this present actually gets unwrapped on the map.
Yeah, I mean, I'll agree with Big Time, right? Having Waylay come in towards this, because we've seen it in another region, all right, you look to get excited. Who did we see it from, Quack? We saw it from EDG. We saw Kang on Waylay. We saw them lose in a 2-0 series using this to Nova the other day. It was not impactful in the slightest. So maybe we'll see Talon do something better.
I guess it depends. They are playing against a different opponent after all. But yes, you know, compositionally, at least both sides are fairly similar. I mean, even trading drones right now up towards Tree.
Well, for Fracture, Cypher's trips always have to be properly placed. And when you set up for an explosion like this and you see that your opponent's Cypher in Envy is playing a little bit far back and not on the site, well, you can just explode generally towards it. And that's exactly what Talon are looking to do right now. It's going to be an A-site explosion and even a potential 5 versus 5 retake.
Oh yeah, look at this, instantly on towards the top, being able to break the camera. Spike already planted. Cruz, on the other hand, all the way towards south side spawn. He's sitting comfortably, looking for any potential rotates. The trip is aiding him as well. Oh, but he does get a little bit too curious, and you know what happens to the cat when he gets curious? Unfortunately, he gets slain, and that's going to be Jesse Dash now straight into Sans. A little bit more space afforded for Team Secret to launch this retake. Talon desperately trying to hold on towards A main, and they're actually doing it pretty darn well, especially with Primi on the corner right now. Killa instantly helping out as well with the classics, finding the taps through, a couple of dicks here and there. It's a lovely round for Talon.
Yeah, starting off with a pistol as well. They weren't able to accumulate one over on Pearl, so you got to already be happy with that one as well. And it kind of is a little bit, you know, of a readable play. You break the trap wire, you get in towards the site. Yeah, you've got an overzealous peek from Cruz, but the rest of the team just make sure that the trades are all happening. The fact that Thai is able to get a couple in towards Sans as well, and then you do actually have Primi getting the impact there. Just Primi shooting, by the way, not actually using any abilities.
Iya, ada trap, sayang banget.
He really is that good, isn't he? Leading in KD back in from kickoffs. Certainly higher KD than whatever Komodo can get in ranked.
Oi!
I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Probably, I'm a support player.
No, well, yeah, I know you love your KO. But that said, it still is the outlaw in the hand. Well, no, the Marshal in the hands of Primi right now as he slowly marches forward. Just trying to gather info is Team Secret, but they're getting denied it as well. While we fix our UI, Primi's just going to continue to slay every single player down, at least they get traded off by Envy. Another Marshal off towards the back, a drop, and it just baits them into the positions that Jit Boys is looking for. Last player tucked inside, 2GE, shoulder spotted. But as the Marshal reloads, bolt action, a second shot found.
All good.
Second round found for Talon, yes.
All good in the end. Some shots to rain on out, getting closer towards your ultimates as well is always going to be really well placed. The thing I love about Fracture is there's going to be so many ideas that we can see coming out for Talon on this attacking side as well. So many single position pushes, so many splits and crunches, and for Waylay positions as well, right? the combinations that you're able to come out with. I want to see some really good flashes. I want to see some really good stuns. I want to see Cruz making sure that the salvo's in the right spot as well to provide Primi with the assurance that there's a position that he doesn't need to watch.
Absolutely. You've got the breach, Teo. Use it, especially with the stealth drone, just to do some initial scouting. And that's exactly what they're looking to do on me.
And it's important here as well because this is actually where the Cypher is set up this time. So you've got kill trips potentially even to play off, but actually that's not going to be placed. This is a copy-paste round. This is getting the plant, refracting out, and you're playing post-plant utility spam. This, I'm calling it. I reckon they watched EDG because they've done this.
Yeah, we'll see if it does go to the winner's interview with Talon. But for now, Cruz marking the back this time, takes down Jesse Vash, spots out Jeremy as well, just as the smoke was about to bloom. Off towards the other end, though, Team Secret will still be able to break through in from Arcade, in from Canteen perhaps even. Well, no, actually Canteen is where Team Talon are looking to play around. Up around the bottom.
Line up.
In with the
Line
utility that they're looking for. But yeah, it's kind of gone, taking too long. Waller is stuck it all the way through, and Team Secret picks up the round along with some kills at the end.
If you're going to be actually playing the post plan there, you need to make sure that you actually afford yourself some time and protection on the actual spike itself. You can't all just completely hands off towards the site. The intention is to get the spike plant down in the beginning, but you still sort of need some eyes on it. So the fact that you've got Team Secret aware of the rotations, aware of actually how do we counter this? We'll get the kills on the players that are challenging us, get on the defuse and hold it, because that incendiary, yeah, it lasts for 8 seconds. It has travel time. It needs to get to the spike.
Flying down from the lineup. You know, I reckon Talon were trying to, going through from tunnel, but they met a bit of competition from the other end by players like MP. So good job from Team Secret as well as they continue to go in for a bit of a pinch play. Thai, though, being able to fire right back against the push out from A main. But here it comes, a couple of trades, and Waller will find something here and there until Cruz, the leader of Talon, find some under his belt as well.
Yeah, costing Primi his ult though in the grand scheme of things there, so coming in towards a round later on, he won't have access to that, but you will presumably have access to Rolling Thunder, Orbital Strike, maybe Cruz is able to get his Armageddon as well. So this is a pretty good start for Talon, even though they do drop the bonus round, they managed to navigate the secondary one after that, right? And, well, they pushed Team Secret onto a bit of an eco.
Oh yeah, quite efficient.
Yeah, absolutely.
Team Secret after the eco, it's definitely going to be tough, especially with the Bucky on Jesse Vash. I would imagine it would be on Jeremy, but we'll see how they play this out.
Well, I mean, when you're picking into a map that you've not really played for yourselves in Talon, right? Just that one rep that Pilsky was highlighting to previously, and we haven't seen this for Team Secret since 2023, midway through the year. Previous Team Secret roster, actually. Yeah, it is very unknowing on what Team Secret are actually going to be coming out with as well, right? So it's kind of questionable on both sides, and it really does mean that, this is just an eco, by the way, it really does mean that there's a lot of a promise on making sure your mid-rounding and your ideas in this map are built in the map.
True that. And speaking of that, it's going to be a bit of a mid-round play. Jesse Vash trying to greed for a little bit more, but unfortunately does get gunned down. His teammates now trying to go in and collapse even further through. Unfortunately, we'll get hit by a fault line. 2GE getting gunned down. Now Primi off towards the other end with the Outlaw, taking down a main. That's going to be the site open. Yeah. How's Envy going to play this?
Well, I wonder if they actually heard the camera pop open as well over there to know that he would be over towards that B site, but I mean, with this layering utility that we're starting to see out, I'm assuming they didn't 100% know. And again, a Cypher never needs to actually be near their utility, so they're just making sure they're dotting I's, crossing T's at the moment that Envy wouldn't be on the site. And it is just a classic, by the way, so there shouldn't be a world in which Envy's able to do this.
I was gathering that maybe he would have gone through south side spawn to pick up some weapons anyway, and I guess, Thai would be marking those positions as well, so it is tough for Envy nonetheless.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing for him to kind of jump on down and try to get a tail end kill on this round. Thai and Killua already both have their ultimates. If he does lose his life towards Primi, I mean, you're giving him one orb.
Okay, at least looking for the exits.
Yeah, now he's just going to go up with Spike.
Yeah, not much else to do. Just trying to time it at least. But nonetheless, a very successful round from Talon.
Ini Envy kalau gamenya kayak gitu kayak David ya.
To the eco, to the Bucky, and the Vandal that gets pilfered over. But yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good start for them. Really want to start to see this defensive side from Team Secret work a treat. When you're playing on towards the Cypher on one of these sites, you still need some sort of involvement from the rest of your team. Fracture's not a map that you can kind of just stand still on this defensive side. You generally want to see some contest around one of the 4 choke points around the map.
Very much so. But I do love that, you know, this is the discipline that we're seeing from Talon. You know, it's a bit of an eco round, but they're not just going to chaotically across. I mean, this is a map where things can get a little bit out of hand sometimes.
Yeah.
And Talon are doing, you know, so good, so far so good.
Well, there's respect that they can get out through the tree. If they want to try and get in towards the B site though, and they do it normally, they're gonna have to try and break the tripwire.
Now talk to me about this. I see Jeremy closer towards A main and no util up around until the stealth drone goes out. It's Talon quick back in towards B. They've done this before. Our Team Secret are expecting this.
Waiting for a bit of a contact play over towards the A side of things, but they're not met with it to explode in towards it. Now they have to go in towards the B site where we're having counter rolling thunders come in and the Armageddon towards the tower location. So Primi and Thai are going to be able to dodge that one. But there are kills elsewhere.
Yeah, closer towards arcade. Jesse Vash, though, able to fire back as well. Maybe able to claim tower off of that. But now, Shit Boys, out from spawn, will be able to find something as well. Down to it at the very end. It's just the spike not quite yet planted, but also Team Secret trying to stabilize themselves all towards defender spawn.
He's got the orbital strike, so Jeremy, he has to play with all of his years of experience and expect where Thai might be playing from. The relay bolt goes on in. They're trying to overwhelm him. A double stun again. He's taken down. Now it's the priority for time because Quack, the spike's not planted.
Go in for it and look at this high-low set. Oh, almost an opportunity though until Jeremy goes in for the bit of a peek. Cruz a little bit unfortunate at the end, but still a close round nonetheless.
Yeah, had the spike been planted before the rolling thunder goes in, while the rolling thunder went on in and the Armageddon came on out as well, you know, in the little lull of play that was there. A different story could have been said at the end of that one, but really nicely done from Jeremy and Coda just double up at the end of that one. Wild Warrior, loses his life, but you got to be happy, right? The teammate got the trade. At the end of the day, there's a clutch to come on through from them, and Team Secret, they're not bowing down and really losing control of this map.
Just being able to keep themselves reined in. Now, though, letting those reins loose. It's going to be Jeremy in with the overdrive, going for a bit of a pinch play on towards north side spawn. Jit Boys will be able to answer back, but still Jeremy pretty much so far so good. Meanwhile, on the other end, reading that pinch play, it's going to be Talon looking for the aggression into the B side to get that spike down early on.
Team Secret wait here for 2G's flank to come on out. I don't think you're really afforded the ability when you've got an orbital strike and an Armageddon faced in this round.
So just looking for potential pick, perhaps? He is smoked off, though, 2GE.
The thing is, Thai and Cruz, they can play really deep. They don't have to be anywhere near the site.
Hence, just playing these positions. Kill out from tower as well. Actually, all the kills were kind of picked up all the way from this tower position.
Yeah, it's really difficult for Team Secret to go in for a retake like that when you've got two players that don't need to play into the action, and then the other two that are still alive can just play off each other. They can peek out through tower, they can peek out around the side, they can just deny time, right? They don't have to technically commit for a fight at the end of that one. So really well done for Talon to just quickly adjust in towards these rounds with these key abilities that they do have. They'll steal back the round when they lose one over towards Team Secret, and they'll push them back on towards an eco round.
That is where Talon does get to possibly feel a little bit more comfortable as well. I mean, look at their ultimates cycling through. They haven't needed to use them yet.
Just another scenario where Team Secret are going to try and gather some A main control. Talon don't care.
It's always been this successful B take thus far, but still, now with the trips, now with the smokes, they are starting to delay things just a bit more.
Yeah, just get a little peek on Jit Boys as well.
Okay.
Sneaking his way up through the drop position. See if there's any idea that he could actually be there.
Oh, wow. Did Cruz just avoid that stealth drone?
They have an idea that Jit Boys was here. He's not going to be able to be answered with, rather, because it's just the pistols.
Oh, they don't know.
It's okay.
A little bit of positioning. Unless Cruz falls to the weapon, but no, okay, so far so good. Those are going to be the kills as well as the positions being secured. And a very successful take. Cruz even hanging on back for the rotation coming through. A tap found, and all that's left is just Envy.
Flawless round to come on through from Talent. Feels like there's a very big confidence difference with how they're playing around this map as well compared to the first one in Pearl. I reckon that they might have not known that that was actually going to be picked out by Team Secret, given relevant history on that map. But hey, when you're dealt the hand and you've got to try and act in towards the map, sometimes it does get away from you. We see it in all of those consecutive rounds at the tail end that Team Secret were able to find, right? Lack of reps for a new roster. But this map here feels like there was a game plan that they expected it to not be banned out with the new map pool changing around from Team Secret. And yeah, you know, they've got their own preparations to come in towards this, and so far it feels like Team Secret have either not seen this composition before, because we've only seen EDG play this exact comp, and you know, they're coming up against a Waylay, right? They also haven't seen that, so there's a lot of these different variables that they really do have to consider in the map itself, and now rely upon new Tier 1 coach in Meow to kind of figure things out too here.
Yeah. Lovely to see the timeout being called by Meow, and we'll see how effective it can truly be for Team Secret. But at the very least, right now, you know, we can't say for sure. It is still pretty lovely to see Primi play onto the Waylay. You know, maybe not too much in terms of effective utility just yet, but still, the way that he's able to dash in the sides to spike plant, you have to imagine it does mentally condition Team Secret into trying to defend the B side a little bit further, and that's when Talent does head over onto the A side as well. You saw that past couple rounds now. And as we head into the next round, Ultimate's still online for Talent.
And it's another story for Team Secret, where they're really fixated on getting this A main control at the moment, and we've really not seen anything from Talent. It's the deja vu scenario. When are they going to be here? They're not here.
Well,
menang 2-1 Talon sih.
Not entirely here, but still watching the side. Team Secret at least. Convergent paths, though. Look at the direction that it sent it. Might have connected onto some player or two, but at the very least, Team Secret will be able to stay safe for now.
Early orbital from 2GE as well. It's going to buy some time, and a counter to actually come on through. Afford yourself some time to get this spike plant down. Remember, they did have the Armageddon still available as well earlier on to combo out with this orbital strike. So now, Quack, 5 versus 5 retake with Team Secret. Hello, two quick ones.
As well as those shots in towards tower, the kill trip being broken might have given them some information as to where some of the Talent players might be. Armageddon being sent through as well, just to buy a little bit more time and space for Talent. Jitboy snuck through his own cage, right up from behind. He's infiltrated the base. He's looking for further shots, but there it is. A bit of a stun, a bit of a shot front from 2GE, and now it's just down to the post-plant utility from Talent. Incendiaries and shots being sent through and a triple kill to pick up the round. Talent are still very much in the driver's seat.
Yeah, big from Diane, that one as well. Orbital strike drops to buy a little bit of time to offset the positions of Team Secret. Absolutely got to give a good heads up there for Jitboys as well. The cage, the neural theft, repositions, absolutely unexpected. But just at the end here as well, that's 3 gun-equipped players that he's just able to dispatch of quite convincingly. So really well done from him. 7-2. You've gained the lead here as Talent. You once again push Team Secret onto an eco. This is going absolutely swimmingly for Talent.
Oh, dia udah set up anjing.
Very much so, and now into the eco for Team Secret. Trying to stay tucked away behind sneaky positions.
Yeah, it's a bait play at the moment. Get out the stun, double peek on out, but it's absolutely read by Talon. There's more members in the backline to swing, so they're even potentially reading the possibility of these little strats to come on out. Jeremy, yeah, good for 1 at the end of this one here, Quack, but that's pretty much all she wrote.
Couldn't agree more. Well said, Komodo. Truly appreciate the insight. I mean, everything was just fully read, even down to the final kill. Just envy. And we do have Jitboy somewhat marking his position. Footsteps heard, and that should be the headshot to the very end. It will be an 8-2. And as we kind of take a look at the entire scoreline as well, yes, Cruz and Jitboys might be further towards the end. They are providing a lot more in terms of assistance with their utility as well.
Yeah, in a map like this as well, you're really wanting them to make sure that their utility is the focal point of their assistance, right? You never want them to be the one finding all of these kills and shining for any sort of entry, right? If they're setting up their utility right, you're getting a spike plant down, you're getting the kills to open, and they're finding their main kill value at the end, right?
Absolutely, and this just works out beautifully for Talent right now, especially with the 3, I should say, newer players at the top of the scoreboard. Right now, though, Jeremy looking to deny any entry opportunities with his own op. Has his sights trained in towards bench. Nothing found so far though. Talon with the stealth drone have spotted out enough.
Good camera, actually. Gonna spot out some good information for Team Secret, but what can you do on the back of it at the moment? You've got a great rotation towards this A site, and all the utility starting to come on down. Does anyone jump into the trip at the moment? Can you try and find the kill on the back of it? The answer is going to be no, as Jitboys and Cruz start off the party. Look at all the trades at the moment.
And at the same time, that's just gonna be Talon looking to get the spike down, but it's been lost. Incendiary instantly deployed by 2GE to keep Talon away. Smoke's still at hand. Thigh trying to mark positions with crosshair placement. But, ooh, good little flashpoint. Primi for the trade. And he comes back in, goes for the taps. You just can't deny the one-on-one against Primi. Finds the round, finds the 9th for Talon.
Gotta let him know. Gotta let him know that you are here to party at the moment. Back on the role of the duelist, and he's certainly having value here, which... I mean, for our Waylay lovers, sure, we'll give them that. But you got to hit your shots, right? When you're out of your abilities, you've got to hit your shots, and that's exactly what Primi is doing at the moment. It's not just, hey, new flashy agent, let's abilities, and let's make it all chaotic. Waylay is definitely an agent that you got to be crispy with, and Primi is certainly showing that.
It's also the support as well, you got to say, how he's able to dive in the site, but after his teammates have dumped a little bit more to aim him out. Same thing right now, looking to... Ooh, light path, slightly different treble path this time. In towards Canteen, doesn't spot anything out, refract back through.
It's all a bait at the moment.
That's right.
They're trying to set it up. They're stalled out by the Sky Smokes at the moment. So if Team Secret actually did what they'd normally been doing and posted Jeremy up on the line here, if he had an operator, for example, this round, maybe a Sheriff or the Bucky, he's got the overdrive to play with, it would have been gorgeous. But all of the utility to start to stall, Rolling Thunder with Armageddon, not going to find any kill value.
Okay.
But they are going to start to get in towards the site.
Yeah, a little bit more time being bought, but look at this, just quick enough, and it's going to be Jitboys to open up the doors. They find Jeremy as well. Overdrive denied. Primi continuing forward. The bait setup works, and it's all being read. Team Secret trying to play alongside it as well with a bit of a flanking setup by 2GE. If he finds his kill, it's going to be Orbital Strike, and that would be lovely. However, you do have the corner being marked. Killua will be able to deny any opportunity for Team Secret. Just Envy left.
Yeah.
And we've seen him in this spot before, Komodo.
I mean, you got no money going into the next round. You're not even afforded. Well, actually, it's the last round and a half, never mind. 10-2. Got to say at the tail end of that one as well, they're just not checking your corners, unfortunately. You know, you got to cut corners if you are Team Secret when you are 10-2 down. A fantastic art to come out from Talon. I just want to highlight it again. The way that they're playing this map, it certainly feels like that they're having a great idea on what they want to do, right? If they came out with a composition before EDG brought it out, then they're recognizing what strengths are in you know, the Breach Teho and how Waylay can play this map differently towards the likes of what a Raze might do or a Jet might do, or even a Neon that is, you know, coming towards the standard kind of pick on towards this map. For a 10-2 scoreline, you've got to say their game plan is so thorough.
Very much so. I mean, how many times did we see a bit of a hit into the B side and then a mid-round call over onto A? It was a bait setup in the previous one, but you know, some of the previous rounds as well, they did just that.
And not too many adjustments either from Team Secret that are working for them as well, right? You got a couple of bait setups over towards Arcade. The operator, I don't even know if it got any value to come out from Jeremy. It felt like they were just dodging it every single time when he's on towards A main. I mean, we never saw an early A main take to come out from Talon. And I don't mind it. It's a very common position that you're going to get a duelist on. You're going to get a trap play with Breach Teho, Neon utility.
You would have thought, you know, 3 players down A main, maybe they continue to push on through, but unfortunately that wasn't quite found, especially when players like Cruz were marking their backs. So it's definitely a little bit tough for Team Secret.
Yeah.
But still, the map's not yet over. It is a 10-2 though. It is a 10-2.
Yeah. Well, speaking about 2, Jitboys nearly able to hit the prestigious ranks of the 1,000 kills in Pacific. So
almost.
If he gets 2 kills, he'll get there.
Come on, Jitboys.
You know, minimum 3 rounds left in this map.
He's going to hit it at one point or another, but for now, we're looking for some rounds for the side of Team Secret, straight into its A main, as well as Dish. A bit of a trade being found, but it does alert Talon as to what Team Secret's intentions are, and Team Secret will fall at the hands of Cruz, as well as Thigh, instantly marking it all down. Shots with the Ghost, haunting down Team Secret as we head on towards what could be map point.
Yeah, potentially so. You generally expect that in towards the second round when you pick up the pistol, especially as clean as this, right? No real credits coming your way as the as hacking side of Team Secret.
Wow, that was fantastic.
Expecting them to force up in towards this one to have a shot at getting back in towards this map as well, because now you had the 6 rounds in a row from the tail end of the second half. You converted that into a 7 with the pistol, finding both pistols on this map, mind you. So you pick the map, you're finding both pistols for both of our teams here so far.
Hey. That's what preparation does for you. For now, we'll see how clean Talon makes this as Team Secret forces up as well. Judge Clay out for Jit Boys on the top of B Tower, and he's marking everything inside the cyber cage. Right underneath, though, there might be a player sneaking on through. Jeremy off the other end, and there it is. 999 kills, and that's the 1,000th for Jit Boys. On the other hand, though, Cruz continuing to hold down True alongside Primi with that Outlaw, denying any potential entry for Team Secret. Even with the Force, close range, looks to pick up the weapon, has to reload, and with that reload, Jit Boys might be able to circle closer in. Jump shot in with the Judge, has a couple more pellets through. Primi looking to lock down the angle as well. Kilo on towards the other end. Envy just trying to go in for that sneaky strafe shot, just to try to steal the kill away, if anything. You got 40 seconds, dude.
Yeah, but he's stuck. That's the problem right now. He's stuck and they're playing a double. He's not going to be able to do anything. Kilo up for the ending on that one. The force buy attempt, not going to work out for Team Secret. Just feels like they really haven't been able to find their footing on this map. From offense to defense. Or the other way around, rather. And yeah, now map point in towards Fracture.
Very much so. 12-2. You gotta imagine, you're just not gonna be able to go into the next round with anything, honestly. You can't really afford too many weapons. So it's definitely
Jit Boy! 1K
rejuvenated, especially with Jit Boys up to 1,000 kills all across Pacific.
Oh, yeah, and Primi just taking that outlaw from the previous round as well. Envy, dead to rights, down for count. Little by little, things start to really feel dark at the moment for Team Secret.
Yeah, quite so. Oh, Primi off with the outlaw as well. Kilo it down to the final one. And that is quite the scoreline, Komodo. Final score on the map of Fracture is 13-2.
Yeah, 9 rounds in a row to close that one out from Talon. I gotta say, Fracture, a map that we didn't really see from them as a liked map whatsoever. Maybe 1-2 now consider banning against them if you are another team in their group, because that's the sort of performance that they're coming out, you know, involving the new agent in Waylay, the previous agent in Tejo Breach. They are making this one look quite successful.
Very much so. And it has to be said, a lot of it happened out in this first half.
Warm up sambil menunggu apa ada match ya? JDG nih boleh nih.
位置其实比较靠后啊，被宇宙选择先对啊，小加接 A 大，选择夹着打，宇宙分裂连接，但这个宇宙分裂其实可以帮助队伍能不能把爆头器安装好。
但是有叶灵和铁金元
就在脸上，哎，但是出来的时候正好撞到了 Knife 短炮的枪管之上，瞬间结束了这一分的悬念。 这个宇宙分裂还是立了非常大的功劳啊！
因为宇宙分裂现在是完全凭金爵，所以 JDG 的视角，
kalau mau ajak tim scrim itu yang ajak manajemen apa antar coach saja kalau nanti sih. Tergantung siapa yang bikin akun di website buat cari ini ya sih.
有一点点危险，不走寻常路，为了伤转到 B 点，利用枪械优势。
因为他其实也在猜那个夜路会不会进。
akunnya ya antar
因为他最后还是摇到了。 这个 A 点利用宇宙分裂求稳。
Tapi dia ada khususnya gitu ya.
但其实这样的进攻节奏对于 BLG 来说是很舒服的，他们基本上每一轮都有一定的这个中立进攻的压制。
最重要的是不能让王浩哲的霓虹去冒险，因为霓虹一旦阵亡的话，提速的能力就没了。
对，而且这一分小 K 还有，这是他第2个末日审判了。就这个技能，其实在这样地图进入到包点，特别是回廊的以及点内大坑那个位置的这个针对是压力很大的。
A 点、B 点都有一个这末日审判能够直接清干净的点位。
对。
比如说 B 点的底线 ，A 点的这个死点的位置。
A 点民居前压响枪了，但现在
选择
TP 回到 B 区。
但这个墙要怎么骗是个问题啊，回旋跳骗或者闪身骗嘛，回旋跳骗霓虹更加安全一点，因为它可以用充能疾驰啊，移速快一点。
现在就看 Steel 下一枪抢枪的位置了，将会直接决定 BLG 要进攻的方向。
但是他好像看不到人啊 ，Baby Blue 这位置其实才是比较危险的一个角度。这边已经来了，零点秀探抓底线，想去底线找人，正面摆射摆掉了一个。Baby Blue 在1v2的情况之下，还是选择换掉了一个人，但是他一旦阵亡的话，后续没有清点技能了。哎 ，Stu 听到了大脚步走 B 小的声音，但是脸上有个烟，而且脚下有一个。荆棘他不太敢动，
来了，又是末日审判，
找到了，剃刀藤蔓结束的时间，狙掉一个，但是小 K 的末日审判成功，还是取得了非常好的效果。Stu B 小，民居再闪，戴上面具，步入神鬼不觉去找人。叶灵再次笼罩，优爪再发，是不是技能有点多了？叶灵再加神鬼不觉，是狙空了。哇，这一局，不过有 Mr. Carney 帮忙兜底，其实这个配合是打出来了，因为。叶灵有制容的效果，你夜路从大招里出来的时候，其实是对方听不到的，这是其一。其二是，虽然有些戏剧性，但是结果对于京东的 CDG 来说是好的。
只能说卡尼最后关键时刻还是兜住了，这份再丢就很糟糕了，在整个上半场。
其实我觉得当时苏也很费解，我这一局怎么能空呢？
可能是移了一步没有停稳，但是其实就起码这个狙应该是能够回收回来的，下一个还有的玩。
但这一分也要给。这个 BLG 敲响一个警钟，因为他们最近这几个回合，其实在拉扯的过程当中，是遭遇对手的抢点的频率还是比较高的。从那一分，打对方的存钱分开始。
而且对比这一分必须的回防，像叶灵的推出啊，以及第一时间交的那个铁骑禁员，其实都拖了很多防守回防的机会。就是这样的机会给到了，首先 Stu 虽然最后呢已经没有击中了，但他
配合是好的
啊，对，就是进入到包点的时候，其实还是
那现在其实两支队伍在上半场打的。比我预期当中还要更加焦灼一些，
但其实，在Ego教练喊出那个暂停之后，能够感觉到，就 JDG 他们的技能组合和配合，包括技能的收益要更高很多了。
有循环有套路的。
而且这个暂停喊出来，就是针对刚刚卡尼捡回来那把狙。这把狙给到 Stu 之后，首杀的归属，这种奶爸一直 Q 到一个点，有首杀 JDG 基本上就有分。
而且他是得那种比较干净的手下，不能直接就是比如说我打掉第一个被换掉，然后开始那种打补枪，这也不是 JDG 的强项。而且他们这个阵容啊，其实现在夜路再加黑梦这个组合，也已经是很多 VCT 包括海外赛区的一个常备的选择之一了。他确实这样，不管是优爪也好，还是夜灵也好，给到配合夜路的机会都很多。
而且注意到，其实由于多次爆能器的安置和点数的吸取啊，奈夫和 Levius 的两个大又要好了。
这也是进攻方的一个小福利嘛，他可以更多的控球和下包。
那这两个中技能其实面对上 JK 的宇宙分裂会有点棘手，就是你安包之后不好退了。
但是开 Baby，
aduh kena kaki
了好像。
anjing，
经典的120，奈夫逃过一劫，还是操作的细节帮他去活了下来，跳出来扔匕首。
ambil AWP gitu dia。
Stu 一定要现在人数劣势，两边其实非常好破啊 ，BLG 只要抓住时机打夹击就好了。
Stu拿到手下之后，73%的胜率，你反过来，他如果守死的话，就27%的胜率。
相对论是吧？
对，无谓相对论。
你mati nih harusnya nih。
来了，看一下这个27%是不是真的？哎，烽烟的一瞬间被发现了，但是是一把判官回头望月，王浩哲直接倒了，并且还要去混烟。Baby Blue 补了一个位置下来，但底线这位置有踢到藤蔓，有点动不了，侧翼都有人，还是控下来了。
2v2，现在50秒钟，爆能器被击落在 B 小，还是能拖到一些回防的机会的。
Dia mainnya chill gitu dia jarinya gini。
因为爆能器掉的这个位置，你去捡的话有一点点风险。等了第二轮的烟，
但是你低包 Mr. Carney 的鬼眼就要丢出来了。
安全包，应该还是在等，要等一个
鬼眼加玫瑰，
湖光玫瑰，对，要等一个玫瑰。
Nggak napak
直接闪身看吗？湖光玫瑰留在二手用。
没有回馈啊！现在底线很关键，小 K 能够。
闪身好像被发现了，但是小 K 枪法说话，站住底线。那这样的话，交叉火力形成，队友补了一个烟，让小 K 更多的去绕一下，开荤了。这个烟雾其实有一点点明显了。Mr. Carney 猜到了对方已经是混出来了，一个大拉收掉安全包。而且其实猜到对方在 B 场了，先低一下把对方骗出来，第二圈再闪身，第二个残局 ，Mr. Carney 如有神助，又拿了下来。
哇，这两分很大，因为我们一直都在 Q 一个点，就是 Steel 倒地之后，大家都会觉得 JDG 好像就差了一口气，但是 Carney 今天连续2次，这2分 他每次拆包拿下的不仅是分数，还有 Steel 掉的那把狙啊。
对，帮 Stu 兜了个底，然后这一分也是帮团队兜了个底。
可以啊，今天看你真的就不仅。
Although they lost like 13-9 or something like that in that game, I thought that was a pretty good game for them, if I remember correctly. Like, I thought that was a winnable game for them. I remember Primi being on the jet and him doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, but do we think they're going to stick with this? Now, I think Team Secret are going to play something similar to what they always play, because it's, you know, Team Secret. They don't need to get too adventurous. They really understand these meta comps. But Talon, we've just seen them have some success, going a little bit off meta, playing with the Waylay. How do you, Pilski, feel like Waylay can fit into Haven?
I think I actually don't know, to be honest. I don't know if it really fits this map as well, although that Jet has been quite popular on this map. I mean, yeah, we'll see.
Can I make a case? We mentioned ISO. Frost has mentioned ISO in his interview, that he has that same guy who's really good at Waylay is also really good at ISO, and ISO does work on Haven.
I don't know if you'd have it as your primary duelist though. You'd probably want to be running double duelist, but that's something that you could see Kalua maybe slotting into. He's played almost 100 games of Jet in his career. He has actually played a little bit of ISO as well. I think on Myth I remember seeing him flex into the ISO to kind of change up one of their comps, so maybe that is something that they would go into. Maybe they do want to play like a ISO Yoru. Like you could see Primi on the Yoru. They could be one of the teams that could flex into that comp perhaps.
I wouldn't be surprised at this point if Haven is the map where Secret, you know, they have the Sova. It's like that's locked in for sure.
Yeah.
But with Talon, I can imagine they're going to cook things up a little bit for Haven. Try something a little bit new. I'd be surprised, I think, if they follow the average meta on this. But whatever it is, so far this entire weekend, I haven't been disappointed in terms of being a little surprised, at least once per match.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Teo is low-key replacing Sova a little bit in the meta, like just being a direct replacement for that. But a lot of players that are very iconic with Sova will maybe want to stick to that. I think Jesse Vash will be a good example. I remember Komodo was even saying yesterday, I think it was, that Crystal was playing a Teo, and he's used to seeing him even on a map like Lotus play a Sova instead. So are you going to rely on that just being really, really attached to one agent, or are you going to play the meta?
It's tough. It's tough. It depends who you are. It depends who you are as a team. For me, Waylay fits Talon so well because they're so heavily structured. Waylay needs a lot of support to kind of get into the site. It needs a lot of practice, but I think that suits Talon really well, and I think they're best when they're creative. So I want to see them push it out. I don't want to see them get too bog standard in this.
No, I mean, that's a great point, and exactly why Waylay. It looks so different compared to a match that we saw earlier with Forsaken on the Waylay and how Talon is utilizing Waylay instead. Yeah. This is really that teamwork the right way when you have a deep strat book, when you're using all that macro. This is the right way to use Waylay.
Yeah, when you use that longer range utility, well, it looks very, very strong. It looks very well structured. Totally agree with you. I think that comes down to Talon's coaching staff. For Talon, though, this is what I was saying. Yeah. Primi on the ISO, though, and Kalua's going to be the one on the Yoru. So they are playing that T1S comp, you know, that comp that Fnatic did popularize back in the day. And over for Team Secret, there's the answer for you.
Yeah, we see Teo breach, we see the Neon coming back out. So they are mixing it up, but they're kind of bringing it forward to this new meta. But, you know, like you say, Talon going to this double duelist, I think it also fits them very well. Team Secret, Jesse Vash is not on Sova.
He's not.
This is not a drill.
Crazy. He's on Teo. Also, it's worth mentioning, like, they do have the Neon, but the Astra offers you a lot of interesting walls on Haven that, you know, you don't always play against.
Well, Jesse Vash's Hunter's Fury always strikes true. I wonder if his ult will do the same. I'm super impressive. So with that, we are going to go into the last map of today. We're going to send it back to our favorite Duck and Lizard.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a, what is this, like an amphibian pond? Duck and a lizard. But yes, I think the desk have very good opinions about this upcoming agent composition on both ends.
I mean, I kind of expected this to come out from Talon on this map. I theorized that, you know, we expected Primi to go on towards Duelist. We knew that Killua is valuable to go towards, back towards a Duelist as well. I personally would like to see his Gecko. I think it's fantastic. But regardless, we are quick in towards this one, so not a lot of time to do some pre-show things.
Gecko, speaking of lizards. But still, I mean, right now, just kind of flashing in, trying to get some information or perhaps control over Garage. They do get crashed back out though, and that's when Jesse Vash sends out the drone. So more information as Team Secret looks to refill that space around Garage.
Yeah, but what are they going to do with it at the moment? You're dodging out the aftershock, you're getting a little bit of a spot from Jitboys over towards C as well. And then you just call for talent. Let's go towards A. We've seen a couple of members towards C and B. We expect maybe that there's going to be a Cypher set up here. I mean, we didn't see too far into C itself, but the rotation here from Team Secret already.
Yeah, everything all being red. It's a map that both teams are very comfortable on, so I do expect this coming out from Team Secret. Jesse Vash, the Yunk, starting things off. 2 kills already to his name. Permy, even with the Frenzy, not quite doing enough, and that's going to be just Jitboys now, alone from B, spotted out by 2GE already. So at this point, just trying to fight his way out of this one, but he does have to anticipate where his opponents could be. No way, yeah, not a lot of time. No way you win the round. No way you walk into a link even. You have to watch out the back first, and there he does.
Well, I mean,
you also ult.
Yeah, you are playing a Cypher. It did get nerfed recently, so it's no longer the 6-point ultimate. So you want to take something away. You're getting 3 ults on the end of that one. I mean, you'll take it when the round is almost, you know, unachievable. But for Team Secret, they got 2 rounds in the last map, Quack. Not the pistol either, mind you. So the fact that they gather that here, not shaken.
Yes, it's something that definitely helps them out a lot. Starting things out on this final map of the series.
Yeah, so it's interesting, this composition that comes out from Team Secret as well, because generally, right, you're seeing an Omen in place of the Astra, and then if you're substituting out the Tamer, it's the Sober, and that's like kind of one of the compositions that is very common. You got a Neon Amber and Jet as well, so we're seeing a lot of those changes come through, but we haven't seen this exact 5 comp yet.
Yeah, especially with the Astra coming in. It is interesting. We'll see how they continue to play, but for now, just controlling the map in this fashion, it works pretty darn well, especially when they gather information off of Primy's shield being popped.
Yeah, and this is really quick from Talon as well in towards the C site, where you actually have a change up from Envy. The Cypher utility is over here, but focus on those first 2 kills for a moment as we look to establish a spike.
Yeah, quick enough, and that's the trip's already gone as well, but Jeremy looking to slide back into action. 2 kills, Cruz for the trade. The spike not yet planted. Has to kind of re-clear or secure the site a little bit further before the spike gets planted. So he's calling mid-round to potentially maybe pick up a weapon or 2.
There was timing there for them to peek on out, but Wild Oreo was watching for them. You can see that Jesse Vash is trying to sleuth towards. Have they gone towards A? But a reposition for them. They're not expecting to wrap around Garage. This is not something that was there, but a Stinger, not the gun that you want for a fight like that.
Quick reactions, but yes, a little bit tough shot for 2G to hit for sure. Still, though, nonetheless, it's information enough for Team Secret to confirm it. This is where Talon are. While they hang back over onto B, though, an unsuspecting 2G gets tagged up. Down to just Wild Oreo and Jesse Vash now, and a secondary peek. Cruz just finding the numbers right now. Down to just Jesse Vash, and he tries to spray it down. Cruz might have fallen, but Thai is here to pick it right back up. A round found back against Team Secret.
The fact that Cruz gets tagged by the Stinger in Garage down to 31 HP, they don't finish him off, and then he gets 2 kills almost convincingly with that Stinger. This gun has been buffed, and it should be nerfed, because it shouldn't do this.
I mean, I was really wondering about the mid-round decision from Cruz to keep themselves tucked inside a garage window, but it does all kind of work out.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 2 versus 3 conversion. More importantly, that's a round where you drop the pistol and you convert the secondary round as well from a quick C play. You pivot around the map and you have to act accordingly. You have to have a good decision making. And you don't have to do it in English either. You do it in your native language. It's quick.
Oh, yeah. That's always what the Thais would say, Swaimak. But anyway, over on to the next round, it's just down to A Long, and Kilo is able to fight back, especially with long-range weaponry. A lot more armor-piercing rounds as well. Team Secret tried to, play point-blank range with some shotties, but it's not quite working out the way that they wanted it to. So on with a drone, further information being gathered, as well as around C. Talent are just doing their due diligence. They're finding their shots with the Outlaw. Now with the Euro theft as well.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to hold all 4 weapons in towards the next round, you can kind of understand that as well as turning it to 100% from here. But the immediate rotation to this A side as well is quite the interesting one, not going to lie. There's going to be an early duel, a hunt of these pistols.
Yeah, but a good anticipation coming out from Killua nonetheless. I mean, yes, we might have used the Neural Theft. We saw that they were positioned towards C, hence the push into A, but because of that, Killua is able to...
I mean, it is the pistols at the end of the day, so, I mean, I would even choose, let's just go and hunt them, right? If we're doing it as numbers, let's just not go for the plant, let's get the ulti orbs and kill them.
Regardless of what it is, just still a really sound round coming up from Talon, especially with the early push around A lobby. I think that's the one that really cemented it in.
And now we need to see an answer from Team Secret, right? It's going to be this delayed bonus round since they did drop that secondary round. Jit Boys, the Outlaw, is going to have a little bit of potency against a couple of these members with the light shields, or namely just the one in 2GE. But playing on the Astra, he doesn't have to be there ready for the fights. He can rely on a bit of that autonomy.
Playing further back, especially towards A-Link, does have a bit more vision into B if needed. So you can see why he is playing around that pivot position. Meanwhile, though, for Team Secret, back in the garage.
Yeah, it's a full reclear from them as well, and then you're sending back towards drone to C. So ending towards the Alpha site here, you're going in towards the Cypher traps as well, and you've already got that rotation from 2GE. Smoke already.
Barrier being sent through, but yeah, the trip unfortunately still being caught out, so it's enough resistance from Team Secret that Talon has to back off.
And there's no one at the C site at the moment. The quickest rotation that you've got is Jeremy putting on them Nikes and getting over there. And I mean, Thai is technically going to meet with him if they go for the line, but there's a bit of complacency from Team Secret. If they're not decisive in where they actually want to rotate towards and they peel away from the A site, they could let Talon in, who they themselves a little bit hesitant. It feels like 30 seconds to go, but they will make their eventual decision to go towards A, where 2GE is suppressed and vulnerable.
Yes, cutting and masking noise. 2GE a little bit vulnerable, but still ready to strike back. Look at this, 2 kills, and that's enough value. Thai will be able to find the trade, though, but is it going to be enough to secure the site? The cam does spot him out, and Envy is in a pretty good spot to possibly fire and launch a retake right back. The fault line stunning them up as well. Down to just Thai now, and he kind of gets himself back in towards a safer spot, but still, nonetheless, not quite able to fend off the incoming retake. Team Secret takes one back.
Yeah, 2GE, when he doesn't have any abilities available, right, he's just going to lay it down and shoot with the weapon. You can't fault him for that one there, taking away 2 kills as well, providing enough for the rest of the team to fall back a little bit, go in for a pretty successful retake. So you are happy with that for Team Secret in the grand scheme of things, and also that it is their technical first proper gun round, right? You want to see good strengths, you want to see good plays, and just not any second guessing. You got to go together with the team, which is something that we're kind of missing over on Fracture.
Yeah, definitely learning from that right now. The confidence slowly flowing through their veins once more, especially with the way that they're re-clearing a lot of space now.
And we are seeing Talon like to get a little bit of these early stages over towards Garage too, you know, sending in the fake out, for example. So now that we've got a bit of a change up with a Judge here, and Envy as well to assist, it is very cheeky.
Yeah, definitely going for that challenge is going to be tough, but hey, Hunter's Fury will be sent through just to re-clear a bit more of that space. So even though Jesse Vash is on the other end with the Teo, we do have some lovely Hunter's Fury so far in the server.
And Neural Theft goes out from Envy, however, so that's an opportunity for Jeremy to get a pretty quick flank where they know that they are still going in towards this site. Gorgeous kill trip from Envy, and a second as well.
And further on into Garage, possibly, until Thai denies that possibility. That said, though, we still have that flank, as you mentioned, Komodo. Jesse Vash holding out the exits as well. The only option that had for Talon to go through was to possibly back into C-Link and then somewhere else, but at that point, you're still having to fight your way out.
And technically, Jeremy's flank not even noted, right? So he's going to be able to use that a little bit later on in these rounds as well. Real good holds to come out from Team Secret around Garage, where the trades do come out, but then in towards the site. You want to see your Sentinels lock down a site, and that's what Envy just showcases there. So good faith, good value, good team dynamic there from Team Secret.
Especially with the way that they're able to control Garage so many times in a row now, especially with these plays, Talon actually needing to find an answer to this.
Yeah, and if you want to go back in towards Garage for a C-split, you're going in towards 3 members now, though you count the Breach, you count the Neon, you're still sending it.
Wow, and send it they will. And Armageddon being sent as well as Jesse Vash continues to spray even as one player tries to walk his way out of Garage. What a read.
Yeah.
Truly answering Victoria's calls back on the desk there. So still now 2 players left on the side of Talon. What are their options?
Not too much, you would think, in a round such as this one. It's a little half by with the Stingers, so the fact that you did bait out the Armageddon in this one, you're kind of okay with, in the expectation that you might not win this one. But spotting on out, seeing what the Stingers can do. Maybe Jit Boys is going to be good for one on the tail end of this one.
Just going to have to walk around and possibly find more towards that neural theft once again, but look at the distancing between some of the Team Secret players. Definitely anticipating how he might work around his Stinger. So there it is, 4-2.
4-2, 4 rounds for Team Secret. That's all they got against RRQ when they were deleted from a kickoff. So far we're there. I'm expecting, with the way that they are playing at the moment, though, for them to get more.
Definitely something that all the fans would love to see. I think I did notice NDG, you know, one of the old Team Secret players at their watch party as well. So that's kind of lovely. A shout out to NDG.
Very nice.
That said, yes, next round coming up. And Team Secret are switching up their positioning a little bit as well, alongside TLN 2, who are starting things off with early A presence.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, reposition from Thai. Kind of noticed.
Ya.
To see when Killer was going to activate the dimensional drift as well. It's something that, you know, you just love to see scout out the whole seaside, get a little bit further before you crash back. You take the plant, and then you get a great post plant here.
Cek nggak sih? Nggak mungkin nggak sih?
How great it actually will be though.
Ya,
red by Team Secret as well. But look at that.
Kenapa malam ini? Belum tahu ya.
Steal one player away
Cek nanti.
in towards the kill contract. Does find the frag as well against Jeremy, and down onto it's the next. It's Envy who finds another one. 3 to his name, and off towards Talent, just trying to hold down the back of sight. They're being surrounded. Jit Boys needing to watch all over the place, but unfortunately he's only got 2 sets of eyes. So that's going to be Team Secret being able to retake the site once again.
And again, it's Envy, making sure that there's a couple of kills in that, just really planting his feet and getting them. Wild Oreo, Jesse Vash getting involved at the end there where required with utility and kills. And it's another successful retake to come out from Team Secret. You know, a lot of the value from this composition that you're expecting to come through from Talon, when you've got these ultimates, the dimensional drift, the kill contract as well, you know, you're trying to find information, you're trying to pull someone into the gulag, win that one while the player goes down, and force your opponents to really utilize that util to get back in towards a retake and make it uncomfortable for the team like Team Secret here. And the Talon not able to do that. So towards round number 8 here, lots of light shields. You're playing on the back of really no economy. If you drop this one, you go into an eco, you're losing away the half.
It certainly cannot feel too good for their team comms right now. I mean, that was a round where everything was set up for them, but still somehow in the execution of things, it all started to fall apart, especially when Team Secret comes in on the retake, now refilling space towards A. They are still able to reclaim it all.
And that's just an individual peak from Jeremy, catching Jit Boys by himself. No trade value able, and now Jeremy's just going to play in towards information game. He's got his opening kill, spots out a Sova drone. He doesn't need to overstay his welcome here, and he can call for his team. A minute to go, start to reposition around the A site, or if you want, go for another retake. They've been pretty good. You've got a Cosmic Divide, you got Neural Theft to play on the back of a kill that you get as well, and I mean, if Jeremy wants to, he can even lightning fingers and zip around.
Possibly right now, especially with the fault line at hand. He does slide in a bit of a zip. Not too much around, but still, nonetheless, a good kill to secure a strong position into possibly another retake. Still, though, Killua trying to fight back, but not quite enough as Cruz is kind of separated from his teammate back there. Team Secret doing quick work round after round.
Jeremy opening it and closing it. A bit of a heater around that A site there for sure. I love the mid call from him as well, right? When he goes for the reposition down towards Suras, asks for the fault line, gets the kill, and then just focus on towards the site. And not over peaking as well, just making sure that his teammates are there where they need to. He's not getting too hungry. Sometimes that is the plague for some duelists, that we see them get a little bit too invested in going for those crosshairs to line them up. But he's in towards this one now. 4K getting up there.
That is definitely the Jeremy that we do want to see more of as well, as previously mentioned in January. But right now, back onto Talon. Pistols, not much found, not much success so far. They've tried a lot of early presence plays. They've tried with bits of red herrings with some ultimates as well. But right now, just back to what's faithful in towards Garage, looking to launch a bit of a Some slight C splits. Nothing found though. Reactions not quite baited out from Team Secret either.
Oh, I do
Tim
like
Cupu pasti
Team Secret
sekarang malah
really
jaga
changing
kecuali
a lot of these
waduh.
trips, so as well, just while we've got
Kalian
the
setuju
eco
nggak tuh?
here, you can see over towards the C site, right? The expectation that Killer is going to be sending in a gate crash towards the back of the C site, and then you can potentially get a kill. So yeah, I really like the ideas. You know, there's adjustments from Envy, who's having pretty sensational maps so far.
Mati tuh.
A lot of it being marked. Even not just that, just
will they walk into it?
Positioning themselves together.
Yeah, kena trap.
Straight into it. Maybe a bit of a shot for Envy. The Rolling Thunder being sent from Wild Oreo as well. But here comes a Hunter's Fury out from Cruz. Does tag down 2.
Yeah.
2GE now has to find the remainder of the frags. Does find Cruz, but look at that. Jit Boys instantly noting his position, able to walk away with a 1 tap. Spike down as well, so maybe some alt points. We'll see how it plays out as we head on to round 10.
I'm talking about a trap fire that I think is going to be, you know, some potential good value and everything. You just disregard that. The little pistol is getting the job done. Some sharp shots to come out from Jit Boys. The Hunter's Fury, very large value to come out from Cruz. And then at the 1 versus 1 at the end there as well, Jit Boys, right? Just a swift 1 tap to close it down. So you'll be happy that you get that thrifty third round on the board. So you can look to try and tie things up at the half.
Kasar banget dah
Certainly could be effective, but this is then when Jeremy pulls out the op against the Thrifty now, and all of a sudden Talon looking to slow things down. It's that fake out into Garage again, Komodo.
Yeah, but it's expected by Team Secret at the moment. You're really only getting value from it if you're having a trap wire there that the fake out's able to find. Yeah, that's that's a headache for Jeremy.
Slight pixel, yeah, definitely. You know, I imagine you'll feel a bit of a headache if a bullet gets put in through your skull. So, still, on towards the other part of the map, it's 2GE.
Cruz caught off guard there. Potential radar looking because his team is on the other side of the map and he's looking for some sort of mid-round comms. Unfortunate, but it does happen. Regardless, his team actually manages to get in towards the site. Wild Oreo a little bit too overzealous. Not expecting them to be that far forward, so a 2 versus 4 here, Quack.
Yeah, even with a bit of information found outside of C long, it still is Talon with the numbers, able to bully their way into the A site and to kind of secure a lot of these angles and positions very firmly indeed. Team Secret, it's going to be tough for them to break their way through unless you're able to find something, especially off this heaven position. Paranoia sent through though, and 2G only able to walk away with just 1. Does repeat for another, almost possibly finding Thigh, at least until he sprays and packs him full of bullets, and that's going to be Talon finding a round back into it.
He tried. They tried a 2 versus 4, doesn't work out unfortunately. Quite difficult when you consider an Astra with not a lot of stars and a Cypher as well to try and go into something like that. From beginning to end there, a very needed round for Talon, of course, on their attacking side here.
And this is kind of like what Talon sort of needs to do, am I right to say? You know, kind of baiting out things across C, and then especially alongside, you know, Primi on the ice, so being able to push their way through into sites like A.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing double duelists, right? So they want to make things easier for themselves, and if you're catching your opponents off guard when they're pulling out their own utility or they're having lack of utility as well, you know, usually fashion that they just want to take the duels, they want to take the fights, they want to win the kills.
Especially when it's Primi at the helm of that, so certainly a sound strategy and looking to possibly pull off another iteration of that A push. This time just fake out, getting away at those trips, blocking off any positions towards heaven as well.
Yeah, it gets both of the trips there as well, so for Envy, he needs to be a little bit more paranoid about getting overwhelmed here.
Yeah, and that's huge value. Envy definitely starting to feel a little bit antsy, but as that happens, yes, we do have Jit Boys back into Garage.
Yeah, and 2GE as well, just walking with Envy, because you can't be reliant upon your own utility anymore, so they want to go for a bit of a peek on in. They're spotting nothing. Do they expect players to still be up through towards long and this far ready for the A hit?
Dapat timing sini.
Really still in position. The stars are there to kind of support them as well. Jit Boys, though, not expecting players on the C site. No, sir. And now it's going to be Primi in with a kill contract. Pulls a player away. He wins it out in the gulag. Envy's still alive.
Sure.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's able to hold down the site because of that. Continues to go for the next swing. And that's the 3rd kill for the guy. Selvas to flush Thigh out of position where, and behold, he's able to find the frag against Envy, actually. Thigh now continuing off to the next kills, but now pushed back because of the relay bolt from Jeremy. He's running out of time, and that's going to be the round for Team Secret already. Wild Oreo, of course, to put that final nail in the coffin. Why not?
If Thai had a little bit more time and the spike was not in an irretrievable position, you would assume from the shadows to the C site, right? And then you've got time to potentially come out with a clutch. But not going to happen there because Envy dancing around his own utility, some great cages, dropping the spike over towards the long location. And then at the end of it, just great kills to come out from him, right? Multi-frag and up a storm around his own site again. You do love to see that. And then when he falters, the rest of the teams are just coming up as well.
That is sometimes what a team needs, especially a hero play coming out in certain rounds. Off to the next, though.
Who's next?
Trying to get a read for how Talon's playing things. And they've started out with early A presence back into C now. A 3-stack for Talon on the A-long position.
Yeah, Dimensional Drift to spot out some information, but you've got nothing to get info over on A-long. This is one of the problems with this composition if you're not playing your Sova near you as well. Trying to get in, though. Primi on the back of that shield is very ambitious to get in towards this site for his team to try and win out this round, and Quack, now it might actually happen. 3 versus 2, a lurk to come out.
Oh, and he manages to kind of hold it back. Primi, though, spots out the barrel, and that's going to be the kill found. Cosmic Divide only holds them off for so long until Primi gets a sniff of your scent, snuffing all of them out, and that's going to be the end of the first half, 5-7.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of looking at that round, and the way that Talon still win it is Primi going nuclear there, but I'm looking at, you've got no Sova towards A-long, you've got no Dimensional Drift, no Yoru there, so your kind of information abilities are gone. You're not using Contingency Wall to push yourselves out long, so you are very vulnerable. Like, literally, that's the only remaining ability that you kind of do have to get on through if you're not throwing out, you know, some Cypher cages from Jit Boys there, for example, to try and get on down. So, a bit awkward for them that they do lose that first pick, but all in all, regathering the round, 5-7. It's not bad of a half for him.
Yeah, I mean, Primi did have the regular double tap shield, so that definitely does help with how he's able to push further in, especially alongside some of his teammates, even though the regular recon gathering ones aren't quite there. I think maybe some of the effects from the previous round as well helps him to kind of picture or puzzle everything together out towards the A site. But that is just that for the first half now. It's been pretty successful from Team Secret, at least until Talon managed to claw their way back towards the end of that one.
Yeah, I mean, you're considering the 5 rounds in a row that we got from Team Secret, and you're thinking that momentum is starting to be built. You're thinking that, well, they might run away with that first half, but for Talon to at least answer back, right, and retrieve a couple of rounds there, giving themselves options and leeway in towards this second half, because you just think how much space Team Secret did not have on Fracture, right? How much space Talon did not have on map number 1, where we get the tail end of the 6 rounds there on Pearl that Team Secret gets. So you're thinking it's all about this economy of rounds that you need to make sure that you're giving yourselves the most opportunity to win. And for a pistol round right now, I mean, quite important, right, for Team Secret to extend this lead, for Talon to try and equalize before getting in towards that bonus rounds. And stylistically, these agent lineups are going to play differently in this switch-up.
Yeah, quite so, especially with the double initiator for Team Secret. Right now, though, Talon pushing all the way out from C. They spot Jesse Vash. That's going to be quite deadly.
I'm liking as well that the gate crash is available for Killua back towards the A site now, that he can play spot out with the Cruise and then get out of dodge as well. They've already found that opening pick. They're switching in towards a double lurk now, though Envy's lurk a little bit better. Primi gone.
Okay. Does kind of call in for a bit of a mid-round play, possibly back into B. Jeremy being able to hold out towards A lobby, finds another one as well, but unbeknownst to them, Jit Boys has completed his push all the way through and finds more outside of A lobby. The spike's been dropped. Killua pushing on the offensive right now. Envy trying to hang back, trying to find some isolated angles. Alongside the Cyber Cage, though, that one's out from Jit Boys, so trying to see if anyone's on the other side of that thing. Trying to bait their reactions away, especially with Hammer being tripped as well, but unfortunately for him, it's not going to be enough of a range for him. It's Thigh with a classic right click to end the round.
Yeah, Envy able to find the gap in mid, right, to find Primi there, but I gotta say, really great call for the tandem play out through C long to get the double flank, right? Jit Boys just sneaking in towards spawn, he sends Omen away, and he just does it himself, finding the double kill. I thought he was gonna push a little bit more forward and then potentially get taken out by the later flank to come out from Team Secret there, but No, he doesn't. It works a trait. Pistol round to Talon. You would expect them to claim this round here, Quack, and then 7 apiece.
Yeah, that would definitely tie things up very nicely for Talon. Still, though, see what Team Secret can do. Need to rob some guns away. Outlaw, though, I imagine that one's going to be pretty tough to sneak away. Meanwhile, majority of the forces are pushing down straight into B. Observer catching the kill from Killa. Very lovely. Something that Prius is not able to do. But anyway, still is going to be Thigh now, watching over on towards the other side of C-Link until Envy dives right in with that Guardian. 1-on-3 situation, just as we saw from before, but it's the Outlaw that ends it instead.
Yeah, Outlaw, always a powerful weapon when your opponents don't have the shields behind them, and that's going to be a bit prevalent in this next round as well, with no plant going down from Team Secret. Again, you do have to consider, you know, sacrificing utility or making sure that you're not going on these longer lines that Outlaw could be on. A couple of kills collected though from Team Secret, so they'll be, you know, figuring out the momentum and the moves that Talon are trying to do on this defensive side. You know, is Jitboys going to really be challenging C-Long a lot? Are we going to be seeing Killa go for these aggressive beats and gate crash out?
At least that would be the idea, but for now, no real gate crash just yet. Just early presence from Team Secret straight into A, and Talon has no choice but to respect it.
Yeah, we'll have a pretty slow start to the round for both teams. Our drone to be sent on out by Cruz. It's going to spot Jeremy. No, it doesn't. Gets destroyed just beforehand. But he will look to bow out.
So it does keep a lot of the Talon players closer towards the A site. Team Secret might be thinking that with some of the rotations pulled across, they could kind of regress over onto the other ends of the map, hence the stealth drone in towards Garage. But hey, Jitboy's still hiding in here, and he hasn't quite yet been spotted.
Yeah, that Judge can be very sneaky later on, but quite difficult if you're going for a retake if Team Secret are able to get in towards this A site. Killa is starting to rotate, so they do have an idea that this is tending towards A.
Yeah, at least reading very well in the macro game, both sides, that is. Jeremy, though, looking to zip in as well, and he's managed to sneak behind enemy lines. Wild Ori will be able to fire back as well, and that's going to be enough to disperse, or force Talon to disperse defensively all across the A site. The round goes over to Team Secret.
Yeah, navigated quite nicely, getting Jeremy in, able to spot that they're trying to reposition around the site in towards the smokes as well. So just a quick little comm over to your team. Make sure that you're not overlooking anything as well. You got a priority to get the spike plant, yeah, for sure, but you're getting contested around it, then you got to go for these fights, right? So that's something as well that, you know, quick comms, right? That's something that we're thinking Talon are going to have available for them now with this full tie roster. So getting in towards their own gun rounds now on this defensive side. I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do.
Op gate crash, maybe, but it's quickly smoked off by 2GE.
Yeah, there's a lot that you can play around with at this A-long position now for Team Secret. But seeing a little bit of a push down mid at the moment. Primi, hearing Cypher utility, does it give you an idea that you need to, you know, push down C, push out a garage, get some information around the map, because it's kind of copy-paste from last round, right? Jeremy's tucked in through long late, no drone yet to come out from, well, Cruz has already used it rather, so they're going to reposition and find an opener.
Well, there it is. A bit of a surprise one, especially with that op. You know, you just don't expect it to go in that quick. And with that, Team Secret's methodical approach kind of gets thrown into a bit of a loop. Looking for another approach now, a bit of a mid-round call, but Garage is being marked. And what about C? Got the trip.
And on the back of that opening kill as well, right? Jeremy down. Team Secret didn't have a lurk in 2GE positioned anywhere that they can quickly switch it out and gain favor somewhere else, right? So it really does come down to, in this 30 seconds, trying to see what you can do. Get drive-by'd by Jitboys, and you kind of have to funnel in towards B. You've got no options left.
Yeah, that's your only choice. At least they do have A as well as C Link smoked off, but Jitboys will be happy to continue pushing out of Garage. And with that, marking the position towards the back, Jesse Vash eliminated. All that's left is just Wild Oreo. Spike might be planted, but how are you going to survive this one? No chance in hell! It's going to be Thigh to get the round. Once again, Talon equalizing the score, Komodo.
Not a single point of damage towards Talon's bodies either. Flawless in all effects, just utility to repurchase in towards the next round. Tied up scoreline as well, but of course, you know, with the way that Valorant goes, we're going to see the gun rounds come back for the side of Team Secret, though maybe a little bit lackluster. I saw a stinger at the tail end of that one. So we'll see what adaptations they do look to come with on towards this next attacking round. And I have a feeling that they need to sniff out where this operator is going to be. You know, where are they going to look to position Killua with it?
That is definitely going to be the crux of the issue right now for Team Secret. They've done so much work to get to this point. Surely they don't let it slip at this point. Jeremy slides on into Garage.
Yeah, good position to be able to get nice and early. And Cruz is going to be stuck if he does stay in this position as well. So they really need to rely on funneling out these kills if it does still look towards the C site, because a bit of a pause in the moment for Team Secret.
Before they recollect themselves into Garage once again, but there it is, a trade right back, and Cruz has to hold. He manages to do just that. Instantly reading the play coming out from Team Secret, he finds the last one, and Talon put themselves in the lead.
And you expect that when you see a push through Garage like that, that there's going to be a follow-up through Long. So really good timing on the dart cover from Dai to off-put that one. Make it really difficult for Team Secret to get out for this C split. Just spraying through the smoke, finding it was like 1.5 kills that actually come out through there. And then when old mate in 2GE peeks through the smoke, they're already looking for it. They know essentially where he's going to be coming from. So a great read from Talon there on what Team Secret were looking to do. And now we've got a timeout to come through from Team Secret. You do not want to get Talon in a position where they are finding what you're doing nice and early, having a quick answer, and shutting you down convincingly.
Definitely not. Talon are very close to that double-digit scoreline as well. So Coach Meow looking to find some kind of an answer, because what we saw in that previous round just showed that it wasn't enough layers for sure. I mean, that was one of the first rounds where we are seeing, you know, Cruz playing the off angle closer towards the mouth of C Long. Surely, I think Team Secret were expecting more of them to be backside, but you know, it is what it is. It's just unfortunate with how you haven't been able to read some of the position that that Talon are playing. And then Ops still in hand as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a potent piece that Talon do have here, but it's like, it's not just the operator as well, right? It's more so the threat of it that's going to be forcing out Team Secret to use a lot of this utility that they would rather be using to get in towards a proper site take as well. You know, a change up in an agent composition like this, where you're going from a Sova to a Teho, for example, it does play a little bit differently in how you are going to position Jeremy up for any of these fights.
Well, at least now they've kind of snuffed out where it is, or where it's going to be. Still, though, looking to barrel on through. The Star's completely placed up, looking for some of these close-range duels, but Killua manages to bail himself out alongside one frag. Spike still in the hands of Team Secret, and off of the initial exchange, they're feeling a lot of heat, so they want to back off.
Yeah, they don't know how many players are going to be surrounding the site there in and of itself, and these pistols, I mean, they're not trusting themselves to get in. So reset the time, see if Talon can spread a little bit thinner across the map. I mean, that's one of the weaknesses on the defensive side of a map like Haven, right? Is 3 sites. There can sometimes be gaps when you lose, especially when you lose a member. It's going to come down to Team Secret here if they can find, you know, a 1v3 style or a 1v2 style of advantage against one of these members of Talon.
And possibly try to bait something out as well. Okay, a lot of salvos and presence being made known, and that allows for 2GE to find an unsuspecting Timmy Privy around garage position. Thai, though, will be able to fire right back. And it's a kind of bit of a word. It's going to cruise in with the off this time, out from A Heaven. It's just retaining control across the map.
Yeah.
Spike will go down, though.
Good ping. Both players spotted out. Dimensional drift in from Killua, actually, as well. He's just going to get out of it, and yeah, find both of them.
Yeah, especially the flash out from Thai as well. And that's just another one of these rounds where Talon just spreads their wingspan across the entire map.
Yeah, I mean, this defensive side from them so far, they're having some pretty good reads. I'll look at the pattern that we have right now. 1 round for Team Secret. This is going from the back half as well, by the way. 1 round for Team Secret, 3 for Talon. 1 round for Team Secret, 3 for Talon. So that means that the next one should be for Team Secret. But will it or not? Because this defensive side, we're starting to really get a good idea on how Talon want to be playing it. I'll say for Team Secret, though, here, Quack.
Yes.
4 ultimates, and a couple of them can be quite destructive here.
And I have to imagine this is what that timeout was all about. We'll see if Coach Meow finds his effectiveness right now. At the very least, they have managed to push a lot of the attention away from A long, and that allows for Team Secret to push up a little bit further. On the other end of the map as well, though, ooh, 2G is going to meet a lot of attention. Killua finding that trade.
Yeah, 1-on-1 trade. A bit of a different look when we've seen Jit Boys, you know, camera and peek down there a couple of times. So, yeah, and I was going to say that as well. Taking out 2GE makes things a little bit more difficult for Team Secret. A lot more difficult, actually. You still have a Rolling Thunder and an Armageddon. You kind of have to use them to get in, yeah.
All right, they will use it. They've broken the trips, and here comes Jeremy sliding in, looking for a bit of a kill. Unfortunately, though, Jit Boys does what he does, and he sneaks through with a cage. In with the Neuro Theft as well, and Jeremy just tries to hold on to his position. It's not going to be enough. Jesse Vash has to bail the entire team out of this one. Ring around the rosy, around the boxes. He has utility, but no chance to pull it out just yet. He has no idea where his opponents are. They find the angle just as it happens. Jit Boys finding the shot, and 11 rounds for Talon.
Yeah, very difficult when you lose your smokes there as well, and you kind of have to just bully your way in with a bit of that utility. We'll say for Jesse Vash, he gets in there at the end of that one. He lost his team though, right? So it comes down to the individual 1v3 that he needs to try and navigate, and there's just way too many angles, way too many positions that Talon could have already repositioned to themselves. So a bit unfortunate there, but they'll give themselves a little bit more breathing room here in this round. And if they drop this one, I mean, playing with pennies in towards what could be the last round of this map will be difficult. So this is definitely the one here, Clack, that they need
absolutely
to
tough spot for Team Secret to be in. And of all the rounds to push down C with a duo, Talon does it on the previous one. And now a bit of a desperation play on the overdrive. Instantly met with a lot of resistance. The Hunter Sphere being sent through just to confirm as well. Still, though, a bit of a lurk from Envy outside of B, and he does find an opening. In with the Cyber Cage now, spots yet another. Dinks Jit Boys even as well. Cosmic Divide out towards C. That allows for Team Secret to get the spike down safely.
Aftershock available for Wild Oreo. Could buy a little bit of time. You know, you've still got 2GE alive, so you would expect to grab well eventually too. Jesse Vash has the salvos.
Well, still trying to work around it. At least managing to secure the positioning around C long. And down to it at the very end, just C-Link. Probably no opportunity right here.
Yeah, but if he removes any of these guns, it makes it a little bit easier for Talon in the next round when you consider that they've got a lot of credits to be able to play with as well. But it's not going to happen. Jesse Vash finds Die, and Team Secret will not see their opponents getting towards map point. I want to highlight as well, I love the reposition timing from Killua. Gate crashing out when he's spotted out by a Jeremy trying to just get in there with the overdrive. Very fixated on getting that one kill. But it really is Envy's lurk and then the rest of the squad getting down the Cosmic Divide, having a bit of time to breathe and situate yourselves around the spike plant for that 3 versus 3 shutdown.
Yeah, just finding a lot of value, especially some of these plays. Gonna have to repeat a lot of that for the upcoming rounds if they are to stay in this game. Still though, starting things early off with the salvos, especially up towards mid as well as A. Quite sure what value was found from that.
Yeah, no Sova, remember, so these trap wires can be a little bit more annoying.
Oh, with the paranoia as well, just completely locking them out of there. In with the kill contracts too. And it's Primi on a one-on-one. Goes for the taps, gets the kill. Instantly down off to it. Garage completely blocked off. The spike on the ground even.
Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult here to get into this, specifically for Envy as well. You could drop under this, but that's what they're expecting at the moment. If he finds the timing and he's actually able to duck his head under this, well, I mean, are they looking at you through the dark cover? They're not. I thought that this was a bait trip. I thought that trip was actually one of these trips that was expected, but it's not. Jit Boys has actually missed the trip.
What the hell?
A bit of a blunder on that one. It allows for the entire team to sneak in. 2 on 3. Get the
Enable,
smack down.
aduh.
Is it gonna be enough though?
He's got neural theft.
Undercut instantly sent through. And he's trying to send it out at least, but can't quite use it because he was suppressed. Repositions around the star.
He wants the corpse.
Oh my gosh, has to go on in. It's gonna think of it.
Yeah.
Spots him out though. And that's now 2GE trying to refrag.
Ini ya, bayangkan
Sprays
tadi
on
ya.
through, but not quite enough as the crouching high-low out from Talon puts them down in the ground.
Talon, bisa menang dia tuh.
What a way to retake.
I thought Team Secret had that. I really did. When I saw that trap wire, it looked a little bit too high. I actually thought that was some big Giga Chad brain play from Jit Boys, that they put a dark cover down, they let their opponent sneak under it, and we're just waiting for him to pop out the smoke. I thought that's what's going to happen. They were both looking at it for a couple of moments, but no. Envy gets on through, gets the double, and I'm thinking to myself, all right, we get a plant in there. We get the neural theft. He's going to get all the information that they're all spawned. You can start to spray on the back of it. He can't get the body to drop the hat on.
He can't.
Pause dulu ya
That's
manis.
really unfortunate. Especially when Primmy's the one to suppress him down as well.
Yeah, one of those changes that come out actually for ISO lately, and it actually has some really good value in that moment there, right? Because it gives a couple of seconds where the planter in the Cypher cannot get the job done, has to reposition.
Yo, Frost.
Pusing.
I'm kidding.
You didn't win that round 100%.
Still, I mean, you love it when they're this locked in. It's just an unfortunate scenario for Team Secret to find themselves in. It's still not over yet, though.
No, it's not. No. We're starting to see, something from Team Secret, though still kind of isolated. I don't think the rounds count at the moment for this defensive side that they, was seeing against Talon. Is
dia bakal time out kalau misalnya round ini kalah.
In the rounds. How
Dia
many
time out,
close
kalah,
rounds have
time
we
out
actually
lagi.
seen?
Quite a number. And hopefully,
Jadi 3 round
a lot
berturut-turut
more
ini
coming
sampai
up
dia
as well. If Team Secret are to push this to OT, Killa with the dimensional drift though. And once again, we do start things off with a bit more A presence out from Team Secret.
But it's also some silence on the back of that utility, and that's going to be a little call for Talon to stretch their wings down mid. They've spotted Envy, and there goes the guy that you've been relying upon a lot on Team Secret in this map to get the kills, to bring stability, to find information.
Wow, the list goes on,
doesn't it? The list goes on, it really does, yep.
Instantly silence, and that cannot feel too good.
Lah,
instantly being
kena
dealt with by
juga.
Cruz as well as he sneaks on through.
GG.
And down to the final 3. Trying to march their way in towards the A side, but the trips in front of their faces as well.
Yeah.
Jit Boys has a great position to
Kena
spin
trap.
away through the smokes if needed. There it goes.
Found him.
Gets
Found
the
him.
first. And on to the next as well. They are completely dismayed by the dimensional trip. Primmy for the final frag. A flawless round for Talon. The final score on the map of Haven, 13-9.
Talon,
of course, final score in the series as well, 2-1 in favor of Talon.
Early stages, of course, in stage 1, don't forget, so there's always going to be recovery available. But, new looks to both of these teams here.
We are definitely soaring with talent today. At the very end of that all, I mean, good little showing from Team Secret, surely, but
Jadi
down to
jago ya,
this Haven map,
Talon,
I mean,
okay lah ya.
as soon as that op was pulled out, a lot of it went the other way.
I think for me, it really highlights the importance of those extra couple of rounds that Talon managed to get in that first half, right? They come out of the gates kind of cooking on the switch up as well, and I mean, just such brilliance, right? 2 rounds that they drop on that second half.
Yeah, a little bit tricky on that one, but still, I mean, everything else looks so darn smooth, and especially with how Talon were able to operate themselves.
And I know a lot of people are going to be happy with this one, especially Big Time. I think he's I don't know, fixated on it, maybe is the way to say.
Sure.
Waylay, right?
Okay.
Waylay has had her time to shine, and it was successful as well. If it wasn't successful, then we can harp on him a little bit differently.
Yeah, that would have been a whole different discussion, but right now, I mean, just an incredible successive play coming out from the entire Thai team. Gotta love it. They looked a lot more comfortable, especially on that fracture. A lot so on this Haven as well. So we gotta listen to them and hear what they have to say, especially now that we have the lovely Bella giving the interview.
Hello. It is Talon with the interview. Hi guys, congrats. Here's your microphone. Hi Kalua, nice to meet you. Alright, I will join you right here.
Lanjut ke bang, nanti off dulu, istirahat dulu nggak sih?
탈론의 킬라 선수와 크루즈 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다.
Udah buka puasa boleh nih, fokus.
오늘 퍼시픽 데뷔 전에 뭐 펄의 에이스며 180도, 180도, 360도 회전을 보여주면서 오늘 경기한 소감부터 물어보겠습니다. Hi Kloa, your hot debut in Pacific and
jadi translator kah ini?
The ace on Pearl. 180, 180, 360 spin too. How was today like for you?
รู้สึกไงวันนี้ก็ตื่นเต้นครับผมa bit nervous
And that was just him being nervous, like acing it out.
แค่นั้นตื่นเต้นแล้วก็เก่งเลยใช่ครับ yeah
Oh, okay. Maybe we should stay nervous. 오늘 어땠나고 물어봤더니 긴장됐습니다.
translator mendadak iya.
그렇게 잘하는 거야?라고 물어봤는데 네. 그냥 이게 평소인 것처럼 이렇게 이야기를 해줬어요.
Nervous gara-gara interviewernya.
크루즈 선수한테도 궁금한 게 있는데.
Lihatnya jangan ke bawah dong, lihat matanya nggak sih? Kilwa, bocil bacot nih kalau di ring nih.
통역하고 IGL로서 신경 쓸 부분이 많았을 텐데 좀 태국인으로서 다 이렇게 인원이 맞춰지니 부담도 덜한지 어떤지 한번 물어보고 싶어요. This one's for you, Cruz. We have a all-tie roster once again. Has that been smoother for you with like less pressure, less things on your plate?
Not exactly, but it's easier for me to communicate because I don't really need to translate anymore. So the comms are much easier, but I have.
Jadi dia kalau kemarin itu masih ada bantu main sambil
overall I think
translate
good,
kata dia.
Especially him, he's been
zaman
helping me a lot. So yeah,
mungkin governornya
we're pretty okay.
agak susah.
뭐 딱히 그렇다고 부담이 줄어든 건 아니고 이제 통역을 안 하게 됐지만 운영이나 이런 거에 대해서 좀 더 세밀하게 집중해서 풀어가다 보니 부담감은 아직도 있다고 했습니다. 하지만 이제 아무래도 새롭게 어린 선수들이 이렇게 합류를 했기 때문에 특히 옆에 나와 있는 킬러 선수들도 다들 이렇게 함께 도움을 주면서 경기를 풀어나가고 있다고 이야기를 했습니다. 그리고 펄을 탈론이 오랜만에 꺼냈는데 오랜만에 꺼낸 만큼 준비한 것도 많았을 것 같지만 경기가 원하는 대로 풀리지도 않았어요. 그래서 어떤 점들이 좀 이제 예상을 빗나갔는지 한번 물어보고 싶습니다. Another one for you here, Cruz. You decided to open up Pearl once in a long time, and I feel like you guys prepped a lot for it, but it didn't go in your favor. What do you think was the big difference with your expectation and how today rolled out?
I think we were a bit nervous since it's the first game. Everybody just got trying to get used to the stage. We weren't really doing things. We weren't executing things at the timings we wanted. So gave them a little bit of room to play, and that's why it cost us the game.
And then Fracture, you bounced right back. You got used to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. 아무래도 이제 새로 합류한 선수들이 이제 무대에 적응도 하고 그러다 보니까 원하는 대로 플레이나 이런 거를 타이밍을 잘 못 맞췄다고 이야기를 했습니다. 하지만 이제 프랙처에서 바로 이렇게 다시 올라왔으니 잘 풀렸다고 적응을 마무리한 것 같네요. And 이제 마지막으로 킬러 선수한테 한 번 더 다시 물어보고 싶어요. 오늘은 또 퍼시픽 오지 뿌리 깊었던.
Oke adik-adik semuanya, tamat sudah kita nobar kalau VCT. Besok kita lanjut lagi ya partinya ya. Besok jangan lupa ramaikan ya. Besok tim Indo 2 biji langsung tanding. Jam 3 sama jam 5. Kalau BO3 ya jam 6 mulainya. Besok ada Genji Boom sama NS Red Force lawan RRQ, oke? Jadi besok kita ramaikan. PMO apa Bang Haco? Nggak tahu tuh dia PMO apa artinya. Oke, semuanya aman ya? Sampai jumpa watch party besok. Nanti kalau misalnya kita ada teman main kita live stream. Oke, apapun gamenya. Aman aja ya. Oke, waktunya istirahat dulu sambil mencari party buat main game apa. Kemarin sih Biel ngajakin main ini deh. Main apa namanya? Babaji. Oke guys, thank you semuanya udah nonton. Jangan lupa ya, nanti gua upload story kalau gua live, oke? Gua mau upload story terus kalau biar live biar ada ini ya. Bye bye, thank you. Bye.